As soon as he heard it, a scene from his favorite childhood anime came to mind, a magical story of a self-propelled castle gliding through the clouds. The show left a deep mark on him. From a young age, he lived in that fantasy, often picturing himself as a resident of the magical castle, especially when alone. Woken by the alarm's sharp sound, he stretched contentedly after a deep, restorative sleep, rushed to the window, threw it wide open and breathed in the fresh morning air. Enjoying the bright, magical day, he gazed in awe at the huge, fantastical castle and felt joy as a gentle breeze brushed his face. A young man's life was suddenly cut short. Returning home tired from work, he felt a sudden hunger and collapsed unconscious in front of the nearest store. Bathed in gentle light, an angel appeared and in an apologetic voice explained that his soul had been taken by mistake, admitted he could not bring him back to life, and warned that sending the soul to heaven would risk exposure, so he offered one heartfelt wish as a sign of remorse. The young man told an angel about his childhood dream to build a huge castle on a magical island floating high in the sky, protected by robot guardians. The angel made that dream real, creating the castle from nothing and filling it with technological wonders and magic. Unable to return to his old world, his soul was sent to another world where he became the owner of a coveted castle. Yet from the moment he settled in this new realm, he was surrounded only by endless skies and an infinite ocean that carried his thoughts far away. Standing at the open window, he felt a touch of melancholy and wondered what to do, surrounded only by the vast sea and empty sky, when a strange, sharp sound caught his attention and he began to look around for its source. With slow, dignified steps, he descended the grand spiral staircase to the castle's lower level. An advanced surveillance system secured the castle perimeter, letting him monitor everything on multiple screens in his room. One of the large monitors showed a frightening silhouette, a giant winged dragon with a terrifying mouth hovering nearby. Panicked, he frantically searched the control panels to remember what he'd done in similar situations, and finally found the button labeled Lightning Strike, which he pressed hesitantly. The castle's round-the-clock energy barrier made the attack succeed, wounding and stunning the dragon with its unexpected resistance. Seeing the immobilized beast, he felt a pang of guilt and mentally apologized for not yet being able to control the castle's power properly. He glanced at the robots that had returned to tend to the plantations in the castle's south wing. There, iron golems stood as formidable guards watching over the place. Passing one, he patted its stone shoulder and offered praise for a job well done, knowing neither robots nor golems could understand the words, but the gesture still felt warm and right to him. Stretching again, his back cracked, and he told the silent golem it wouldn't hurt to grab a bite to eat. In the kitchen, he eagerly began cooking and smiled as he mused about a robot cat that could instantly prepare any dish. And at the stove, he proudly noticed his skills had improved, and he was genuinely enjoying the process, feeling pleased with himself as cooking no longer seemed like a chore, but an activity that suited his spirit and mood. Finished cooking, he sat at the table, wished himself a good meal, and began eating heartily. Pleased with himself, he praised the perfectly cooked dish and savored every bite. Then when he was full, he leaned back in his chair and decided it was finally time to finish the game he'd started earlier. An angel let him keep all his belongings from before his death, so he could enjoy manga and rewatch the anime that had kept him company in the final days of his previous life, and he could watch movies and play games in his castle's theater, but he still wanted to explore the area around his new home more closely. When he was alive, he was always busy and never let himself rest, diving into routine without pause. At last he felt true happiness. He could do anything he wanted, eat any food at any time, and save anyone he thought necessary. This freedom proved far more valuable than he had thought. It dawned on him that living at his own pace might be the best thing that ever happened to him. Every day felt like a Sunday, and his castle had become a full theme park where he enjoyed himself like a child in a dream. Lying on a comfortable inflatable mattress that gently bobbed on the pool, he had spent days wondering how many weeks had passed since he first arrived at the castle and how much he'd enjoyed every game and activity he wanted, and it was starting to feel like there were no entertainments left because he'd tried them all. Crushed by boredom, he slid off the mattress feeling a little down and splashed loudly into the water. As he sank deeper with each meter, loneliness grew, and he longed to talk to anyone, any sentient being. Water streaming off his shoulders, he said loudly he needed to see someone, even for a moment, then changed quickly, gathered his thoughts, and set off determined to make a change. He resolved that even if the world around him was just ocean, meeting a dragon meant there had to be castles nearby with similar creatures, and he intended to find a continent where dragons lived, or at least signs of life he could understand. Leaving his own castle behind, he begged the sky to let him meet at least one intelligent being on his journey. A few hours later, he spotted a strip of land in the middle of the ocean, and, overjoyed, started jumping and shouting that the continent did exist and he was right. He froze and came to an abrupt stop. At the shore, a horse lay on the ground as if in a deep sleep. A neat carriage nearby caught his eye, and he immediately realized it could be a sign of an existing civilization. Trembling, he had encountered only aggressive monsters since arriving in this new world, and though he feared everything around him was filled with creatures, he still hoped the land might be home to intelligent beings who could build carriages and settle down. Knights in heavy armor on horseback rode toward the carriage, and watching them on the screen, the young man said in awe that he was now seeing people in armor, deeply impressed because the scene looked like a fantasy movie where reality blends with legend. Then he noticed a young, beautiful girl hurrying along the shore like in a movie, with a knight in armor chasing her. A young, beautiful girl sprinted along the shore like a movie scene, chased by a clanking knight in armor, and the whole sight felt like a live version of his favorite Asian show he used to watch every Tuesday. Utterly confused, he couldn't make sense of what was happening or what the events meant, and in his bewilderment, he turned to the robot, asking what they should do and whether they should intervene to try to save her. The knights ordered the girl to surrender and stop resisting, but she drew a small knife from her clothing, pressed it to her throat, and said in a desperate voice that if they came any closer, she would take her own life. Imagining stepping off the cliff, she thought her body would merge with nature and end all suffering. The knights burst into loud laughter, and she shuddered at the vile sound as they smirked and said that even if she died, they would take her body, strip it, and hang it before the crowd to put on an amusing show. A knight asked her once more to surrender, saying she would be treated with respect if she complied, but she did not believe him and shouted that it was all lies, especially after what he had said before. Holding the knife tighter, she sank into despair and was certain there was no way back. When the knight saw her dangerous moves, he warned her again, telling her they would follow her everywhere and leave her no safe place or choice, then finished the threat and loudly ordered the others to capture her. There was barely time for her to shout for them not to come closer when the knight suddenly froze, and they looked up in shock at what appeared above them. She turned and saw a huge, sparkling castle flying across the sky. Confused, the knights watched one of them run back to warn the others, and the rest pulled themselves together and decided to kill her immediately and take the body. With her eyes closed and bracing for impact, a robot appeared in front of her and stood between her and the knights. The girl and the knights froze as an iron golem suddenly appeared to protect her. Ignoring her desperate cries, the golem gently lifted the girl into its arms. She demanded to be let go, but the iron giant did not respond. A knight, furious at the interruption, charged forward but couldn't strike his golem, and the girl quickly rose into the sky. Relief washed over the young man controlling the castle golem, as he had activated it just in time and was glad he had chosen this iron defender because so much depended on it. Standing up nervously, he reminded himself to be friendly with the girl because it had been a long time since he had met anyone. Hurrying to meet her, he gave an awkward greeting and asked if she knew Japanese, but when the golem set her down, she staggered and fell onto him, exhausted and unconscious. Noticing she had fainted, he thought she must have been terrified by what happened, and seeing a scar on her body, he wondered who she was. Reborn in another world, he got the flying castle he'd dreamed of since childhood. Feeling lonely, he decided to care for the woman who had been attacked by strange people. He gently moved her into the medical room and placed her in a special capsule that looked like a tanning bed but was actually a high-tech treatment unit. He joked to the golem that maybe it liked tan girls, which was why he had put her there, but the creature's piercing, lifeless gaze made him fall silent. The joke fell flat, and to break the awkward silence, he quickly explained himself and suggested they check on the rescued girl. As they approached, the final diagnosis showed the girl was not sick. Suddenly, full information appeared: age 16, weight, height, even bust size, and the guy blushed and shouted he'd be accused of harassment if he kept reading personal data. After everything was displayed, the status said there were no problems with nutrition or hypothermia, so he quickly made a tasty, nutritious meal and asked the golem to tell him if she woke up before he left. Suddenly she woke as if coming out of a fog or a dream, frightened and gasping as she took in the unfamiliar surroundings. Books and unfamiliar objects all seemed foreign, as if she had stepped into the afterlife, but then she noticed the golem, the very one who had saved her, and tears filled her eyes as she realized she wasn't dead. Immediately blaming herself as a coward, she hugged her knees and cried bitterly when the golem moved, fearing it was controlled by a magician and begging it not to kill her. The golem reached out his hand instead. Trembling, the girl trusted him, took his hand and followed him, still not understanding why he wasn't attacking. Walking past the room filled with rows of golems, she checked their numbers with growing anxiety and suspected they were being prepared for war. In her world, golems were highly efficient combat machines made by mages to show intellectual superiority and magical skill. Controlling them required a very powerful energy flow available only to a select few top wizards. Still, the castle's number of golems bothered her, because even with every court wizard working together, making more than a dozen seemed impossible, and not even the Great Brow Empire with its advanced expertise could field such an arsenal, so she had no idea where the dozens of golems came from or how many wizards it would take to keep them all running. Holding those thoughts, she squeezed the golem's metal hand and asked about its nature and origin. By then the young man was already busy cooking in the kitchen. An old magazine phrase stuck with him that said men who can cook get noticed by women. He realized he had always cooked only for himself. No company, no sharing, not even at work. This was his first time cooking for someone else. He considered which sauce would give the pasta the richest flavor. Planning to add fresh salad, he dashed out for spices and bumped into the girl in her golem. When he greeted her, she shyly hid behind it, so he quickly apologized and explained he hadn't meant to offend and only asked her to change because her old clothes were dirty and needed cleaning. He asked her to repeat what she had called him and was pleased to learn she spoke Japanese, so they could communicate and understand each other. She asked why she had been brought here in the first place, and without waiting for an explanation, said she had nothing, that she was poor, and asked what his intentions were. Apologizing in confusion, he assured her he meant no harm and was not a thief, explained that she had seemed in trouble, so he commanded the golem to save her, and sheepishly admitted he might have misspoken, but she told him there was no need to apologize. He explained that she had regained consciousness in an unfamiliar room after the attack, so her anxiety was understandable. Caution was reasonable in that situation. Finally, he asked for her name timidly. He introduced himself first, politely, and she followed, saying she was from a village and had no special status. After the assistants suddenly cut off their conversation, he quickly changed topic and suggested they go to the kitchen to eat together. They sat across from each other at a table filled with dishes. He wished her a good meal, and they began to eat. She said the food was surprisingly tasty. Teasing that she'd eat everything in a second, he heard her say shyly that it would be embarrassing. He told her it was no problem and that he had plenty of food. Blushing slightly, she thanked him not only for saving her, but also for the carefully prepared meal. When she asked how many mages were in the castle, he admitted in frustration that he was the only one. Isolated, he felt deeply lonely, and even the golem never talked to him. She asked if he handled the golems himself. He explained they are controlled from a single panel, making them easy and convenient to operate. Amazed, she realized one person could keep so many golems active, even though it usually requires a huge amount of magical resources. She looked at him with admiration and bowed her head to show respect for what she believed was his immense magical power that could command such a mighty army. He stood there, stunned and confused by her genuine reaction. Those words reminded him of the magic of her world, and he realized that telling her he had died and been reincarnated in another world would be a huge shock. He asked her if people here use electricity. He showed her to the spare bedroom and offered it as a temporary place to stay. Grateful, she thanked him and apologized for the inconvenience. She bowed and promised she'd return the favor one day, though she doubted she could properly show her gratitude, and it surprised him to learn that people in her world also bow to show appreciation. He told her she also had a toilet and shower, but she did not understand what that meant, so he explained it was a modern toilet that sprays warm water for cleaning when a button is pressed. Stepping up to the device, she pressed a button and water started flowing. Then she curiously played with the stream to explore the unfamiliar technology. While exploring the other rooms, she kept saying how amazed she was at how beautifully everything was arranged. At the window, she whispered about the beauty of the night sky. He reminded her they were in a flying castle, so they could always enjoy a view like that. Surprised and unable to see how it could fly, she leaned against the glass with growing interest. Realizing the castle was actually floating, she trembled and asked why they were flying, and he could not give a clear answer. With a new girlfriend, they cook meals and wash dishes together, and he watches with interest as she does each task for the first time in her life. They watched movies together and strolled around the castle grounds. She smiled for the first time since they met, and he saw her spirits lift, thinking she was slowly adapting to life in the castle. As things calmed, he avoided questions about who had been chasing her and why they tried to capture her, and he planned to take her back to her family, who were surely worried. He looked at her with a faint sadness and thought that if she came back, he would be alone again. After playing with the little helper robots, she was about to cook with fresh vegetables when he suggested adding meat to the dish. Noticing there were no animals in the castle, she asked where he got the meat, and he said he bought it from outside suppliers. A shadow crossed his face as he added, "There are things she's better off not knowing." She pressed him for an explanation, but he refused, saying it was too shocking to reveal. From the observation room, he was surprised to report that they had discovered a village. On the monitor, a creature with triangular animal ears rode a horse to escape a pursuer. Anxiously, she said it might be a hunter of beastmen and that she had heard they were sold as slaves for high prices, leaving him stunned. He had only read about slavery in textbooks and couldn't believe it existed in their world. Her fist tightened, revealing her anxiety. She dropped to her knees and begged him to save the people she'd seen, knowing she had no right to ask, but she kept pleading because she couldn't do otherwise. He grew nervous because he wasn't the magician she imagined and wasn't sure he could pull off a rescue like hers. Steadying himself, he remembered he couldn't waste time. He planned to have Golem A1 act to help him. He turned to the tick Golem A1 and asked how strong it was. At last he realized he had found a friend and was no longer alone, but even in that happiness, he still faced the brutal system of slave hunting. Appalled by a culture that treated human life as worthless, he vowed not to let it continue, and with A1's help, bring salvation. Running from the hunters who shouted that she must not escape, the girl tripped over a discarded weapon and fell to the ground. The hunters closed in while she tried to fend them off with a knife. One grabbed her arm, knocked her down, and told her it was time to stop causing trouble. As his companion descended the slope, he cut in sharply and told the hunter not to be rude to her, warning that if her market value fell because of him, his own reward would drop, and the hunter clicked his tongue, nodded, said he understood, then demanded the enslavement seal be brought to him. The comrade hesitated and asked again whether he really wanted to activate the seal right now. He replied that the girl was being too bold, so they needed to make it clear she was only a commodity. The hunter stepped toward her and threatened to carve a mark on her face so anyone who saw her would immediately know she was a slave. She screamed in terror, and her voice echoed across the area. A powerful explosion rolled across the field, abruptly cutting off the scenes of violence. A massive iron golem burst out of the flames and charged at the hunters with incredible speed, leaving them stunned. His strikes were precise and powerful. Each step hit the ground with a thud as he attacked the hunters with clear efficiency. The golem grabbed a pursuer with its massive steel hand and tightened its grip, but the young man controlling it from the castle ordered it to stop when he saw the person was already unconscious and trembling. The golem tossed the limp hunter aside and left him unconscious. The young man then gave the next command: find and leave the wagon where other captured beastfolk might be. Gasping for breath, she called out the names of her parents and loved ones every week as if they could hear her. Watching Golem from the control room, the young man sighed with relief, realized the threat had been too close, and noted that thanks to Golem's power they avoided a tragedy, though they nearly killed one of the attackers. Unaware of what was happening, the girl stood motionless, her eyes blank and glassy, trembling silently inside. Concerned, the young man asked how she was and apologized because she had just endured a terrifying scene. She thanked him for saving her and said she hoped neither of them bore the mark of enslavement, which made the man curious about what the seal actually was. Noticing the girl's embarrassment, he awkwardly apologized and explained that such a concept didn't exist at all in his world. She explained that the mark of slavery is a magical symbol that turns a living person into an object and strips them of rights and status. Anything marked with the seal is sold as property and must obey its owner. It never disappears, stays with the bearer for life, and weakens their civil rights. According to her, slave traders use a special magical formula called a seal that restricts movement and suppresses willpower, forcing slaves to obey any command from their master. When ownership passes from one master to another, the right to the seal goes with it, keeping the person permanently subordinate, and disobeying orders brings punishment and, in extreme cases, death. Shocked by what he heard, the young man asked again whether they could really die. She said she wasn't sure, only that she had heard stories that disobedient slaves are called defective goods. Angry, the young man said it was cruel and unacceptable, and that his castle would be a safe haven for those people, because its grounds are vast and endless. One of the rescued girls, a beast man in shock, suddenly fainted, and the young man gently placed her in the cart, saying the flight to the castle had been hard on her. Golems bent the cage's metal bars and freed the other prisoners, many already marked as slaves. When the group came to check on the captives braced themselves and shielded one another, still gripped by fear. She told him her friend was the wizard who owned the flying castle and used his power to save them all, just as he had saved her before. She worked hard to convince the captives he was a good person. The young man said they were technically saved by Galame 1, which had no weapons and was a reliable, non-threatening ally. The captives hesitated, but one took the initiative, stepped forward, and introduced himself. Stepping forward, he said he doubted the young man. Though called a great mage, they had never heard his name, and without proof he could not trust him. The mage had to present something substantial. Under the intense stare, the young man hesitated, unsure what they would accept as proof. The warrior asked what kind of castle it was, and whether it really flew, and the boy confirmed it was a flying castle, adding that he had ordered the golem to bring them for evacuation. He lives in a castle with a pond and a farm where residents have meat and fish. No one goes hungry or feels hot, and the sky is always pleasant. You can play as much as you like and sing loudly at night without anyone getting upset. The prisoner laughed aloud. He told his fellow tribesmen everything was fine. The mage did not seem likely to betray them. One by one, the captives began leaving the wagon. Apologizing for his rudeness, the warrior said it was hard for him to trust anyone who promises safety but actually provides it, and the young man said he understood because they had been through tough times. Once more, he asked the captives if they were willing to stay and live in the castle. He said he knows the beastmen are being targeted by slave traders and may want to return home, but if they choose to stay, he can offer them a stable life. Grateful for his generosity, the warrior said he must decline. They are the sanctuary's guardians. He said their ancestors had watched over the forest and the sanctuary for generations, and they could not abandon that duty. Moved by what he heard, the young man said it was admirable, and the warrior added they usually handled threats themselves, but one family member had been taken hostage. The old man interrupted to remind them that the mark of a slave is not so simple. Even if the slave traders vanish, they could come back and seize those who are branded, and if hostages are taken again, they will be powerless. The warrior said firmly he would protect them. The old man insisted that even if they could defend themselves, threats still remained because the golem, not them, had saved the day, and the enemy could return with new resources. He warned that even if only 3 are affected, they can't reach the flying castle alone, and if attacked again, they will have no way to escape or find shelter. The warrior hesitated, aware the old man's words held a harsh truth, and his partner gently touched his shoulder, saying she believed accepting the mage's offer was the most sensible choice because their decision shouldn't create problems for others or make it harder for the other guardians to protect the temple grounds. Filled with awe, the warrior tenderly embraced his beloved, acknowledging her points and accepting her view. The young man, moved by the display of affection, reassured them that they need not worry and could return to the forest at any time since he understood how hard it is to be apart from loved ones. With the airship, they could reach any destination at any time, he said. The girl, who had been unconscious moments earlier, called out to her parents and interrupted their conversation. She ran up, grabbed another girl, and told the mage in a sharp voice that if he did not release everyone she would hurt his friend, making clear she planned to follow through. Roughly pulling at her hair, the beast girl again grimly insisted she intended to end her life. Her father stepped in at that moment, spoke firmly to his daughter, and explained that these were not enemies but those who had helped her and saved her from a serious threat. Still panicked and confused, the beast girl asked again, doubtful they were not slave traders, and her father stayed calm and assured her they were not, explaining they were rescuers and that the woman she had grabbed was the wife of the man who saved her. The young man, trying to join the conversation politely and without drama, explained they were not married but only living together temporarily and that he planned to send her home soon. The father, clearly irritated, gave his daughter a stern look and ordered her to let the girl go, and the daughter, still confused, apologized timidly. The father turned to the young man, thanked him sincerely, and stressed that to their people this girl is also a symbol of salvation, while the beast girl kept apologizing. And calmly speaking to the warrior's daughter, the girl explained that her thoughts may have been confused after a recent, deeply traumatic experience. She gave a gentle, reassuring smile, expressed sympathy, and told them not to blame themselves, explaining that in a hard situation she only wanted to protect those closest to her. Shaken by the unexpected support, the animal girl began to cry, and the young woman gently stepped forward to comfort her. The young man raised his voice slightly and told all the beastfolk that anyone who wants to return home can board the wagon, which the golem will take along the proper route. The animal girl asked if her mother would go with the others. Her father calmly explained that, sadly, slave traders had branded her mother a slave, and that to protect the sacred land, it was better for her to stay away from the forest, and she, deeply upset, demanded an explanation to understand exactly what he meant. Determined and steady, the girl promised to stay by her mother's side. The father stayed calm and tried to explain that their lives had taken different paths and would remain separate. The young man told the warrior he would not stand in the way if the warrior's daughter stayed in the castle, but the father interrupted, asked for time, and said he doubted his daughter fully understood what was happening because they had the important responsibility of protecting the temple. The girl held her mother's hand and insisted she would not back down and would stay with her. Trying to reassure his father, the young man promised they would definitely return after 3 months. Barely holding back his emotions, the father felt deep sorrow and sighed quietly, weighed down by his daughter entering a difficult stage of growing up. Leaving the Beastman settlement, the castle rose slowly into the sky, its edges cutting through the evening air. Branded beastmen who chose to stay in the castle bowed deeply, grateful to have their lives spared. They sincerely promised to repay the kindness through their effort and dedication, and the young man, slightly embarrassed by their respect, asked them to stay calm and be natural, without unnecessary formality. Then the beast people introduced themselves. They were the tribal leader's wife, her younger siblings, and her daughter. The mother, restrained but warm, warned that her daughter can be disobedient and may not always show her feelings, but she assured that deep down the child is kind and responsive and asked that she be cared for. Noticing obvious injuries on the girl, the young man offered treatment to prevent complications, and when her uncle asked if he would use magic, the young man, slightly flustered, said he needed to diagnose her first since the wound might heal on its own. He placed the girl in a cylindrical capsule for a medical exam. She was anxious at first, but the procedure ended quickly and revealed a vitamin deficiency from not eating enough fruits and vegetables. Watching the display, the girl suddenly noticed the device was showing all the parameters, including body features. Embarrassed, she realized her personal data had been fully exposed and reacted. The young man, confused and awkward, quickly explained it happened during diagnostics while she was unconscious. Later, the young man and his friend said they planned to cook a tasty dish with fresh vegetables picked from the farm, and one of the beast folk offered to help, so he thanked her and said that with everyone's help the work would go much faster. The leader's wife agreed that they should prepare to meet the other mages, but when the young man explained, they discovered only 2 people lived in the castle, which slightly disappointed them since they had expected an entire order of wizards. Cooking with such a large group was new to him, and he looked forward to the process, while everyone eagerly started cooking, and he showed the beast folk several vegetables they had rarely used before. Once all 6 were seated at the table full of delicious food, they said a prayer and began their meal. Watching closely, the young man looked for reactions to the rice he served, hoping his guest would share his love for this important part of Japanese culture. Slightly disappointed that no one showed much interest, he resolved to make sure everyone would appreciate the rice in the future. Watching the clouds, the girl remembered the young man's words that their time together was only temporary and she would soon return home. Walking around the farm, they explored the area with curiosity, marveled at unfamiliar vegetables, and watched the robo-helpers with slight caution. They treated the young man with respect, believing he was a powerful mage who controlled many golems, and he felt tense because he wanted to explain that he had inherited the castle after a death but could not find the right words. The leader's wife offered to use magic to help with the harvest and other chores as a thank you, and although the young man at first refused, the beastman's persistence prevailed. He relented and agreed, feeling a vague sense of guilt. Noticing his sister's pensive mood, the beastwoman's younger brother asked what was bothering her, and she said she had a strange feeling, as if she'd met the mage's friends somewhere before. Alone, the young man said he was pleased everyone appreciated the castle. She agreed and said she was glad people had been kind. Then he pointed to a monitor with a map and said they had flown a little and come across a city with 2 towers, asking if it seemed familiar to her. The girl said she believed it was Vich, a city in the center of the Brow Empire, and that its towers were the main symbol. She said the Brow Empire is a powerful state hostile to her homeland, Aktala, and often invades neighboring regions to impose its political will on them. Thanking him, she said he was kinder than most people she'd met. A notification appeared on the castle's screen about an unidentified object approaching. The young man quickly switched the view and saw someone heading toward the castle. A tall, noble young man with long, perfectly straight hair hovered in the air, defying the laws of nature, and calmly stopped right in front of the flying castle. Shrouded in a dark aura, a mage silently commanded the color to disappear, sensing danger and unwilling to risk it. Titled Highness, his master muttered under his breath, then pulled his lips into a crooked, unsettling grin as a mad fire danced in his eyes, revealing hidden, possibly sinister intentions. Frozen by the sight, the boy could not move or make sense of what was happening around him. A few hours earlier, an alarming commotion broke out in the city when a report said an unidentified flying object was rapidly approaching the area. Servants hurried to the palace and urgently demanded an immediate audience with His Highness, who was then leisurely surrounded by charming, attractive young women, lively and cheerfully entertaining him. His Highness irritably declared that he would not forgive such insolence if it turned out that the servant disturbed his peace for a trivial, insignificant reason. With his head bowed in respect and fear, the servant quietly said a messenger had arrived with news of a strange object moving through the air and approaching from the south. Surprised by what he heard, the king asked again whether it was a mage or some kind of wizard, but the servant said it was a flying object spotted in the sky, and as he grew more interested the king perked up and, with the corners of his mouth lifting into an almost imperceptible smile, whispered that this development seemed extremely intriguing to him, then again, clearly surprised. He whispered that it was a mage or some kind of wizard, while the servant confirmed that it was indeed a mage or some kind of wizard. The king asked his subordinate about the mysterious object's exact speed and was told it moved far faster than any horse and would likely reach the empire's main capital by tomorrow. He chuckled maliciously, clearly expecting something sinister. The king told one of his commanders to assemble all subordinates at once, reminded them his mages had no other duties, and ordered them to prepare to depart to inspect the object, saying he would go with them to see the truth for himself. Another nervous subordinate rushed to warn the king, saying it was too dangerous, and they could not let His Majesty approach such a suspicious, possibly hostile object, because even the slightest threat to the monarch's life would be a disaster. The king's expression hardened, and in a cold voice he quietly asked how the subordinate had dared to defy his will. The subordinate immediately began denying it, offering excuses and trying to soften his words. With a calm, authoritative gesture, the king gave a silent command, and the knights immediately seized the servant, who insisted it was all a misunderstanding. Screams of horror and pain fill the room, but the cruel, ruthless ruler remains completely indifferent, not a muscle in his face moving. Later, the mage commander hovered high in the sky directly in front of the flying castle, the king himself at his side. The king saw for himself an island floating in the air, with a real stone castle on top. The spectacle was so astonishing that the king was both impressed and moved to tears by overwhelming emotion. He shouted at the top of his lungs that the place must be his, and followed that with a loud, sinister laugh. In the dark observation room, the young man still couldn't understand why that manic, terrifying gaze kept laughing and wouldn't stop. Feeling confused, he said everything happening frightened him, and that beside the old man stood a strange, long-eared figure clearly not human. Guessing aloud, the young man said that beyond the known beastfolk other races might exist in this world he had not been aware of, while his friend, gripped by terror and slick with cold sweat, barely kept her voice steady and whispered that the emperor himself stood before them. Completely puzzled, the young man asked her who this emperor was and what he was like. Fear overwhelmed her so much that dark, frightening memories surfaced, leaving her unable to speak coherently. Concerned, the young man asked if she felt okay and if everything was all right, but she, stunned, could barely say his name. Hands trembling from inner turmoil, she reached for him hoping for a brief connection but froze at the last moment, painfully remembering she had no right to show weakness or depend on anyone, and that her fate was to be independent and alone. So she held back tears, whispered an apology, and left quickly, unable to bear the emotional strain and overwhelming feelings. The iron golem caught the girl when she suddenly lost consciousness and went limp. Worried, the young man ordered her taken to the medical chamber immediately. Her condition was alarming, and she looked terrified and exhausted. He remembered with unease that the old man he'd met earlier had a terrifying, oppressive aura. The man looked like someone who enjoyed causing pain, with a cartoonish but still dangerous expression. Gripped by panic, he wished it was a dream and hoped someone would pinch him, since he couldn't believe this had happened right after they entered the Brow Empire's territory, which meant they now had to be extremely cautious and always on guard, and if the Empire attacked their castle, its strong barrier and battle-ready golems would defend them. Defeating a dragon gave them a calm confidence, but he remained confused because he could never have imagined, even in his wildest thoughts, that they could be attacked, especially since other creatures now lived in the castle too. Seeing her friend unconscious in the golem's arms, the beast girl asked anxiously what had happened. The golem replied calmly that he believed she had suffered severe stress, had likely become too anxious, and he would check on her condition. At that moment, the other beastfolk rushed forward, surrounded the girl and fired questions at her, asking if she was afraid of the flying people they'd seen and whether it could have been a mage. And when she guessed it was a mage from the Bra Empire on a scouting mission, everyone froze in shock and a heavy silence fell. To ease the tension, he quickly assured everyone that everything was under control and there was no danger, that as long as they stayed inside the castle, they could consider themselves completely safe. And after hearing him and reading his expression, the beastmen agreed and felt relatively calm. Few took a lighter tone, showed interest in whether he truly controlled all the golems in the castle by himself, and reassured him that as long as they stayed under his protection, everything would be fine. In the healing room, watching his friend, the young man kept telling himself he had to do everything he could to protect all his new companions who had become dear to him. Seeing her peaceful face, he knew with sadness that he would miss her if anything happened to her. Although the flying castle held immense power and the golem army could easily repel any human attack, control rested solely with him, and he began to doubt his ability to shoulder such a huge responsibility or to command that vast power. Realizing worries and doubts alone would not help, he resolved to act, gathered his strength, and hurried to work, first instructing the golem to watch over his friend. Eager for total control, he quickly set out to learn everything he could about his castle. Examining each taskbar feature, he was once again convinced that the angel had done a magnificent job creating so many unique, useful elements in the castle, filling him with genuine enthusiasm and inspiration as the castle of his dreams awaited its master and needed to be understood. Waking up, she realized she'd fainted again. Racked with guilt, she called herself weak and berated herself as a coward. After leaving her room, she searched for the gentleman and his constant companion, the golem, but found them nowhere. She opened one of the many rooms and felt surprised and relieved to find him asleep beside the control panel, utterly exhausted. Even asleep, the same thought kept coming back. He had to protect everyone around him. Anxious to keep the cold away, she hurried to cover him. The golem noticed and handed her a warm blanket, and she thanked him before carefully draping it over her friend so she would not disturb his rest. With affection and gratitude, she gently patted his head and softly whispered her thanks for everything he had done. Meanwhile, in his dark hall, the evil king sat on his throne, saying over and over with manic delight that the day was wonderful and that the flying castle would be his despite any obstacle. He ordered his commander to gather all available warriors and move at once to seize the castle. Approaching the commander, he said in a grave tone that completing this mission was crucial not only for him as a warrior and officer, but also for the welfare of his family, his lineage, and the entire elven people to whom he belongs and for whom he is responsible. Without saying much, he removed one of his adornments, a ring with special symbolism, not just a valuable item, but a recognized national treasure and symbol of power belonging to the supreme elite. With a solemn demeanor, he handed it to the elf, stressing that the elf must protect and care for the ring as a vital relic, and if the mission to capture the flying castle succeeds, he would seriously consider promoting him to the rank of first-class citizen, granting special rights and honor. Kneeling respectfully, he extended his hand with precise military poise and said calmly that he would do his utmost to meet the expectations set for him. Pleased, the king lightly tapped his elegant staff on the elf's forehead to mark him and said he was watching, saw everything, and fully relied on his loyalty and results. Leaving the secluded chamber where he had spoken with the king, the elf stepped outside deep in thought, suspecting the king only wanted another toy and fearing the gift he planned to give would be poorly received, not suit the king's taste, and only cause irritation. Seizing the moment, the commander moved close to the elf and asked eagerly which specific toy he meant, then said she planned to propose to the king a military campaign against the neighboring border state Actually, so weak that taking it would be more of a drill or demonstration than a real war. Curious, she asked whether he had personally inspected the flying castle with the king and whether he had tried to assess its combat potential and design. The elf admitted it was far beyond his understanding, explaining the castle was built on an extremely complex magical formula he'd never seen before, and that, if his observations were correct, he had also spotted a small golem on the island, adding to the mystery. When the commander heard there was a golem, she smiled with a sly, predatory look, and a keen interest lit her eyes as her hunting instinct woke. With cold confidence, she said that however advanced, unusual, or high-tech their enemies might be, they would not win the fight, because her golems, built under the Imperial program, are the most advanced, powerful, and destructive war machines in the known world. Shihira Taiki was an ordinary civil servant living an unremarkable life in the modern world, until one day he died for a completely absurd reason, not because his time had come, but because an angel made an unforgivable mistake, and through sheer carelessness, took his soul prematurely. To hide her mistake and avoid divine punishment, the angel decided to fix the situation by sending him to a completely unfamiliar world, fulfilling his deepest childhood wish. Through strange, unlikely circumstances, he found himself in a new world and became the owner of a vast, magnificent flying castle high in the sky. Though he had many doubts, fears, and questions, the invincible, unstoppable castle could fly anywhere without limits, and his new life in this different world was just beginning, opening wide horizons before him. While logging another activated function of the flying castle in his journal and checking the control systems, he collapsed to the floor, completely exhausted and unable to withstand his built-up fatigue. Around the castle on the floating island stood many useful buildings and structures, so the beast folk and the girl went to explore them up close and study them. They inspected the mill, the water treatment facility, the huge tanks, and the grain storage, which turned out to be where the main products were made. The curious beast girl asked her companion about the grain storage, and the companion explained patiently that golems process grain there into flour, the main ingredient for bread, noodles, and other flour-based dishes. Another beast woman, seeing how organized everything was amazed that so many golems were controlled by a single mage, and immediately asked about the nearby building. The girl, slightly embarrassed, said the gentleman had strictly ordered her not to go near the building, so she knew nothing about it and could not guess what was inside. The beastmen began to speculate that it might hold secret magical mechanisms, relics, or ancient devices used by the great master mage himself, and they became curious about where all the livestock had gone. At the large, brightly lit pool, the girl explained it was a heated swimming pool, with swimsuits available like at a summer cottage, and when she politely invited them to swim, everyone agreed eagerly and happily. Excited, the girls began browsing and choosing swimsuits, playfully arguing and laughing together. One of the beast folks offered to help a girl pick a swimsuit. She paused, struggling for words as her gaze fell on a strange mark, a slave's tattoo on one of the beast folk. Seeing the girl's gaze, the beast woman calmly but firmly asked whether the slave brands and marks made her feel hatred or disgust, and the girl was confused and couldn't find an answer, unsure how to express her feelings. Continuing, she admitted that technically she could be called a slave, but feels shame rather than anger, and she does not intend to live that way. Because the master allowed them to live freely in the castle, she wants to change her fate, and said her former life as protector of the forest temple could have ended long ago, but she chose to do everything she can to repay the master for his rescue, kindness, and generosity. Seeing the other girls in cute, colorful swimsuits laughing, playing, and splashing happily in the pool, she finally decided to join them in the fun. Everyone froze in silent shock when they saw a slave mark on her hand, but it was unlike any mark they had seen before. The youngest of the beast folk ran up to her, closely inspected her hand, touching and checking it as if trying to confirm they were really seeing it. Embarrassed and guilty, her uncle turned away and quietly said he shouldn't have acted that way. His older sister approached, regretful, and said the girl had probably been through a lot, just like them. Looking at the mark again, the younger one tried to reassure her, saying they lived high in the sky in a flying castle protected by a great wizard, and there was no point in dwelling on the past. Hugging her tightly with a broad, encouraging smile, she said the master did not care whether someone was a slave, since he treated even the beast folk with respect and humanity. Seeing the beast people's acceptance without judgment, despite her stigma, moved her deeply, and a warm feeling filled her as she imagined living here above the clouds and sharing this new home with them. Quietly, with a faint, almost invisible smile, she whispered to herself that she would like to stay in the castle and learn to get along with everyone, and noticing Golem's gaze, she playfully asked him to take care of her as he had before. Understanding her, the golem reached out his hand as before, and she smiled warmly and accepted it with confidence and trust. The young man in the observation room felt genuinely glad that everyone had reached mutual understanding and harmony. The girls tried udon for the first time during a delicious meal, the noodles made with love and care, and the table buzzed with lively conversation about recipes, different sauces, and friendly, casual talk. One of the beastmen, curious about a detail, asked the girl if she had any connection to the kingdom of Achel, and she, clearly on guard, demanded to know why, while he replied that he had always heard Achel's royal family has distinctive red hair, since all red-haired people there are of noble blood. His sister, a beastkin, scolded him sharply for being tactless and said such questions were inappropriate for a girl, but he, completely missing the point, said in genuine confusion that he thought she would be curious too, and the girl, visibly upset, apologized, stood up quickly from the table, and ran off, unable to control her emotions. Noticing this, the gentleman called to her, but she didn't turn, so he asked everyone to continue the meal without him and promised he would return soon. Catching up to her, he moved closer, and she stopped, apologized, and turned to him, expecting a reprimand. He gently said he wouldn't ask questions and didn't judge her for her past, then suggested they return to the table before their noodles got cold. Sensing the crowd's mood, the golem gently took the man's hand and guided it toward the girl to encourage reconciliation. The young man held out his hand, looked at it gently, and smiled warmly, bringing tears to her eyes. Unable to hold back, she took his hand and, sobbing, admitted she had been lying to him all along. She revealed she was not a simple village girl, but Princess Letitia Illa Achele from the kingdom of Achele, branded a wicked sinner who betrayed her country. Letitia Illa Achel was a princess of the kingdom of Achel, born and raised in the palace's luxury, Surrounded by soft castle walls and familiar routines, she lived peacefully and knew nothing of hardship or worry. From a young age, the ladies of the court admired Letitia and always tried to flatter her to win her favor, but she stayed modest and reserved, never proud and accepting compliments with slight embarrassment. One day her peaceful life ended suddenly and harshly. One quiet day, King Achel told her a letter had arrived from the fourth prince of the Great Brow Empire, and it included an official request from the prince asking to marry her, sent through a messenger. Worried, Letitia asked whether the prince already had more than 15 wives, as was rumored. Reluctantly, the king replied briefly, his voice uncertain, that as far as he knew their numbers might have decreased. Cutting the conversation short, he said there was no need to talk further and left quickly to avoid more questions. She called to her father, but he turned and gave her a cold, distant look. He insisted this was for the country's good, and the decision was final, saying she must marry the fourth prince because he had raised her from childhood for that purpose and would not accept refusal. With no choice left, the princess, defeated, whispered that she understood. When news of her engagement spread through the palace, the ladies-in-waiting immediately came to congratulate her and offer warm praise, and she kept her confusion hidden and thanked them even though she could not believe it. She refused to bind her future to a man she'd never met. The whole courtyard buzzed with excitement, and many were already getting ready to escort her to her new life in the groom's palace. A guard said Prince Brow had sent a valuable gift for the engagement, and a servant handed her a letter saying the ring inside was a symbol of their future bond and meant to celebrate their union. Everyone gathered around, watching with curiosity and envy as she opened the box that held the mysterious gift. Letitia carefully lifted the lid and opened the box, and screams of horror filled the room when she saw a human finger with a ring on it. People recoiled and her hands shook as she read the second letter. The prince wrote that he was happy to join his fate with such a beautiful, refined woman, and as a sign of respect, sent one of his treasures, adding that the ring's former owner proved useless, and he looked forward to meeting her in person so they could play. He added that his servants would soon arrive to confirm the engagement, leaving her confused because the prince had already sent a ring. Later, it became clear his servants were mages, whose job was to brand her with a slave mark and claim her as the prince's property. The courtiers were alarmed and outraged that the princess, a member of the royal family, faced such humiliation, and they insisted it was an insult never heard of and that branding her a slave was appalling. The guard, clutching the letter and looking downcast, confirmed that, unfortunately, it was all true. She was shocked. Her own father accepted that fate as if he had sold her like property. Soon she heard terrifying rumors about the fourth Prince of Brow, that he was cruel and twisted, that he drove his wives to death, and that people called him a monster, while his father was a tyrant who did not see people as living beings. Her father fully understood what he was condemning his daughter to. Begging with tears and cries, she asked not to be branded, but the king did not look her in the eye. That day a slave mark was forced onto her body as a sign of her submission. After that, she withdrew completely and announced she would leave alone, without an entourage or servants. Bidding farewell to the courtiers, her beloved homeland, and even her father, she climbed into the carriage, not expecting to see them again. She woke in an unfamiliar bedroom in a roadside castle and asked her companions to stop here to rest. The guards said the journey to the empire was still long, so they would stay until morning. Leaving the room carefully, she suddenly realized no one was watching her. Fear gripped her, leaving no wish to die, to become a victim, or to betray herself and her country, and when she saw her reflection in the sparkling ring, she asked whether she had to accept such an end. Clenching her teeth, she threw the ring on the floor and ran into the night without looking back, resolved to fight for her life. Under the starry sky and the full moon, memories of her former quiet life rose, filling her with regret and longing. After several days on the run, she reached the edge of a cliff and was rescued. The gentleman who took her in listened to her whole story with compassion. Acknowledging her trust, he said it must have been painful for her. In tears, she kept calling herself a traitor and a sinner for choosing to flee instead of dying for her country. Gently hugging her, he whispered that everything was now okay, that she was safe, and that he would do everything he could to help her. The princess, trembling, clung to him even tighter and burst into tears. After a while, they went back to the table where the others were waiting. The beastman immediately apologized for his tactless curiosity, and she apologized for running off so suddenly, assuring him everything was fine. Lifting the tray, the youngest beast girl cheerfully said she'd warmed the food. The princess gave a faint smile and thanked her, feeling a warmth she thought she had lost forever. Once calm returned to the table, the gentleman noticed the golem scanning the area with suspicion. Meanwhile, inspired by the speech, the empire's commander led the army to the border with a battle cry, her words full of fury and determination, as she vowed to bring back the head of the one who had dared to look down on the Brow Empire. When the other kids learned the truth about the princess's past, the youngest suddenly realized her friend was a real princess and felt awkward and visibly nervous, as if her friend lived in a world she could never reach. When the princess praised her warmly and without any hint of superiority for her quick, skillful work, she looked down and blushed, saying she had been used to doing household chores and helping her mother with everything since early childhood. Smiling gently, the princess praised the girl's hard work and said she was almost certain that with the same dedication and zeal she used helping her aunt and mother, she would bring them great benefit and joy. After a moment's thought, the animal girl asked the princess if she had ever helped her own parents with anything important or simple in everyday life. After a brief pause, the princess said she always did her best to study because she believed the knowledge might one day help her father and benefit her kingdom. Having always hoped to be a worthy daughter and to serve the country her father ruled, she honestly admitted she had no idea how ordinary people lived, what concerned them, or what difficulties they faced every day. She admitted she had never learned to cook, clean, or wash dishes and had to learn everything after arriving at the castle. At first, the master patiently taught her the simplest tasks one step at a time. She said she felt utterly useless because she couldn't manage the simple tasks any ordinary girl raised outside the palace and without courtly etiquette could easily do. Hearing this, the beast girl leaned forward with an offended look, rejecting the princess's low view of herself and determined to show the princess had far more worth than she realized. Leaning closer, she showed the princess support and said with firm confidence that they should take this journey together, do everything they can to learn what they have not yet mastered, and trust that their strength comes from it. The beast girl's mother came over with a warm, kind smile. Immediately, she promised to do everything she could to support both girls, help them through any difficulties, and keep their faith in themselves. Their snack was ready, and with the calm of an experienced hostess, she invited them to eat together to relax and regain strength after their heavy conversation. Thanking her, the princess paused for a moment and said she would first visit the gentleman to invite him to join them, then quietly stepped into the next room. The gentleman stood motionless, unable to look away from the large magical monitor, showing live footage of the fierce, bloody battle unfolding at that moment. It was hard to believe that what he saw wasn't an illusion or a bad dream, but was real, and that he had unwittingly witnessed true horror. He watched the princess's homeland, her home, her land and her country swallowed by fire, smoke, and the chaos of a relentless war with no escape. Knights filled the screen, debating the princess's fate and saying the enemies had targeted her kingdom from the start, with the whole wedding likely part of a carefully devised plan. They also remember that, despite her high rank, the princess had a slave mark, so they doubted a powerful empire would let her escape unnoticed. Many believed her homeland would not accept a royal marked by the enemy's brand, and she had likely been killed to provide an excuse to start a war. Panic spread through Falby as events unfolded, and teams scrambled to evacuate citizens while there was still time to avert disaster. Hearing the enemy army was approaching, some soldiers already saw themselves as dead. The empire filled them with dread, and no one thought their forces could hold out even for a short time. Unprotected ordinary citizens, gripped by fear and despair, run through the streets unsure where to find safety from the fast-approaching disaster. Watching the battle, the commander was annoyed that the opponents hid behind walls, as if they had forgotten her army of golems could easily demolish those barriers. A massive explosion ripped through the center of the battlefield, showing the Imperial golem's destructive power and how helpless the defenders were against that raw, relentless force. Defenders were stunned to see the massive walls, long thought impregnable, collapse in moments as if made of dry clay. The commander said with a sarcastic smile that she took no pleasure in crushing the weak, but she made it clear she would take these lands at any cost and put them under the emperor's rule. Ordering the advance, she reminded her warriors that their imperial golems are the greatest force and have never been defeated. The man watched the tool's walls being destroyed and felt anxiety rise because he was sure there were still citizens in the capital who had not managed to leave, and he feared soldiers and civilians, including women, the elderly, and children, would be trapped and killed if no one intervened. Knowing the imperial golems were deadly and that the blast that broke the wall made his heart clench with fear, he doubted whether his beloved, powerful golem could match them, but determination began to grow in him. Tearful, the princess entered the room and begged the gentleman to let her join them, then apologized quietly and said she had been watching for some time, troubled by her inner turmoil. Regret filled her voice as she said that if she had once obeyed the Empire's orders, the bloodshed might already have ended, and that she had kept herself alive only out of selfishness, tormented by agonizing remorse. Tears streaming, she managed a faint smile, and warmly said she was truly happy to have reached him before it was all over. With reverence and determination, she bowed deeply, tears in her eyes, and prayed for permission to fulfill her destiny, saying her only wish was to save the people. He replied coldly and briefly that he could not allow it, and when she repeated her request, he asked if she could betray him to the enemy, knowing it would lead to his downfall. Kneeling beside her, he said in a low, restrained voice that her father may have given her to the empire, sacrificing her to save the people, and she believes deep down this was his idea of justice, and as a gentleman, he neither dares nor has the right to judge her feelings. Still, he said firmly that he dreams of finding another way that does not involve sacrifice or betrayal. Determined to find a solution even if it takes time, he vowed to save her homeland. Unable to hold back her sobs, she told him in a trusting voice that she believed him completely, but her heart was still full of worry. She warned the Lord that the Empire had already targeted the floating castle, and that even a single mistake could invite an attack, noting he might not grasp the Empire's overwhelming power. Repeated that the Empire spares no one and can wipe entire nations off the map, and begged him once more to hand her over because, despite the castle's wonders and strength, it was not an absolute defense, and she would not risk the inhabitants' lives. Her thoughts stayed with the people of her kingdom, the kind, wonderful individuals she truly loved and wanted to save. Holding the gentleman's hand with desperate tenderness, she admitted she couldn't bear to lose him too and couldn't even imagine him dead. Smiling gently and reassuringly, the man said he would not die, explaining he had already died once and been reborn, that his previous life ended suddenly and he awoke in another world, and now he is determined to be a support and a shield so his loved ones can live in peace and happiness. Smiling, he said again with confidence that he would do everything he could and asked her to just pray to the angel for victory. Left alone with his thoughts after he finished, he admitted that although he looked strong and confident, he did not know where it would lead and blamed himself for his uncertainty. Deep down, he did not want to say much or interfere, and though his original plan was just to buy time for people to escape, he now resolved to end the war once and for all. Turning to his golem, he prepared to share the new plan he had been considering. Shaking Gollum's hand firmly as a sign of trust, he smiled with genuine joy and said he counted on him as a loyal partner. Moments later, the mighty Gollum surged forward with steady determination, bringing hope. To protect the child, he easily shoved the enemy aside, picked him up, and hurried to safety, while the commander, sensing something was wrong, turned to see what had happened. Golems were immensely valuable in this new world because they could shift the balance of power and greatly strengthen an opponent's army. Only skilled wizards with deep knowledge and great effort could create these powerful beings. Gollum served not only as a combat unit, but also as living proof of a mage's skill and magical power, representing their country. A nation's power showed in the number and quality of its golems, and the Brow Empire was feared across the land for its formidable arsenal of high-class golems. Sent from the flying castle to rescue civilians, Gollum A1 saw enemy golems in gleaming armor charging straight at him. At the last moment, Golem A1 struck with a crushing blow, instantly taking down one of the opponents who tried to catch it off guard. More enemy machines were closing in on the battlefield, forcing the A1 into a grueling defense as it fended off attacks from all directions. Clenching her fist, the commander watched in horror as the Imperial golems, once thought invincible, were taken down one by a mysterious white golem, and furious, she demanded explanations from her subordinates, who awkwardly said intelligence had reported nothing about such an opponent. A nervous mage was about to stop A1 when the captain cut him off and ordered that no one act without her direct command. Even so, other mages, panicked and desperate to turn the tide, summoned their golems and charged the white adversary, and the Imperial mages felt relief when they saw they had surrounded A1, hoping it would be the turning point. Suddenly, with a massive effort, the white golem broke free of the enemy's grip and sent them flying like splinters in a storm. The A1's young pilot told him the Imperial forces had fallen back to Falby, reinforcements were already on their way to the capital, and they were ready to push the enemy out of the country. The captain, consumed by rage and humiliation, could not believe her glorious, unmatched golems had been defeated, and tormented by the source of that power, and by anyone who dared oppose her, she vowed to find whoever was behind it and destroy them. She stared at a majestic island floating in the sky, a sign of looming doom. She decided at once that this was the castle the king desired, filled with mystery and power. The anxious mages approached the commander for new orders and waited for her decision. She knew their unit was in the city with no proper support from the main forces, and even though the defeat wasn't the golem's fault, her heart tightened. Trembling, she kept telling herself the Imperial golems were still the most powerful. Refusing to acknowledge the mage who dared challenge them, she vowed to bring him down from the sky to prove who truly held power. The elf glided across the sky, watching the flying castle and its surroundings as if sensing the changes ahead. When the soldiers heard the imperial army had retreated, hope flared in their chests and they thought they might be saved, but the warriors were also confused, not knowing who the white golems were or whose side they were on, so they kept their guard up and stayed ready for anything. Unexpectedly, one of the rescued boys, childlike and unfazed by the others' fear, approached A1 and thanked him for the rescue with a sincere, beaming smile. Hearing that simple, heartfelt thanks, Gollum gently ran a hand through his hair, revealing a rare warmth. A large crowd soon gathered around A1, thanking them together with genuine appreciation and awe. A knight approached the general and reported a message from His Majesty that General Hillard was returning from Falby, and they needed to contact the owner of the flying castle for negotiations. The general frowned and reminded them that, as far as he knew, the city of Falby had been captured. The soldier, looking confused, said the latest information was that golems had come and liberated it. Deep in thought, the general was shaken to realize that without the mysterious golems his country might already be under the Empire's rule, and he mentally told the princess he had been wrong to think she had fled, and now believed she remained in the capital sharing the people's fate. Later, his thoughts turned to the king, and he bitterly realized that by sacrificing his daughter, the king had put the kingdom at risk, and now all he could do was wonder how the king felt seeing the consequences of his decision. The golem emitted a strange, thoughtful sound that surprised everyone, as if it were about to speak. Calmly, the young man controlling the golem through a connection explained that the voice was his sent through a magical phone system, introduced himself as the owner of the flying castle, assured everyone he meant no harm, and said he was ready to discuss everything directly. He said he had an important proposal and wanted to meet in person, inviting them to come up to the castle. The princess watched the young man with mild concern and could not tell what he planned, but he gave a calm, gentle smile and asked her to trust him and let him handle everything. Addressing everyone in the castle, the lord said with real excitement that they had successfully defended the kingdom of Azul and driven off the imperial army. Puzzled, the beastmen exchanged glances and missed most of the conversation, then froze when they realized that while they'd been casually talking about farm chores, sipping tea and planning dinner, their master had single-handedly saved an entire nation. The young man, scratching his head awkwardly, insisted he was just going with the flow and that the golems deserved all the credit. He announced that important guests would arrive at the castle soon for negotiations, then awkwardly admitted he didn't know exactly who would come and only wanted to give everyone a heads up so they could prepare. The little beast girl immediately looked at the princess's sad expression with concern. Noticing this, the young man asked the adult beast woman what was happening, and she said she wasn't sure they could prepare something suitable for the guests if they started right away, but if possible, she wanted to make food the guests would enjoy. The rest of her family opposed the idea and firmly reminded her it was not something to celebrate. The younger beast girl asked the gentleman whether they should bother with preparations, and he replied they might, but it would be better to give some of the farm's vegetables to the people of the ruined city of Azul, reminding them that many homes lie in ruins, many people are homeless, and food would be a great help. He urged giving the victims as much food as possible to help them through this difficult time. He pointed out they still had wheat and rice in reserve, so they could share some with those in need without losing any themselves. Encouraged, the team got to work and agreed to handle the vegetables carefully. Slightly puzzled, the princess felt deeply moved by the gentleman's proposals and the care he showed for her people. Looking at the clothes in the locker, he thought it strange that he would speak on behalf of an entire country to important people, and he grew nervous because he never imagined this happening. He hesitated about wearing something formal. It had been a long time since he'd seen his suit, and imagining himself dressed up for serious nights felt ridiculous, so he wavered. He chose to start from scratch to imagine the ideal man he wanted to become, but he felt lost and realized he didn't know how much he could change how he saw himself, so he began thinking even more deeply. Realizing he looked foolish, he decided to focus on something simpler and easier to understand. Leaving the room, he bumped into the princess. Unable to hold back, she finally burst into tears, letting the accumulated pain go as she bowed her head to thank him for saving her homeland. When he asked if she was worried, she replied in a low voice that she was, and when he asked if she loved her country, she gave another short, sincere answer. Relieved, he said he was glad he could save her, but stressed this was only the beginning and asked her to trust him and let him handle everything. In the capital of the Kingdom of Azul, the general turned to an old acquaintance and with relief said he was glad to see her. Smiling, she replied that she too was glad to see him safe and sound. The general said he had heard about the attack on Falby, and she sighed to confirm it, saying it had been almost the same as in the capital. Golems had appeared and saved them, and she said she did not know how she could ever thank them while feeling helpless. She added bitterly that, although she was responsible for Falby's defense, they were powerless against the Imperial forces. The general told her it was more important now to focus on the upcoming negotiations with the owner of the flying castle. He warned that if the attack stopped not because of a truce, but because of a new plan to conquer, they would have to bow to something even more terrifying than the Empire. Anxiously she asked whether he truly believed the threat remained, and he said that after all that had happened their country lay in ruins, and it would be too easy for someone to pose as saviors and seize control. Convinced that no one helps others without expecting something in return, he bitterly believed there was always a hidden motive. When they reached the meeting point, she asked Golem A1 directly if they could take off. The flying island drew near, and she could hardly believe it. The way it flew seemed impossible, so she concluded only extraordinarily skilled wizards could have done it. As the golems approached, the warriors tensed for danger, but a voice from them told the group not to worry and that staying still was safest. The golems cradled the knights like precious cargo and rose quickly. A gentleman at the top smiled warmly and thanked them for coming despite their busy schedules and responsibilities. Claiming to own a flying castle, he introduced himself, but the knights were more shocked to see their princess standing beside him. They asked her right away why she was there, and she answered softly with a hint of sadness that it had been a long time since they last met. The stern general, seeing her alive, could not hold back his emotions. Tears filled his eyes and he wiped them away, quietly saying he was glad she was okay because he had been sure she was dead. She stepped closer, looked at him with feeling, moved that someone had cried for her, and thanked him. The princess said a gentleman saved her while she tried to escape the army, and the astonished commander asked if she had really fled the empire on her own. Clutching her skirt and looking away, she admitted abandoning her royal duty out of a selfish desire to survive. She acknowledged the country will now view her as a traitor, and that she could face life in prison or even the death penalty. The gentleman cut her off and argued that fear of death is natural for every living being. The commander replied firmly that the princess is no ordinary person, but the heir to the throne, and must therefore sacrifice herself for the country. Knowing she had to marry the prince of the Brow Empire to save her country, she pushed the thought out of her mind. The gentleman couldn't understand why she spoke of it as if it were obvious, as if bringing about her own doom were natural. Lowering her gaze, the princess said that her neglect of duty had led to the war. The general cut her off and said the empire would have attacked anyway. They had simply seized a convenient moment, since they had been planning the conquest for a long time. He shrugged, noting that it was strange she had managed to escape, since she was supposed to be under constant guard and accompanied by many soldiers. He was sure they could not be so careless and naive as to simply let her leave, and the princess agreed, remembering there had been no guards at the hotel where their group stayed. Later, while hiding from pursuit, she overheard people in the city saying the soldiers who had escorted her were from her own kingdom and were reportedly facing execution for letting her escape. The general firmly objected, saying such a thing was impossible under any circumstances and that none of it was true, especially since her father, King Risen, had not sent a single warrior to accompany his daughter. The commander, leaning forward with interest, asked who might be behind it, but the general frowned and said he did not know. The question worried all the soldiers who had escorted that ill-fated city. Learning that the princess would be declared a criminal and punished when she returned, the gentleman immediately suggested they claim he had simply kidnapped her. Calmly he explained that because he had captured her, no one could blame her for failing her duty under the laws of the Kingdom of Azul, and the princess, sounding worried, said she couldn't let her name be so tarnished, but he replied that it didn't matter to him since his name was worthless. Unable to hold back her tears, she whispered that he was a great wizard with a flying castle. Confident and determined, he said he has a duty to create a place where everyone can be safe and truly happy, and he will carry that duty to the end, not only for her but for everyone in the castle, because after saving her, he took on the responsibility and will do everything he can for their happiness. Taking the princess's hand gently, he asked her permission to carry out his duty. The commander expressed doubt that he intended to stage her kidnapping, and he replied confidently that this was his condition for the agreement. He admitted that he had once thought it was right to send her back to her homeland, but now he realized she was safer in the castle and could not bring himself to let her return. He said he wants her to live here in the castle, where she'll be safe. Not wanting to make unnecessary enemies, he asked them to play their parts and become his allies. Later at the royal palace, the general bowed respectfully and told the monarch that the lord of the flying castle wanted an alliance between Azul and his aerial domain. He believed that if they let the lord keep the princess, he would not act hostilely and they would come to see each other as allies. Furious, the king's advisors insisted alliances are only formed after formal talks between rulers, but the king cut them off and ordered silence, and the general noted the flying castle had already sent valuable gifts. The general reported that the lord, seeing Azul might face a food shortage, ordered generous supplies sent immediately to the capital and to the city of Falbai, and the king, nodding reservedly, praised the general for his diligence and foresight. Later the princess approached the gentleman with caution and respect, thanked him for everything he had done, and bowed her head, saying she had no words to fully express her gratitude. Timidly, she asked his permission to spend the rest of her life repaying his kindness, and he, a little embarrassed, said she didn't have to be so serious and that he was glad to see her energy returning. The princess gave a slight smile, sat down beside him, looked at him warmly, and agreed. Frustrated, the beastman complained that he wished he had seen for himself how the master's golems saved Azul. His older sister said she was glad the alliance between Azul and the flying castle would show other nations that Azul had a strong protector, while the second sister said she had heard Azul's people had suffered under the empire and hoped their lives would improve after the victory. A young girl from their family said confidently that even if enemies sought revenge, the master would handle them because his golems were very strong. Joining them, the princess praised the children for their excellent cleaning and asked whether they had finished everything. The children nodded and asked to take some vegetables. She smiled and said they could, but first they must set aside some for the master. Without warning, the animal girl asked the princess what she planned to do with the vegetables in her basket. The princess grabbed her hand and said she needed to ask a favor. Admitting she is not a good cook, but eager to repay the gentleman, the princess recalled a recipe he taught her and asked the beast girl to watch and stop her before any mistakes, saying she would be very grateful because if she follows the recipe, everything should turn out fine. The princess still feared ruining everything and asked the beast girl for a little more time. Agreeing at once, she said it was fine since they were castle mates and she was curious to see the recipe, so she'd do her best. The princess said the vegetables were already gathered and they still needed meat and rice, and the beast girl said there was rice in the kitchen, but they'd have to go to the storage for the meat. She was surprised to realize she had never been in the meat storage room because the master always brought it himself. Entering the warehouse, the two girls became alert. The place had an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Turning left, they saw a chicken sign and assumed chicken meat was likely stored there. Inside, they found odd, unfamiliar containers from which something seemed to grow and roll out as raw meat. Stunned by what they saw, they hesitated to eat the meat, but the beast girl reassured the princess that they had eaten it before and were fine, and that the master would never feed them anything harmful. They started by chopping onions until their eyes watered, then frying them, filling the kitchen with a delicious aroma. At lunchtime, the princess went to the gentleman to tell him it was time and offered to bring him food. Surprised, he asked if she had made it, and she, slightly embarrassed, confirmed it while admitting she was not as good a cook as he was. He thanked her, wished her a good meal, and curious, tried the first spoonful. He smiled and praised her. The food was truly delicious, and her cooking is excellent. Relieved, the princess admitted the beast girl had helped her. The gentleman noticed her peeking from behind the door, invited her to join them, and she chuckled awkwardly and agreed. As they ate happily, the men remembered how shy they were at first, but now they get along well and are not even afraid of rice anymore. The beast girl approached him and said her mother had mentioned the castle would soon reach the Relabras mountain range. The gentleman nodded, remembering he had seen majestic mountains in the distance. The animal girl said her people believe a god, they worship lives in this very mountain range. The master then realized the beast folk's morning and evening prayers were addressed to this same deity. To show respect, he suggested not flying directly over the mountains. The beast girl said that after Relabros they would reach the Empire of Flight, and the princess agreed, noting it is the southernmost country on the continent with a warm climate and many rivers where rumor says life is very pleasant. She added that wizards live there. Intrigued, the gentleman suggested they visit the place to restock supplies. He looked forward to his arrival in the Empire. In one of the imperial palace halls, two odd gestures chased each other and amused a local royal with their antics. He woke suddenly, as if pulled from a deep, restless sleep, and still groggy, slowly walked to the tall window of his room. Outside the window, the same endless, mesmerizing view of slowly drifting clouds stretched, wrapping the flying castle in a mysterious veil. Suddenly anxious, he feared he had slept through an important morning. Stepping back, he almost lost his footing, but his loyal golem, with quick reflexes and steady devotion, caught him before any lasting harm occurred. Alarmed by the noise and surge of magic, the princess hurried to check on him, showing concern, but he apologized, said he was fine, and realized he had slept through an important part of the morning. The girls had already made and eaten breakfast and had left a portion for him. When he realized the morning cooking usually fell to him, he felt awkward again and tried to apologize, but the princess, seeing he was exhausted from working through the night, offered to take over and said that even if she wasn't very skilled yet, she would manage. After the tense political conflict between the Kingdom of Azul and the aggressive Empire of Brow was temporarily resolved, the princess became noticeably more lively and energetic. He saw that the gloomy tones that once marked a girl who had known fear and loss had faded from her face, and although he still doubted whether, as a stranger from another world, he should interfere in the destinies of this world, he felt satisfied that his actions had not been in vain. Remembering the golem A1, he felt especially grateful. The princess saw he was tired and asked if he had been flying the drone at night, and he confirmed he had sent the flying devices on a reconnaissance mission to scout the city ruins and the distant Flayed Empire. The country felt large and prosperous, its people calm, and he was especially taken by the children who watched the drone with genuine interest and happily chased it down the streets. The beast girl suddenly interrupted the conversation, eager to show the baskets filled with the fruit they had gathered. The princess picked up a fruit, enjoyed its pleasant scent, and guessed it would be delicious. The beast girl added that the castle's strange power might be making the trees ripen faster. The gentleman said the fruit was an apple, and to make up for sleeping in that morning, promised to bake an apple pie, adding it would taste even better with ice cream. The animal girl brightened at the idea and eagerly looked forward to tasting the sweet dessert. Elsewhere in a distant empire, local guards saw a reconnaissance drone in the sky, went on alert, and took defensive positions to prepare for a possible threat. Protecting people nearby, especially children, drove their actions, and they saw the strange object as possibly hostile despite its harmless appearance. Master Lyson, the Empire's greatest mage, stood ready to stop the mysterious flying object. The mage was not sure he could present it to the citizens because he did not understand it himself. It was not a living being, he had never heard of flying golems, and he could not believe such creations existed given the technologies of the Empire and the magical land of Telsville, but if they had built it for reconnaissance, they would have kept it secret. Curiosity gripped the mage, and he was determined to explore it as far as he could. The magician couldn't figure out how the object moved and wondered if he'd have to take it apart to see how it was made. He was eager and determined to catch it. The drone shot off, sending everyone into a panic as they assumed a wizard had used wind magic, but that wasn't true. The archers were already rushing to fire their magic arrows, and the wizard nervously warned that they might hit him too. An arrow shot past, and the wizard was upset because it could have broken him. The wizard said he could not put the prince at risk because his safety came first. The prince insisted the servants make it possible for him to fly so he could see the foreign object himself, but the wizard refused, saying making one person fly was hard enough, let alone two. The prince suggested the mage lift him so they could fly together, but the mage refused again, saying he was exercising his right to refuse, and the prince was deeply offended by the mage's rudeness and ignorance. His sister came over and asked him to calm down. Smiling, she said she was glad he got along so well with the wizard, and suggested he try using magic to fly. The young lady left his rear shot up. Circling from every angle, the drone turned to face the camera. The kids watching from the flying castle froze in shock, unable to understand how they had been distracted enough for the locals to start playing with the drone. The beast girl, however, said with disgust that those people were oddballs. The drone descended and delivered a neatly folded, almost ceremonial note to the stunned mage, stating he intended to hold talks and asking that, if they were willing to hear his plea, a small group come to the shore southeast of the eastern castle the next morning. Completely shocked, the wizard couldn't contain himself and roared in amazement, leaving the townspeople below puzzled about what had happened. Genuine joy filled him that the mysterious strangers had finally appeared in this world and that contact had been made, and with renewed enthusiasm, he said he would definitely attend the meeting. Satisfied after admiring the mysterious flying golem, the mage looked toward the shimmering ocean horizon and felt a rising excitement as he realized the decisive moment had arrived to speak with the creature's creator. Keen to learn the principles of creating a golem, he hoped to beg for some precious bits of knowledge. A harsh, commanding voice ordered him to raise his hands and called him suspicious. Confused and wanting to avoid trouble, the mage immediately raised his hands and insisted he was not suspicious, but just a peaceful citizen. It was Prince Yuri, who with his sister surprised their friend at the most unexpected moment. Outraged, he accused the mage of hiding the letter from the golem's creator, knowing how much it mattered to him and how treacherous that silence felt, and the mage, evasive but sincere, said that mentioning it would have been unpleasant. That response only made the prince angrier, and he couldn't hold back, unleashing a torrent of reproaches at his friend, while his sister joined in, voicing her frustration at his silence. A gleaming white iron golem suddenly appeared and flew toward them at frightening speed, interrupting their argument and sending a sharp wave of fear. The golem immediately lifted the princess into his arms, and she smiled with satisfaction while asking if he would carry her. The mage held his breath and waited eagerly for his turn to be picked up by the golem, while the prince watched with disapproval and a faint smirk. 3 golems carrying passengers rose smoothly into the sky, and with each meter the landscape opened into a grand view of the morning feast. Admiring the view, the prince pointed out the picturesque castle to his friend, but the wizard was already peacefully asleep. The host was already waiting for them, waving warmly and loudly thanking them for accepting his invitation. After they landed softly, the gentleman asked anxiously what had happened to the unconscious person. The prince, mildly annoyed, apologized for his friend and brushed him off as a fool not worth their concern. He and his sister proudly said they had read the letter carefully and introduced themselves. The younger brother of Flada's emperor, he ruled the eastern castle Yanual, and his companion was a princess. A gentleman with a warm smile and a firm handshake introduced himself as the owner of a flying castle and said he was genuinely pleased to meet me. After the greeting, the prince realized he felt no suspicion from his companion and was surprised to find he had never seen such an unusual outfit before. Addressing the now conscious mage, the gentleman calmly explained that the figure before him was only a simple small worker golem, and the mage, intrigued, immediately asked whether this meant there were other types besides that small humanoid golem. Soon deeply shaken, he fainted again. The gentleman apologized to the prince beforehand for sending his golems into Fleda's territory without official permission and expressed regret for the fright they caused when they attacked the prince's creation. The prince frowned and asked why the golems were sent, since they were circling aimlessly in the air. The gentleman said it was his first visit and he just wanted to look around. Explaining he could receive images from the golem's view, he said his goal was simply to learn about the country and its people, and that he'd check a local shop first. Approaching the table, the prince was captivated by the exquisite glassware he had never seen, and when the host offered to trade those items for food and clothing from the land of flood, the prince eagerly agreed and examined each plate with genuine interest. Before long, the prince's sister began lovingly serving everyone the dishes made by the residents of the flying castle. The girls excitedly told the prince's sister that the gentleman had cooked for them, and she was amazed by his skill in both magic and cooking. Feeling embarrassed by the excessive praise, the gentleman begged them not to praise him so much, while the princess tried to feed the careless mage. Moved, the wizard said the food was delicious, while the prince, irritated, asked his sister why she had woken him, since he would start making noise again, and when their eyes met, the wizard dropped to his knees and earnestly begged to be taken as an apprentice. The prince angrily accused the mage of betraying the empire, and the mage, voice breaking with tears, said he only wanted to study new technologies and was fascinated by making golems, pleading once more for his lord's acceptance but being refused. Sensing a strong magical aura from the beast girl, the princess suggested the gentleman might already have a student. The embarrassed girl quickly denied it, saying she was not his student, had no magic, and the princess was probably mistaken. The princess insisted she sensed an unfamiliar magic, said that with such power the girl would become a great mage, and offered to train her personally. The girl blushed with joy and could not hide her excitement. Feeling inspired, she proudly pledged to protect everyone. Meanwhile, the mage kept hovering around the master, pleading to be his apprentice. Despite calm, firm refusals, the master only agreed when the mage, with a touch of bitterness, said he wanted to learn new technologies. He let the mage come along to watch and suggested they walk through the castle together. Everything around the mage, the halls, corridors, stained glass, and even the shimmering walls, felt like an illusion, a dream woven from wonders and mysterious magic. They moved slowly from room to room, as if drifting in a gentle stream of dreams, showing metal creations, golems, and robots, until they reached the guest bedroom. Leading them, the red-haired girl pointed to a room and proudly showed a toilet with a magic button that cleaned everything precisely, leaving the guests genuinely amazed. Unable to resist, the mage immediately sat on the strange object as if it were a throne. After testing it, he once again felt a thrill that bordered on reverence. That morning, waking in the soft dimness of the guest room, the prince lazily stretched and reluctantly opened his eyes, noting he'd never slept on such a firm yet surprisingly comfortable bed, and made a mental note to get a similar one. Entering the bathroom, he frowned when he found his overly enthusiastic friend hugging the toilet like a newly discovered idol. Later, the host led the guests into the observation room, showed them drone footage, and explained that their sudden disappearance had caused unrest and confusion back home, while the magician, still enamored with his beloved toilet, said he intended to stay in the castle forever. He told the prince and princess to go home and say he was dead, but that shameless plan only infuriated the prince. Trying to control his anger, the prince tried to reason with his stubborn companion. Stepping into the argument, the princess reminded her brother of his duties as ruler of the eastern castle and of his obligation to the empire as its mage, and said it was most sensible for them both to return, while she stayed to fulfill her promise to teach the beast girl magic. The wizard stepped forward to teach the little girl himself, but she hid behind the princess, looked at him with distrust, and pulled back, making it clear she was unsure of his intentions. Hissing softly, the girl said firmly that she still preferred the princess. Smiling slightly, he said nothing stopped them from visiting again when it was convenient, because he planned to visit their country to buy goods that interested him. After a friendly farewell, he and the girls wished them luck and said they were pleased with the warm, promising relations he had built with the state of Flayed. The golems rose into the sky again, carrying the guests away from the castle, while the mage, fighting back tears, shouted in frustration that he would definitely return. Meanwhile, inside the Flayed Empire, an elf worked in secret, quietly gathering information about the mysterious flying castle. Alone in the quiet garden, the beast girl wore a short, airy dress that floated like a petal and concentrated on sharpening her skills, absorbed in her practice. Swiftly and confidently demonstrating her skill, she earned praise from her mentor for flawless control of energy that usually takes months of practice, and the beast girl's aunt, watching from the sidelines, noted approvingly that the ease showed an innate sensitivity to magic. Mother hugged her daughter tenderly and, delighted by her progress, told her how proud she was. Soon the aunt and uncle, caught up in the excitement, praised the little girl's magic skills. A few days after arriving at the floating castle, Princess Flayed of the Empire still felt like she was in a delightful, almost fairy tale world. Never had she imagined meeting a child with such a rare gift and an unknown magic hidden in these floating halls, and when the gentleman saw she was tired, he gently suggested a short break and offered some of his homemade pudding with a warm smile. Eager, the young animals sat down at the table at once, waiting for the treats and ready to pounce at any moment. The first bite of the dessert sent a rush of joy through the princess as she marveled at how delicious and mysterious the treats in this magical place were. Smiling slightly, she thought she could enjoy the pudding all day without getting tired when another princess asked if she liked it. The red-haired princess replied with genuine admiration, saying everything the gentleman cooks is always delightful. Curious, she asked if he'd said he would make something soft and sweet next time. Surprised to learn he could make not just drinks but delicate desserts, she admitted she was looking forward to it. The Red immediately invited her student to join them. Fully absorbed, the Beast Girl promised to eat the dessert later and continued practicing while her magic was at its peak. She was convinced that by continuing to learn and grow stronger, she could help everyone she cared about. Safe at the flying castle's heights, she understood the future could be unpredictable and not always calm, and though she had once believed life would be peaceful when she returned to the village, she was now determined never to let her mother or anyone else suffer or be afraid again. Quietly determined, she trained to become stronger than everyone so she could protect her loved ones without hesitation, and the other castle residents watched her resolve with genuine respect, impressed by her perseverance and focus. The gentleman looked at Golem A1 and quietly said he hoped the girl would not overburden herself, asking it to watch over her gently because he felt a little concerned. The redhead watched the beast girl in awe, realizing her friend not only handled chores but also had real magic, while she had lately only gotten in the way, even when trying to help in the kitchen. Stepping aside with a hollow look, she retreated into the room and whispered, full of sorrow, that she had become a burden. The gentleman observed that the beast girl brimmed with enthusiasm, the mentor was absorbed in sweets, and the red-haired princess sat in gloomy thought. The atmosphere felt strange and contradictory to him, with a subtle tension. The next day, the beast girl trained again to perfect her control over her inner energy. After some time, her mother came over concerned and suggested a break, reminding her the day was ending, but she insisted she still had energy, and when the teacher tried again to urge rest, the girl suddenly trembled and went rigid as if seized by an inner impulse. An anxious mother asked what was happening. Trying to stay calm, the teacher explained the magic had gotten out of control, something that often happens to beginners. Having gone through the same thing in her youth, she told them to stay back and assured them she would handle it. A sudden chill told her something, and she realized instantly that the girl had a natural affinity for ice magic. Curling into herself like a cocoon, the beast girl was suddenly surrounded by icy masses that formed from the air. Seeing her friend trapped in a huge block of ice outside the window, the red-haired princess recognized the storm as the same magic that hit Azul and called out in alarm, urging the others to retreat immediately. The teacher said confidently that everything was under control and she would stop the magical surge. Concentrating the energy, she directed it at the ice mass, while in the observation room, the gentleman saw alarming signals on the monitors as the castle warned of a threat. The teacher was focused and ready to stop the force before it could hurt the child or anyone else. Her barrier began to crack, and she was surprised to see the student break through the wind magic, a sign their strength could surpass her own. Golem A1 arrived just in time to catch the girl falling from the crumbling ice cocoon. The princess ordered Golem at once to take her friend to the healing room. A mentor and the child's mother stood around her, feeling her skin hot with exhaustion, while the teacher reassured the mother that it was just magic depletion and recovery would take time. Cradling the beast girl gently, the golem warned she might briefly lapse into lethargy, but her friend replied confidently that they would be fine if they chose wisely and suggested using the magic box to heal her. The teacher entered the room for the first time and, looking confused, asked the princess if it was okay to use the device. The princess remembered and said the gentleman had once adjusted it for ordinary people. Relieved, she thanked the golem after he helped her open the control panel. A man rushed in and anxiously asked what had happened and whether the girl was all right. The princess asked him to confirm her actions, and when he said everything was correct, she sighed with relief, but he repeated his question about what had happened. The mentor saw the magical flow return on the monitor, relaxed, and asked if the device belonged to the gentleman, who confirmed it was a built-in feature of the lock. Amazed by the student's quick recovery, she had never seen anything like it before. Relieved, the mother hugged her child tightly and whispered that she was glad her little girl was okay. After a while, the beast girl woke up, saw her loved ones, and learned she had fainted from using up her magic to create a massive iceberg. Worried, the mother said firmly that no dream is worth ruining her daughter's health, asked why her daughter was pushing herself, and the daughter apologized with regret. Explaining she wanted to grow stronger to gain magical power to protect others, her uncle and aunt gently asked why it mattered so much, and she replied timidly that her only wish was to protect everyone. Remembering when a slave trader came and she felt helpless, unable to save anyone, she decided to grow stronger after discovering her magic. The mother hugged her again, thanked her warmly for her care, and asked her to be mindful of her body, promising to support her if the workouts stayed moderate. She suggested taking gradual steps toward their goal, reminding them that while they were in the flying castle, peaceful days lay ahead, and the girl agreed as her mother proposed they promise not to push themselves too hard and to train at their own pace. Her uncle and aunt joined in, telling her they would always be there, and she smiled, thanked them, promised to do her best, and regretted making them worry. Seeing this, the gentleman felt genuinely pleased and moved by their unity. He told the princess the girl had woken up, thanked her for responding quickly, and said the recovery was thanks to her, while she modestly said she had only remembered his actions and had mostly relied on the golem's help. The gentleman insisted she deserved the credit and was too hard on herself. If she couldn't praise herself, he would do it for her. Embarrassed, the princess suggested they properly thank the beast girl and her mentor for handling the situation, and the gentleman agreed to give them a special thank you. Offering another dessert, he delighted the teacher again and was glad it brought her real joy. Though calmer now, the gentleman still blamed himself, feeling he should have acted more decisively because, unlike the girls, he did nothing to help during the incident. Sobbing, the wizard tried in vain to recreate the technologies that had amazed him in the flying castle, but nothing he made matched the smart toilet's sophistication. It became clear to him that unless he examined the castle's artifacts in person, he would not make any major breakthroughs in his research. Humming in despair, he staggered as he asked for another bottle, and the worker frowned and told him to be quiet. Then someone called to the magician. An elf stood before him, and when he heard about the flying castle, was eager for every detail of what he had seen. Cold and determined, the mage's companion said that if he stayed silent, something truly terrifying might be waiting for him. After confirming he wasn't a magician, she calmly told him they had been looking for him. The trembling magician turned slowly and, anxious, immediately recognized the people in front of him. Before him stood Afa, the Brow Empire's court mage and an elf, and the famous witch Violet, both well known in the magical community for their influence and contributions to the nation. Despite knowing they were remarkable figures, he couldn't understand why Brow's representatives were in his hometown of Flotty. Confidently, the elf said they knew everything about his stay in the flying castle and demanded he tell it all, and the puzzled wizard asked how they could know that. Calmly, the mage explained that, like a thoughtless fool, he had been talking about the castle everywhere and had even been mumbling it aloud, then realized his unforgivable mistake with annoyance and mentally scolded himself for being so talkative. He knew where this was going and that the Empire's interest in the castle meant aggression. Notorious for military interventions and exploitative policies, the Brow Empire was feared, and the mage saw the flying castle as his private utopia, a sanctuary he refused to let be destroyed. He steeled himself, opened his palm, and sent a stream of magic at them while trying to slip away. Taking advantage of a distraction, he leapt out the window, trying to escape while he still could. As he sped away, he knew that if he had stayed, torture could have forced him to reveal everything, and he would have become just another victim whose death would cause no regret. Repeatedly, he told himself that escape was his only salvation. They chased him, determined not to let him escape, and the elf, watching the mage flee, admitted grudgingly that his magic was decent, while the witch said sarcastically it still wasn't enough to get away from them. Her fingers moved fast, weaving spells that sent deadly strikes his way in rapid succession, each harder to deflect. Terrified and desperate, the mage shouted for help from anyone, but his voice only disgusted the witch and increased her irritation. A guard answered the mage's shout and demanded an explanation, and the mage said intruders were chasing him and ordered them to shoot immediately. Guards quickly formed a defensive line and opened fire, sending magical arrows into the sky to repel the threat. The elf summoned a whirlpool that deflected the dangerous attacks. A powerful explosion shook the sky and nearly struck the fleeing mage, and the irritated, grimacing witch defiantly suggested destroying the guards, but the elf blocked her. Furious, she demanded an explanation, but he reminded her of their real goal and warned that her spell would cause disaster. The witch argued their ruler was already planning an expansion against Fleta and that war would be inevitable. Then she asked for permission to proceed with her actions. Grimly, he said it wasn't their decision and they had to follow orders. Tension hung between them like thick smoke. Not hearing their argument, the magician saw the hesitation and seized the moment to hurry away, hoping for some luck. At last he reached the prince, who looked displeased and surprised that the wizard had come back empty-handed again, and the wizard could not hide his resentment as he accused the prince of being unfair, saying he was always blamed and that it wounded his soul. Bursting into theatrical tears, he insisted he was innocent, and the prince sighed, apologized, and demanded an explanation. Still catching his breath, the mage hurriedly reported that assassins from the Empire had attacked him and tried to kill him. Before he finished speaking, the witch and the elf landed nearby, having tracked them perfectly. The prince immediately knew what was happening when he saw who stood before him. He led them to a more private place to talk about what happened away from prying eyes. The witch and the elf said they came only to get information about the flying castle, denied any intent to kill the mage, and called the incident a misunderstanding. The mage believed none of it and accused them of lying, insisting they enjoyed hunting him. The witch smirked coldly and said the mage probably likes making a scene and putting himself in danger. The elf repeated that they only wanted information and did not intend to cause harm. The prince, holding back his irritation, pointed out that despite their words they used magic in the city, chased his mage, and caused a dangerous incident. He pointed out that the powerful explosion nearly caused casualties and questioned using such force simply to gather information, while the elf insisted the magical strike was a response to the locals' hostile actions, not their initiative. The prince said they were acting unofficially, and despite claiming to represent others, kept behaving arrogantly and authoritatively, adding that his mage had come to him in tears, genuinely afraid for his life. The wizard felt moved that the prince stood up for him, no matter what. The prince went on, no matter how powerful the guests are, right now they are just guests and cannot demand the flying castle secrets. Irritated, the witch said sharply that in that case they would have to use torture to get what they wanted. Firmly refusing, the mage said he would not allow violence in the Empire, but admitted he was not sure they could stop their enemies, who wielded dragon-like power, and the witch, feigning indifference as she lifted a glass to her lips, said they know their limits. The prince, without blinking, said he had just poisoned them. The witch froze in astonishment, and the prince calmly explained that since ancient times their family had kept a rare neurotoxin that quietly destroys the nervous system, leaving a person unable to move or think and causing a quiet, painless death. Glancing at the witch, the elf said he'd known from the start that the prince could do such things, and the witch, not hiding her irritation, asked why he hadn't shared this earlier and whether he was in his right mind. The prince, with grim satisfaction, told them it was just ordinary tea because he thought the magician's fright deserved a response. The witch squinted, doubting the drink was safe, and the prince replied calmly that the tea had been brewed perfectly and he would never let anything spoil its flavor. After tasting it, he invited them to smell the aroma and enjoy it, saying it was the best tea in the world. The elf watched him and was impressed. As befits the emperor's brother, the prince's mind was unreadable to the elf. The mage leaned in and whispered that such recklessness could lead to war. Calmly, the prince said he was a pacifist and would not start a conflict, especially not against an empire his side had no chance of beating. And at that moment, one of his subordinates called to him, politely apologized for interrupting, and said they urgently needed to discuss an important matter. A sudden noise outside drew everyone's attention and caused alarm. A flickering, unsettling light pierced the night sky outside the window and immediately drew attention. Seeing the sign, the elf and the witch needed no explanation and immediately took off, while the prince, shouting in panic that it was a bad omen, ordered everyone to stop the escapees. The witch charged forward without glancing back, and a familiar silhouette came into view, a flying golem from the sky castle she had once seen from afar on a distant battlefield in Azul, but up close it looked too thin and frighteningly small. Memories flooded her in an instant. In that battle, a snow-white golem had effortlessly crushed her combat creatures, and old, unyielding hatred rose inside her. The mage who hurried after her was stunned and couldn't understand how their master's creation ended up inside the palace. Noticing his friend in a daze, the elf called out to her loudly. The prince froze at the unexpected meeting. They had gone to great lengths to hide even a trace of the flying castle, and the mage wasted no time asking the golem if it had brought an important message. Grabbing the prince by his clothes, the mage demanded he open the letter immediately. The prince pulled the envelope away and reminded him that reading someone else's mail is not allowed. The golem said its goal was to deliver one of them to the airborne citadel. The prince and the mage clashed immediately, each refusing to give up the right to join the strange, important journey. The mage insisted the prince stay and guard the castle's eastern side, and the prince offered to hand over his duties if the mage wanted the responsibility. Edging closer to the golem to see what it was made of, the witch was suddenly grabbed and lifted into the sky. Stunned and disoriented, she demanded to be released at once. Knowing how deadly the golem was, the elf immediately soared after her and called out not to attack. The mage froze, unable to understand why the golem chose the witch. He grabbed the machine's legs without hesitation, and the prince, protesting the unfairness, demanded to be taken as well. Smirking, the mage glanced back as his friend's angry shouts faded below. In the castle's quiet, the prince's younger sister ate peacefully, thinking about whether her brother had opened her letter. She told the gentleman she hoped the castle food would please her brother, but feared her words might not persuade him, and the gentleman replied that he could come to the castle himself or at least send some food. Excited by the suggestion, she agreed, and the gentleman, smiling kindly, said he was glad she liked the food and didn't mind the rice, then asked whether rice was eaten in her home country, and when told it was quite different there, said he would like to try dishes from their cuisine. A warning pop-up appeared in front of them. The gentleman clicked it and learned the golem was being pursued, and the princess said without hesitation that it was their mage. Seeing the elf and the witch's familiar faces in the picture, the girls instantly recognized them as guests from the empire. A man whose voice tightened said he definitely recognized them, identifying one as the general who once stormed Azul and another as the mage who had posed as a scout to spy on the flying castle. And his friend, anxious and surprised, asked why the golem was carrying them instead of fighting back. Somewhat embarrassed, he admitted it was probably his fault, explaining he had set up the golem system to react when people approached but had not programmed their specific identifiers, so the device might have mistaken them for allies, and the princess frowned, not fully understanding, and asked if this meant that mages from the empire had already visited their country. She said she had heard rumors that information about the flying golems had spread beyond the empire, but even in her wildest guesses, she never thought imperial mages would reach its borders, and now she suspected someone in the palace had betrayed them and revealed information about the castle. Worried about both the danger and the strangers who had arrived instead of the brother the letter was meant for and unsure if he was safe, she watched as the mage, loud and smug as if announcing a victory, said he had returned to the flying castle and would choose that magical home, even if it meant betraying an old friend. At last they landed, and the elf and the witch could see the area around the castle for the first time. It looked incredibly beautiful, bathed in soft light and wrapped in a strange, almost oppressive silence. The elf noticed the unnatural silence, and the witch agreed that the lack of any sensed presence in the area made her uneasy. Approaching the castle buildings, they noticed several helper golems calmly tending the farm as if nothing unusual was happening. While the witch searched for the wizard, the elf, mildly surprised, tasted the salt from the ground and found its flavor on this island simply magical. The witch stared at him in complete bewilderment, unable to understand his actions, when the wizard caught up and said he wanted to try licking the ground to grasp what was happening, then eagerly licked the soil himself, which only increased the witch's irritation, and the white golems silently appeared behind them. The golems quickly grabbed the elf and the witch, knocking them down and pinning them to the ground with machine-like precision, and the master finally appeared, apologized for his carelessness, admitted his mistake, but insisted he still had to be cautious with those who disrupt order. They did not understand which violation he meant, so he explained that the golem had made a mistake bringing them here, and if they did not want to stay, he would send them back quietly and without fuss. The elf said their arrival was accidental, but that they had reasons to stay and do not plan to leave now. Meanwhile, the witch demanded the master reveal himself, saying she had long wanted to see the face of the mage who controlled the golems that destroyed her army in Azul. The gentleman agreed, said it was rude to speak from the shadows, stepped forward, and introduced himself as the owner of the flying castle. She could not believe that this frail, modest man had defeated her forces and felt disappointed by how insignificant he seemed. The gentleman apologized wryly for his messy appearance, but the witch, seething with anger, demanded he bring out the other wizards, convinced they were hiding and that one person could not control such a system. He calmly replied that all the golems obeyed only him and that he alone used the system. The elf insisted it was impossible, saying a person could control only one golem at a time, but the court magician interrupted, called them ignorant fools, and said the master was a great mage, so comparing him to ordinary people was ridiculous. The witch and the elf kept insisting that other wizards were hiding somewhere, and then girls began coming out of the castle toward the lord. When they saw Princess Azula, the witch and the elf shouted her name and decided the rumors of her abduction were true. Remembering the attack on her homeland, the witch accused the princess to her face of betrayal and bitterly added that it would now be easier to take revenge by simply killing them. Confused, the princess said she wasn't thinking about revenge and that it all seemed monstrous to her. A beast girl glared at the guests and demanded they immediately explain the reason for their visit. Eager to call himself the master's apprentice, the court magician offered to explain everything he knew and what had happened. The elf then turned to the master and admitted the castle had stirred not just interest but near reverence in him. He said he was impressed not only by the architecture and the castle's ability to fly, but also by its unique magical system, reminding them that their empire is one of the last magical powers and that their interest in such technologies is natural. He admitted that the flying castle's interference in their bloody war in Azul forced the empire to retreat quickly, but His Majesty Königs ordered their actions judged harshly and said the empire would not treat this as a disaster. The red-haired princess interrupted him indignantly, saying she doubted his claim and found it too convenient and advantageous for the opposing side. Claiming a personal reason, the elf wanted the castle's master to reveal the real power hidden beneath his calm exterior. Puzzled by his eagerness, the witch wondered what her companion was thinking and began to suspect his proposal was meant to lull them into a false sense of security. The witch clearly remembered that the king had not spoken about Azul and the mysterious castle while he was bedridden, meaning he had not yet made a statement because of his temporary weakness. She knew the king had planned to seize the flying castle, and unlike clumsy Azul, the floating fortress would truly excite him like a new toy, while the fighting in Azul could serve as the perfect pretext for a new war, and the red-haired princess had to accept that. Calmly addressing the mage, the prince's sister reminded him he had wanted to learn the lord's true power, and confidently reaffirmed that he alone controls the castle and the entire array of mechanical guards. The elf and the witch still doubted that this young man really had that power. Seeing the towering, menacing golems, they could not believe a young master could fully understand his own strength. Firmly determined, the elf announced he would challenge the gentleman to a duel to test the gentleman's abilities in person. The sudden announcement stunned everyone. The gentleman frowned, tried to understand what the fight meant, and immediately dismissed it as impossible. Alarmed, the witch turned sharply to the elf and wondered inwardly what he thought he was doing. He reminded her calmly that she had already seen the white golem's power in Azul and that he had not yet seen what it could do. Her reply did not satisfy him, and displeased by her caution, he tried to persuade her, which was out of character. The court magician suddenly grew eager and also said he wanted to fight the lord, while the lord, feeling a little lost, realized he had never fought anyone, even as a child. Confidently, the elf told the master to release the golem holding him and let it be used as a weapon in the fight to keep things fair. Another, even more powerful golem stepped forward to protect its master, and the elf realized this was likely the opponent he would have to face. The gentleman wondered whether the elf would notice his strength after the encounter, and the mage nodded to confirm that was his goal, but he insisted they discuss an important detail before they began. The gentleman turned to Gala Mayone and reminded himself that, although he had dreamed of using the castle only for protection or peaceful amusement, the current circumstances made him ready to go further. Watching the events with keen interest, the princess grew excited that the master's personal golem was preparing for battle and was sure her friend the mage would appreciate it. Reluctantly, the gentleman agreed and freed the elf, giving him a chance to enter the duel. They rose into the air and began a fierce battle as magic and steel collided in a relentless clash. The gentleman watched with genuine admiration as the elf handled a magical arrow, guiding it so deftly it twisted through the air like a snake toward its target. The witch, unlike him, was not surprised that her companion immediately used high-level magic, as he had always been capable of such feats. Eyes fixed, the elf was quietly determined and kept the golem in sight, never letting himself be distracted. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of magical arrows flashed as they raced toward the master's beloved golem, weaving the air into a web of fire. Reacting instantly, the golem dodged the barrage of arrows and, with inhuman speed, delivered a crushing punch to the elf's face. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the elf fell unconscious into the lake, a victim of a force he could not foresee. Memories flooded Alpha of returning to his miscrowded fairy village, where under the ancient canopies he told his fellow villagers the previous night's hunt had been successful and suggested offering a bone to the tree spirit, which would appreciate the gift. Waking from his daze, he struggled to focus and saw the castle owner sitting in the shadow of the tower arches, concern clear on his face as he asked whether he was hurt and said he had never imagined the blow would send him straight into the pool's mirror-like surface. A sudden revelation hit the elf, and the castle on its floating island quietly reminded him of his home village that had vanished into the silent past. Clutching his head, he let out a loud, strained laugh, staggered to his feet with difficulty, and admitted the castle master's power was unimaginable, felt through his whole body in every joint and fiber. The elf spoke not as a mage and envoy of the Brow Empire, but as Afa, the person he once was, and asked that his words be heard as a heartfelt confession. Slowly taking off his outer robe, he revealed a scarred body with a slave brand on his shoulder, a sign of submission and violence. The lord of the castle and the red-haired princess were deeply shaken by the sight of the brand that showed absolute enslavement, and the elf revealed he was not a free mage, but one of the empire's slaves, saying his entire village, every inhabitant, was also in chains. He said his biological brothers and sisters are held captive and must fight to survive every day. The castle owner was stunned by the cruelty, which led the elf to ask whether he knew the Tree of Spirits, a mysterious elven tree wrapped in myths and legends, and the court mage then spoke up, saying he had heard of the tree, an ancient living being that is the source of immortality and the secret of the elves' longevity. The elf confirmed it, explaining that their line had received blessings and magic from the spirit tree since ancient times, which is why the greedy empire wanted to seize it. He explained that elves' bodies, imbued with the tree's life force, were far stronger and more resilient than human bodies, and the rulers exploited this by forcing elves who refused to reveal the tree's location to work nonstop without rest or food until many died of exhaustion. Bowing deeply, he touched his forehead to the cold floor, submitted to his master's authority, and begged for his family's salvation, clinging desperately to hope. However, the witch, speaking with clear indignation, accused him of betrayal, claiming he had planned treachery from the start and was ready to turn against the empire. Anger laced her voice as she scornfully reminded him that this village elf had the honor of handling the finest technology and that his life in the empire depended entirely on the king's goodwill. The mage stared straight ahead and said coldly that he never wanted this, that the empire's blessing was a shackle. He explained that elves, bound to the tree, cannot continue their line if they are far from its roots, the living force that runs through the earth. Watching closely, the beast girl asked why the empire was so determined to pursue the spirit tree. The elf, heavy-hearted, explained that Braukonig's, the emperor, looked powerful but was only a man, and like any mortal he was growing old, losing strength and power, and spending more and more time bedridden. In horror, he admitted that the emperor is a madman who ignores other people's lives, but is obsessively terrified of losing his own, and who seeks immortality to fulfill that illusion. Astonished, the court magician asked whether it could be done, but the elf said he knew nothing about it and had never heard of anyone from their people trying to give their power to humans. He warned that even the elves do not fully understand how the tree works, and no one can predict what will happen if it suddenly responds to a human's call, but they will never allow the empire to take that step. Gritting their teeth and speaking in a trembling voice, the elf said they could be tortured, humiliated, and thrown into prisons, but as long as the memory of duty and loyalty to the tree lived in their hearts, their souls would remain free, and it was for that feeling to protect the sacred that they sought a chance to stand against the Empire, even if it cost them their lives. Apologizing to the man for testing his strength, he said that with a witch nearby, he couldn't take any chances because a mistake would doom his loved ones. He had to see the castle master's power for himself. Kneeling again, he bowed his head to the ground and pleaded for the strength to save the survivors. The castle's master looked at him, told him to raise his head, and staring into his eyes, said he accepted the request and would do everything he could to help. The red-haired princess and the beast girl joined in without hesitation, saying they would fight for the elves' freedom too. Sitting beside him, they offered a warm presence and said they first needed details to know how to proceed. Deep down, the gentleman knew he would face his enemy, but he never expected the path to that meeting to be filled with so many revelations. Silently watching the events unfold, the witch smiled faintly, sensing how quickly the old order was collapsing. Maya stood in the narrow streets, surprised by the sharp, bulky brick houses that felt unfamiliar after living in the forest. Her gaze rose to a shining castle floating in the sky. The sight fascinated her more than anything around her. Footsteps sounded behind her. Someone in the crowd already recognized her. When the Blau Empire's cruel policies threw the land into chaos and threatened the elven forests, she gathered a small band and set out to protect those who lived in harmony with her, beginning a dangerous journey to save the elves from destruction. A few days before the expedition, Afa went into the garden for fresh air, walking slowly and enjoying the quiet when a voice called to him, and a girl appeared among the greenery, tilting her head slightly and smiling as she asked if he would like to join them for a cup of tea, and Afa stopped, unsure how to answer. Atha was surprised to see the Princess of Azula working in the fields like an ordinary peasant. He could not understand why the heir to the throne would do that, and he thought she was Lord Taki's fiancée, so he could not see why she would need to. Noticing his confusion, the princess gently told him he was mistaken, that there was nothing between her and Taki, and when he asked about her true feelings, she suddenly fell silent. Lord Taki had said everyone who lived here was family, and Terrain agreed they were truly one household, with Maya, SHNI, Rant, and he bound not just by blood but by trust, though his gaze hesitated as if he wanted to say another name and held back. Turine finally admitted she also considered Isla her daughter. The others nodded quietly because her presence made the sense of family stronger. Maya, moved, reached out to embrace her, and someone teased that she was a spoiled child. She then smiled and added that everyone in the castle was one precious family, and that neither race nor status mattered here as long as they were together. They can live side by side and help one another without splitting up responsibilities. Even Mr. Taki doesn't keep his distance, working in the fields, cooking, and helping care for the house with the others. Sometimes everyone gets together to watch anime. Although they don't understand the language, Taki explains everything calmly. Then Afei was invited to join. They especially liked the story about the sorceress riding a golem. Everything seemed bright and real. A quiet voice said he could be certain Lord Taki would free the elves in captivity, and the formerly reserved court magician offered a short agreement. He had never relied on anyone before, and in his village they taught that elves should solve their own troubles, and that asking for help seemed weak, but the choice he had made, however unusual, already felt right. They liked the spacious control room in the castle, the place that ran the entire system. Last night Taki had sent drones to scout the Blau Empire, but still had not received the information on the elves. Afa said the prisoners were being held in the capital. Taki sat in a chair by the control panel. Soon a girl arrived with an escort, and they had come on business. The captured relatives could not be found because they were scattered across different places, and even the former courtier lacked full information and estimated no more than 20 remained alive. That number was horrifying because most had died immediately and the rest were enslaved. They were so badly treated that many did not survive a month. Traders treated them like objects. It could not be delayed any longer. They found a map spread out on the table and asked what it was. It was a map of the capital Blau, made from drone images. It showed possible locations where prisoners were held, patrol routes, shifts, and guard positions. Everyone was amazed at how accurate it was. One of them praised him as a great leader, but he declined the compliment, saying he did not deserve such praise. On Taki's first spy mission, he trembled with excitement. His assistant noticed his master looked clearly worried. The assistant pointed to the buildings and explained the slaves would be heavily guarded because elven magic was still dangerous. If the master stayed far away, the seal would weaken and escape might be possible. Those words gave him strength. Taki suddenly realized something important, found the idea valuable, and thanked his assistant though he still looked very anxious. Ifa quietly entered the control room, apologized for arriving without permission, and asked to join the search. Taki reminded him he had recently been hit by A1 and suggested they rest. Mage instead asked permission to express his gratitude, saying that when Emperor Kongus first mentioned the flying castle, He had thought only such a force could resist the Blau Empire, and after inspecting it himself, he was convinced. Dawson chuckled and said admiration made sense because the castle's technology was truly impressive. He added ironically that even the toilet could supply water at the right temperature and that he could check it himself. Then Aifa mentioned an important detail. In the capital, besides ordinary magicians, there was one elf he knew who was kept in a dangerous part of the royal castle's inner palace and served there, but everyone immediately thought the security would be too strict. The magician said that after rescuing the other elves, he planned to enter the inner palace to save an acquaintance and politely asked to borrow one of Teika's golems. Teika did not object and happily assured them that with the golem's support, they would succeed. An assistant then entered the room with aromatic fruit tea as ordered and carefully served it to everyone present. A delicious fruit tea scent filled the air as everyone stepped out onto the terrace to enjoy it at the table. I often noticed similar fruits grew in their village, and the elves used them for tea. The sweet fruit and tea leaves blended into a gentle, soothing scent. The girl who brought the tea wanted her brother Yaniel to taste it, and Teiki smiled as he said he dreamed of serving this tea to his family. As they enjoyed the fruit tea, Teiki suggested to the mage that they free the elves imprisoned there, since they were his family. The magician thanked him for agreeing to work with him and said he felt honored, since he had never relied on anyone like this before and was confident in his choice. A powerful woman stood at the window of a messy room while a motionless golem guarded the door. She was irritated that she couldn't even scratch it despite magic strong enough to break locks. The place bored her. It was too quiet and too peaceful, and nothing here disgusted her, so it felt like a worthless, wretched cage. If this kept up, the Empire would almost certainly attack the flying castle, likely with their entire army, and it was unclear whether they would grasp what they were facing because the castle's technology was far beyond them and its true power remained hidden. Everyone had to stay alert, because if trouble started, the person in control would order the golems to rescue their comrades, and that person kept watch over the whole area with the flying trackers. If anything suspicious appeared, especially near the fortifications, they had to contact the leaders immediately, the only way to avoid losses and complete the mission. The commander finalized the plan with the others and gave the order. The magical guards would protect the group if any threat appeared. The observer watched the streets with drones and had to contact the leader if an alarm sounded. Everyone felt worried because they did not know the outcome. The captain wanted to go too, but he alone controlled the mechanisms, and the blue-eyed girl quietly admitted she felt useless, and it really nodded at her. After Isla Triathlon was announced as the Prince of the Empire's bride, her face became widely known, and even soldiers who had fought in the war could recognize her and others, creating a risk of exposure. So they decided to act covertly in Afa, and the others were already approaching the target area when they saw soldiers near the estate, drunk and cheerful, and Dozan, as ordered, took out a vial of sleeping powder and scattered it. One by one, the soldiers fell silent and the team moved toward the building. When the estate guards were fully asleep, the mage gave a sign, and they advanced into the first building on the list Titch had marked, the one they believed might hold the captive elves. They entered without resistance and found 2 elves, but the assistant, who had hoped everything would go smoothly, suddenly saw a shadow in front of him. Those called second-class citizens were people whose countries had been captured by the Empire and turned into forced labor. If caught, they faced harsher treatment. Yuri, the Princess of Flade, was a particular worry. If her involvement were discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Appearing at a noble reception would lead to a political engagement and seal her fate. Fortunately, Yuri had never appeared in public, so her face remained unrecognizable for now. Her capture could bring total failure, and even knowing Yuri's strength, he still worried because the cost of failure was too high. Torin and Maya were now in Imperial territory, and their mother, concerned, asked how the youngest was feeling since it was her first time seeing so many tall buildings and stone structures. Maya agreed, though the place looked far less impressive than the flying castle. She was right, the castle was truly special. With the golem, Mr. Takei, and her mother nearby, she felt safe. She stayed hopeful and promised to work hard to learn magic from Yuria, confident Yuria would be fine. Approaching the building, they grew wary and scanned for anything suspicious. They asked Mr. Takei if he had seen anything unusual nearby. Takei said guards were patrolling close by, and they had to get in quickly before it was too late. Terrain then turned to Maya and asked if she remembered how to use magic to spray the sleeping powder. She had trained with Dozan and knew how to do it. Hidden in the shadows watching the guards at the entrance, the soldiers chatted quietly about tools and work, and one of them nervously joked about what would happen if their superiors found out. None of that mattered because the main thing was to slip by unnoticed. Suddenly, the building door opened slightly, and someone began to step out, which was odd in the middle of the night. As they waited, a sharp shout came from behind, and a foot shoved them hard while a voice ordered move, and it shocked them to their core. 3 hidden observers became unwitting witnesses of a cruel scene. A soldier kicked an elf furiously and ordered him not to watch how the elders handled the goods, saying elves were strong enough to bear it. An elf girl nearby saw her brothers suffering and screamed in despair, and the soldier slapped her hard. The soldier sneered that the elf fancied himself a hero and protector of his little sister, then struck him again. A sharp burst of magic threw the confused soldier's back. Maya leapt out of hiding, unable to watch the bullying any longer. Her eyes blazed with determination, and her voice shook with anger, stepping in front of the soldiers to show the elves were no longer defenseless. She stepped forward and the soldiers froze. They did not immediately recognize who stood before them. She looked like a lone girl, and they mocked the idea that she would dare to interfere or free a slave. Disdain twisted their faces, and behind those condescending grins, they failed to see the main fact that before them stood someone who had already decided to act. If they tried to take them, then yes, that would be kidnapping if you could call it that, and the Empire's enslavement of elves was already wrong. Yet Maya spoke as if she did not even understand it herself, and it was true they were thieves. But the soldiers did not follow her and began whispering among themselves until one of them, on a closer look, saw she was a Breskin and he hated Breskins. Maya couldn't stand the vile talk any longer and decided to act, saying she knew where her place was. From deep inside, she raised her hand and launched a furious magical blast straight at the soldier, unleashing all her power on him. The soldier pressed on without pause. Despite the girl's fierce effort, her blows were weak and shallow. The village girl had clearly underestimated the Empire's army. When the mother stepped forward to shield her daughter, he only smirked and mocked that she had brought her mother, calling them thieves and blaming their upbringing. The soldiers chuckled as they leaned in, but the woman cut them off sharply and told them to shut up, saying they were the ones treating elves like trash. They show no sense of the horror they are causing. These creatures are people too. The soldier flushed at that and did not understand her point. They are not people, they are slaves. The soldiers said the elves were pitiful creatures who had lost all value. They were completely different from humanity, the Empire's superior race. In this world, only humans have the right to rule and command. Elves and beastmen must obey and are just a nuisance. They are no different from dragons or demons, simply animals. Before these savages perished in their forests, the Empire brought them here so they could at least provide some benefit. The soldiers spoke plainly to make their view of the elves clear. The soldiers kept insisting the elves should be grateful for their fate, as if the Empire had granted them the right to exist. The words held no kindness, only arrogance and hollow cruelty. It was now clear what kind of enlightenment such people bring and how pathetic those who hide violence behind supposed generosity really are. Suddenly the golem struck a soldier with a powerful blow, sending him flying like a sandbag. The others did not understand at first because the golem was supposed to obey the Empire. It kept moving forward like a waking storm, crushing the enemy formation with inhuman strength. The girl kept moving, but deep down she was amazed at what Mr. Taika's golem could do. No human had imagined the elves could have such an ally. The soldiers, realizing they could not match its force, hurriedly drew a strange magical device. Its purpose was unclear, but their expressions showed they were banking on it to turn the battle in their favor. Before Maya could even call for them to run, the blast from the magical device raced straight for the elves. Seeing a collision was unavoidable, the golem hurled itself forward and shielded them with its body. The glowing round projectile struck the golem's chest with a dull thud, and the golem took the full force of the attack. The impact instantly set Golem's body ablaze, and before everyone's eyes it was engulfed by bright, merciless flames. The heat was so intense it was clear this was the end, and neither magic nor metal could contain the fire's destructive power. The golem saved the elves by shielding them and taking the hit, and while the flames still raged they contacted Taika, who realized what had happened and immediately moved to override controls and activate the repair system, saving his golem before the fire destroyed everything. Frozen by a machine-like terror, she could not believe any of Lord Takei's allies could lose, her body unmoving and her mind refusing to accept it. Her mother sharply ordered her to run and leave at once, saying she would delay the enemy herself to buy a little time, and that Maya must take the elves and fly away as quickly as possible before it was too late. Using Mr. Taika's drones, they had to warn the others at once that the explosion would bring reinforcements from the nearby garrison, so they needed to hurry before the troops arrived, while Maya, new to the city and still confused, didn't fully understand the situation but knew she had to pull herself together and act without wasting a second. Soldiers were preparing to strike, planning to send her and her family straight to hell with no chance, but she refused to retreat and at the last moment struck back with determination, driving the attackers off and declaring she would not stand aside or allow anyone to touch her family. Frozen and unsure, the little elf stayed where she was, leaving her mother or running while she was still there felt impossible. At that moment, she watched soldiers attack her mother as she fought and took blows without retreating a single step. Finally, she decided to use magic because only she could protect her mother. A cold light glowed in her palms as the power awakened. It looked like freezing magic, but the spell burst into sparkling snowballs, light in appearance but full of her determination. It was ice magic meant to freeze the enemies rather than hurt them and hold them for a moment. Frost clots formed on the ground, binding the soldiers' legs and making them stumble. Without wasting time, the girl ran to her mother, took her hand tightly, and pulled her away to escape the danger quickly. The soldiers would not let them get away. One of them lunged forward, grabbed the mother by the hair and yanked her back so hard she barely stayed on her feet. A sword flashed in his hand, and it was clear he was going to cut off her head. Maya watched in shock as a piercing scream escaped from her chest. At that moment, as if answering her scream, the golem appeared with a dull thud beside her, lunged forward, grabbed the soldier by the shoulders and slammed him into the ground so hard the earth shook beneath his feet, stopping the attack and ending the threat to her mother instantly. The golem's arrival threw the remaining soldiers into panic, and they scattered in all directions without waiting for another blow. For May, it was a huge relief because the golem had come back after all. Wasting no time, May and the others grabbed their mother, called to the elves, and hurried away from the cursed place before the silence turned into another attack. They escaped just in time while confusion swirled around them. The soldier's magical device had knocked out Golem's defenses, so it went offline briefly and only came back after a reboot. Now a new problem had appeared. One soldier had slipped away and would report everything to his commanders, which would force tighter security. They had to warn the others immediately. They had to hurry because the main operation to rescue all the elves was planned for this evening. After the task was done, the group took a short rest and a snack in a secluded spot before starting the next stage of the plan. The rescued elves were already there. They had been taken to a safe place to eat and recover a little. The atmosphere was full of care. Everyone surrounded them with warmth and support to ease the tension. They were told the flying castle would shelter them, that no one would dare harm them there, and that they would be completely safe. With the golem's help, they began bringing the rescued elves aboard the flying castle, and Taki watched and apologized, ashamed that the golem had failed at the worst moment and feeling it was his fault. But no one blamed him because the important thing was that everyone was alive, and after such a commotion security would likely be tightened, which had already started while they were on the way. The younger girl apologized, saying she had been confused and panicked, not under the influence of a sleeping pill, and she was gently told not to blame herself. People praised how well she used her magic, saying it worked because of her diligent training, which was impressive, and Terrain thanked her for saving her with genuine gratitude in her voice. Feeling supported, the youngest promised to return immediately to save the other elves. Tiki said the rescue went smoothly thanks to their magic. Yuri stood out, having already saved about 10 people, and despite her stern, serious demeanor, she acted clearly and confidently and handled the task excellently. Yuri ate with pleasure and the rescued elf thanked her, hardly believing she had escaped. The joy did not last long. They had to be careful until the golem took them to the resting place, where Yuri hoped everyone could eat properly because she had stocked up on food in advance. The elf was touched, but they still had to clear the area since the stupid soldiers were still nearby. Yuria was shocked to see half-naked women walking in the middle of the street in the revealing uniform of female imperial soldiers, and the sight gave her an idea. While guards stood at the entrance of a building watching the passage, and a stranger approached them with a slight smile and asked if they were tired from such long service. Eli and Maya, wearing the uniforms of female imperial soldiers, walked confidently up to the guards at the entrance. The guards, not recognizing them, immediately asked which squad they were from and whether they were new recruits. One guard eyed Maya and said he thought he'd seen a girl with such bright red hair before. Maya kept her composure, nodded, and said she was the commander of the chick squad. Yuri joined the girls in a female soldier's uniform and calmly announced she had come to teach the two new recruits the elves' magic. The soldiers exchanged puzzled looks because it was the middle of the night. Without batting an eye, Yuri said she was too busy to wait for a convenient time, and that night was her only chance. As an apology, she handed them a bottle of alcohol and said the guards could use a little relaxation. Taki's team was confused by what they saw. They hadn't expected the girls to go so far or appear like that, and the girls' looks and behavior unsettled the observers, maybe because Yuria's illusion was too convincing and a bit awkward. Taki, though shaken, already knew what to expect since Yuria often teased him with illusions, and Dozen had told him this was one of her strongest magical abilities. Sitting next to Taki, Princess Azula flushed with shame, covered her face with her hands and begged him not to look at what was happening anymore. But it was too late because Taki had already seen everything and knew it was Yuria's illusions. And at that moment, a soldier's flask slipped and hit the ground with a dull thud, spilling a sweet fruit drink that soon put the guards into a sweet sleep. The illusion worked too well. Yuri called it a trap, but a pleasant one, and the soldiers fell asleep while the elves stayed safe. A commander felt embarrassed and asked her not to do it again, but Yuri said the image even suited her. This time Yuri chose violet and added only what she remembered, so it was so convincing the Imperial soldiers took it for the real thing, and one of them admired her art. Once the outside was quiet and the soldiers were neutralized, the team entered the building. Yuri stepped forward first and immediately heard quiet voices at the back of the room. A small family was there, 2 adults and a child. They were wary, unsure who the woman in the military uniform was. She introduced herself and said she had come on Ifa's behalf to rescue them. The team planned to get them out of the Empire and return them to their homeland. Caution, hidden mistrust, and fear still lingered. Fear made them recoil, convinced it was another trick, and they begged Yuri to stop if she was going to play with their trust. They said they did not want to feel any more miserable than they already were. At that moment, the door behind Yuri opened, and a man with a calm, confident gait entered the room, gently asking them to calm down and assuring them the woman in front of them was an ally. It was the mage. The elf family could not believe their eyes at first. It was Ifa standing before them, and his eyes, voice, and the way he spoke made it clear it was him. The magician apologized for arriving so late to help. Yuri was surprised by his arrival because his section was already finished. It turned out he had come to see her off, and the elves still doubted who this woman was and whether they would really leave the Empire now. The family still could not trust him. They had suffered too much and first accused the mage of betrayal, believing he had joined the Empire and was no longer trustworthy. Then Yuri stepped forward and at Afa's request introduced herself. Because of the enslaved elves' suffering, Yuri and Afa had rushed this operation. Yuri declared herself the crown princess of the Flayed Empire. Yuri flayed, and under the protection of the heavenly sign they decided to help the oppressed. Doubt filled the family. They wondered whether those offering help could be trusted, and whether they would save the elves instead of luring them into a trap. Then Ifa stepped forward and pledged he would save them all and bring them home, even if it cost him his life. He added that if they doubted his loyalty for even a moment, he would allow himself to be killed. His sincere, decisive words eased their fear. He asked them to trust him, and looking into his eyes, the family finally decided and accepted his outstretched hand. The protector's words sparked trust, so they agreed to follow him. With guards tightened and time running out, they could no longer hide or pretend. It was clear they had to act quickly to push the rescue forward. The elves were exhausted and wounded and needed rest, and the flying castle was the perfect place. Taiki was the rare kind of person whose kindness showed in small acts, always offering a blanket to someone cold or water to someone tired without thinking it special. There were few like him who could be relied on to save, heal, and protect both children and adults. First you had to save them, then warm them, so now everyone had to hurry and return the elves to their land. Aisha thanked Yuri for her help and support. The elves were stunned to realize they had brought Gollum with them as Duchen approached, relieved that everyone was safe and that they had finally met. His worry for Yuri clear, while she immediately asked whether he had saved the rest of the elves, and the assistant nodded confidently since she knew he was the court magician. Exhausted and in pain, the family of elves were finally saved and eager to return home. One of them thanked everyone and told the others to take care of themselves. With the golem's help, they were sent to the Sky Castle. The princess asked the magician if he agreed they should act together now, and he agreed without hesitation. After all that had happened, there was no other choice. Yuri then seized the moment to ask him to look after Afa. Dashin didn't fully understand Yuri. Yuri replied softly that it was just intuition, and that those they'd already rescued weren't the only ones suffering from cold and exhaustion, which was the point of her warning, yet he still couldn't grasp the meaning, even though he sensed something important behind her words. The elf leader stepped forward and said he was glad to see everyone. Their goal was to get into the palace where the elves were held, with Yuri's illusions and the magician's help to assist, but Doken interrupted again, not understanding the plan and already angering Yuria, so Afa ordered Taiki to place humanoids and watch from above because it was time to act, and he did not want to argue or delay since every moment of hesitation was dangerous. The operator said that if anything happened to him, they should contact him at once, and he would recall all the golems remotely. Afa agreed, saying that could be useful. As he spoke, he held a small ring and looked at it quietly and sadly, as if it had belonged to someone dear and reminded him of what he had lost. Soldiers waited at the castle gates, and one seemed to recognize Oyas and Violet because word of their return had spread, while they held a man like a prisoner or a valuable hostage and kept him with extreme care as if he were something important. The soldiers reported they had caught the intruder on his way back, suspecting him of kidnapping slaves and causing trouble in the city, and one said he had heard beastmen were behind the kidnappings and now thought this prisoner might be an accomplice. So when the order came, the guards opened the gates and even Violet trusted them and let them inside, and they entered the premises. High above, golems and drones hovered in standby, watching the scene below while their allies hoped it would be resolved without violence, prayed for the three and trusted their strength to carry them through, and began preparing for the elves' return home. Late at night, a young elf named Phaetra lay awake, quietly watching the sky. An elder in the silent camp noticed her, came over, and gently asked why she wasn't sleeping. She immediately apologized, thinking she had woken him, but he said he couldn't close his eyes that night either. His thoughts kept returning to that boy. After gathering her thoughts, she went to bring tea to the headman. As she walked down the corridor, her eyes fell on a drawing of a family holding hands, and the simple scene moved her, making her fear that not all the elves could be saved, and that some faces would remain only in such drawings. While the golem carried the elf family to the sky castle, a wave of doubt crept into their hearts. They wondered if Aoife was really telling the truth since they had no proof she was the Empire's princess and feared it might be a trap. Their mother gently reminded them that Aoife had never betrayed their trust in the village. At that moment, they saw a faint silhouette in the sky and something was approaching. The elves they had long thought dead were approaching. As the silhouettes drew closer, there was no doubt they had been saved. Recognizing one another, they reacted with surprise and joy since no one had expected everyone to survive. Relief filled their hearts. Now it was clear Ifa's words were true, and the hope of returning home became real. Rido and Char recognized each other amid the excitement and joyful tears. Having been rescued in different areas, and now finally reunited, they ran to one another, hugged and cried. And after waiting so long, their reunion became a symbol of hope that even in separation, they had survived and found each other. Maya watched the girls with a warm smile, brought them food, and urged them to warm up after everything they'd been through. The hot soup tasted wonderful, and the girls thanked her sincerely. Meanwhile, the others gathered to discuss the situation. It seemed they had rescued all the imprisoned elves in the city. They compared reports from each squad, but one detail remained. There was no news of Phaetra. While they considered the situation, the elf counting the rescued admitted he had not known Phaetra could be in the inner palace, and their mother asked Ailey to find out what had happened to their village, which Ailey said now looked like an imperial military outpost, but was completely abandoned because the spirit tree had apparently rejected it, accepting only those it recognized, while those it rejected suffered attacks by demonic beasts, disasters, or a string of misfortunes. The spirit tree's power is staggering, and even without obvious enemies they cannot relax. The disappearance of the elves held outside the palace has caused a stir, their hiding place still unknown, and the Empire remains a ruthless, formidable force. Any mistake could cost them dearly, so they must proceed with extreme caution. When the youngest brought the news that everything was ready for transport, the elves thanked her sincerely for her help. For their mother, the news brought an unexpected memory, and it felt like a repeat of that distant day when they were saved. Then as now they were taken to the Sky Castle, and Taki ripped them from the slavers' hands. Their bodies bore the mark of slavery, a sign of pain, but also the beginning of new hope. After hunters and slavers attacked the elven village, the people took refuge in the Sky Castle, which became their only shelter for now as they needed rest, water, and food. One of the elves asked what would happen to Phaetra, and they were told Alpha and the others had already gone to the palace to rescue her, with the others to be returned to the village first and Phaetra to be brought there a little later. The village family wanted to help with the rescue because every villager felt like family, and they knew they could not leave everything to others. Taki welcomed their offer to join the search, but said everyone needed to rest. He told Maya and Shima to support Ifu and the others. Maya, though not confident, said firmly she could be relied on. The plan this time included golems, and Taka and Shima already knew how to control them, so Taka placed 3 golem tribes and 5 drones outside the palace to help Afa and the others if needed, gave Afa an extra communicator to keep constant contact with the Sky Castle, and Terrain said she was fully relying on their support. They feared it might all end at the first new failure, so she decided to take the risk and show her best side. The younger one glowed with energy and confidence. The elves began to trust them, especially Ife, who believed he could save Phaetra and bring her back alive. After saying goodbye, they left holding onto the hope of meeting again. By then 2 men skillfully posing as General Violet had already entered the palace, and the soldiers greeted them with the usual respect, unaware of the switch, for Violet had a strong reputation inside. Having led the army in Kongyu's shadow, and standing out among commanders for cold-blooded determination, generosity to those who bowed, and mercilessness toward anyone who smirked, sometimes beheading them herself. The general's wife seemed to enjoy the torture, and that pushed Yuri to play the role with more passion. Grasping the instrument, she stepped toward Dotson and hurled a crude insult, calling him pig worms. The remark sounded sharp and cruel, as if she'd gone too deep into character, and Yuri apologized. Dotson, however, was surprised to find her manner so like the general's wife that it felt almost an exact copy. They entered Violet's building. The former court magician said an underground tunnel from there led to the dungeon, where a secret passage reached the inner palace, and that was how they planned to get to the elf girl. At that moment, a soldier blocked their path and asked Violet whether she planned to interrogate the prisoner herself. Yuri did not answer directly, but made it clear she intended to act, and the soldier said he wanted to be her table. Spurred on by a comrade's overenthusiasm, the soldier frowned and sharply rebuked him for insolence, reminding him the schedule made him the table today. They immediately argued over who deserved the next turn as her furniture during interrogations. She really did have the strange habit of using soldiers as chairs or tables during training, and they were politely but firmly rebuffed, as if an order must be obeyed. Yuri, fully embracing the role of a sadistic general's wife, eyed the arguing soldiers with contempt and muttered through her teeth that they were pathetic worms unworthy of her time. Refusing to waste energy on training trash who couldn't even keep a turn, so Afa would be her chair for today, and after pointing them to the door she ordered them to get lost. The soldiers went pale, showered her with apologies, and quickly left, leaving them alone. The docent chuckled as he teased Afu about her new role, but his amusement faded when he noticed Yuria acting oddly. When he asked if she was okay, Yuria admitted quietly that she'd overused her magic and was exhausted. They were far from the main routes, so patrols would not reach them, and she decided she could finally remove her mask and return to her true form. Before them, Violet's facade collapsed, and an exhausted but real Yuri stood in her place. The general's wife's role proved genuinely draining, and even pretending to be her had left the princess completely spent, so everyone nearby could see how fully she had taken on the part, almost becoming Violet herself. Then a soldier appeared, jabbed a finger at them, and demanded to know what was happening. The soldiers watched them suspiciously. Yuri's behavior made no sense. They turned to the magician and demanded to know who these people were and why they were here, since even for a court magician bringing someone to the barracks was excessive. They insisted it was impossible. Violet would never refuse to use soldiers as furniture, and she would never treat Afa so gently or call him Afa-san. When the mage realized they had been discovered, he acted at once and unleashed a burst of magic that blinded and confused the soldiers. As they reeled, he shouted for the others to run. They rushed down the corridor, trying to remember the way back, each step echoing off the stone walls. All they could do now was run while the enemy remained confused. Fez magic struck one soldier, and the others, confused, immediately labeled him a traitor. Seeing he was an elf, they decided he had only pretended to be loyal and actually sided with the rebels, and one of them shouted angrily that the Empire had given him shelter and a chance which he repaid with betrayal, so he was now their enemy and had no choice. The soldier's words ignited the mage's fury until it peaked. His magic rushed out with such force that the walls shook, the air filled with light, and the flash blinded even those who stood aside. The energy wave hurled the soldiers back, and at its center Afa stood wrapped in a shining current, as if anger itself had taken form. No one doubted his strength anymore. Shocked by his partner's fury, Dawson recoiled, afraid not only of the others' strength but also of what would happen if they did not escape alive. Returning to the barracks was impossible. Their only way was forward into the inner palace. Even if the road was blocked, the Imperial forces would still catch them. There was only one option: keep moving no matter what. If Afa kept using the same force, the whole building could collapse, and for a moment he even thought it would be better if it did. Dawson disagreed. The tension rose as they argued in the middle of the corridor, and Yuri, watching them, was surprised that despite everything they were already working well together. They walked down the corridor and finally reached the dungeon they had been searching for. Inside, behind bars, an elf lay among many others, all exhausted and barely moving, their wheezes barely forming a quiet, desperate plea for help. As they moved deeper into the dungeon, it grew darker, and only the shadows of prisoners remained: gaunt bodies, hollow eyes and dry lips, clear proof of cruel treatment and even lack of water. But amid the horror, one cell drew their attention, unlike the others, with massive chains, reinforced seals and warning signs, and they stopped in front of it, wary and silent. When a prisoner, barely moving, pushed his hand through the bars and whispered a request for water, Afa and Yuri stepped closer. His voice was hoarse, but something about it felt familiar, and looking closer they recognized the exhausted elf as the very man they had been sent to find, the real man who had been replaced and locked in the dungeon. There was no doubt. When Yuri saw the emaciated man, she moved to tend his wounds and give him water, but Dawson stopped her, warning they did not know who he was or why he was with the other prisoners, and that he might be a criminal, so helping him could be dangerous. Yet his eyes were full of suffering, and she understood he needed help regardless of who he was. Dawson urged Yuri to put herself first after her magic left her weak, but Yuri, who could not watch someone suffer, said Dawson should understand as her friend, and prepared to use magic, even more anxious because the stranger seemed dangerous, and Afa warned he might be a criminal plotting rebellion against the royal empire. Barely hearing the voice, the man raised his head and squinted through the cell's dirt and shadows. The former court magician's gaze fixed on the first prince of the empire, Blau Schwartz, imprisoned for attempting to kill his father. People do not change even after decades, he said, but you have changed. You were once just an obedient puppet serving the army's orders. Afa's brow furrowed and his face darkened as he ordered the man to be quiet. He would not talk about the past, especially here among broken elves in chains. Dachin warned they had no time and had to hurry because the guards could appear any moment. Everyone around them was a prisoner, and the guards could be anywhere. They had to reach the inner palace quickly, or their escape would be in jeopardy. Dachin tried to make sense of what was happening and accused him of blocking their way through the secret passage. Demanding an explanation to prevent panic, he said irritably that Afa always hid things and that now they were comrades, so secrecy was unacceptable. Afa paused then, though it felt too personal, showed the smartphone he had borrowed from Teika. He could not read the inscriptions but still knew how to use it. The magician said there was a passage in this dungeon that led inside, but it was opened by a special spell forbidden to the elves. To make the plan work, he ordered the palace servant interrogated, promising her a safe return so she would help, and borrowed the artifact from the sky without explaining why. One of their people thought he had been passed over and was offended, not knowing why. He wondered why this was not given to him since he would have paid the same and jealousy was not the reason. He thought Teika should have chosen him instead of Ifa, who seemed too unreliable and too complicated for a role as a witness, while Yuri showed no sign of displeasure, staying calm and even showing how well she got along with Ifa as if everything were going according to plan. Soldiers raised the alarm, announcing an intruder had entered and was arming himself. They began searching for mages who could contain the threat. Teiki watched through a drone and realized the others had been exposed. Tension rose as Maya and Shni drew near, and everything rushed toward a decisive moment that could erupt at any second. If war broke out again, he would not allow it and vowed to protect everyone at all costs. He believed the elves had to be saved and returned to their homelands. Covering the rear and handling planning and analysis, he would create conditions for everyone to act safely and in harmony. He would not let the catastrophe happen again. It was do or die, and he had to use everything he had now. Shni, Violet's teammate, came to the castle. The visit wasn't accidental. She had come to ask for a favor and immediately asked what Violet would give her in return because she wouldn't help for free. Shni pressed on, calm but firm, asking the general's wife to teach them the spell to open the dungeon, and in return the wife was promised freedom, so if she revealed the secret she would be released and allowed to return to the earth. And hearing this, she wondered whether Afa was really planning to enter the Empress's private chambers. The mage continued mockingly, saying Princess Letitia hated Violet, had made her a slave, threatened her family as a political tool, and played a subtle game to push the country toward war. Yet Violet remained the Empire's court mage and commander of its army, and could not simply betray her role. Her words were true. She was nothing more than part of the Empire, a cog in Blau's vast machine, a quiet but irreplaceable piece that kept it moving, and the elves were the same, enslaved, stripped of everything and turned into objects of the state, while Ailey, an Azul citizen who had lost all rights, still loved her homeland, and that love became burning hatred and disgust for the Empire. Speaking to the general's wife, Isla said she lived in the Sky Castle, and her feelings about the Empire did not matter because the spell and the elves' salvation were her direct duty. The mage seemed to understand. And although Isla wanted to become a new mechanism for the castle's good, the mage grinned and asked whether Isla had really decided to bind herself to this dismal place, and hinted that without the mage's influence, it would not have been her choice. So Isla said everything could have been different, but Violet cut in and laughed in her face. They accused her of bowing to power again, as if she had forgotten being betrayed before, but she replied confidently that as long as he remains king, she is not serving for profit, even if people call her a slave, and she stays by choice because the castle is her home and those she loves live here, especially the one she wants to be with forever. There it was, and now they looked beautiful. She knew people could easily betray each other, so all she could do was hope that if betrayal came, she would not cry. Violet said it bitterly, as if she already saw how this would turn into pain. The court magician stepped up almost point blank, leaned in and whispered a spell in the team representative's ear. He said this place is on the Hrivnia of the Lion. The magician offered, with some pleasure, to teach her if it would help lift the gray boredom around her. It seemed she would not find the sensations she wanted here. Still, she admitted she was glad for the conversation and that she had once called Ely cowardly and pathetic, but now she saw she had been wrong. Ailey was wrong about one thing, and Violet corrected her firmly, insisting she was not a cog in the Empire and that this must be remembered. Ailey thanked her for being willing to help, for giving her the spell, and for later helping her return to Earth. She only asked for a little more time, saying it with slight trepidation, as if she still did not believe it possible. Reality crashed down when she realized what she had said. She wanted the earth to swallow her so everyone would forget it. Ashamed, she asked those who heard her through the link to stay silent. They had to hurry, time was almost gone, and they needed to teach IAF the spell, so they left the court magician's chambers at once and raced through the maze of corridors toward their goal. As Ely and the golem approached the main figure, the prisoner who recognized her could not calm down, since she stood directly in front of him, had already learned the spell, and knew the passage was hidden on the lion's rivnia. Takei, on learning this, was glad he had entrusted the task to her, since the spell was in a language he did not understand, and a single mispronunciation could cause a catastrophe. Taika thanked Ailey for her help, and Ailey, slightly embarrassed, said she was always happy to help. Now they worried about the mysterious place Violet had mentioned, Lion's Mane, and after searching every corner of the dungeon and finding nothing, they began to suspect the court mage had lied, until the prisoner who had been watching them suddenly said Lion's Mane was a garbage chute. Directly behind the dungeon stood a warehouse with a huge pulley that looked abandoned at first, and the prisoner explained the trash chute behind it was a hidden emergency exit, barely noticeable and rarely used. It led down into the deep levels of the dungeon, with a lion carved halfway down the shaft as an emergency marker, and he did not know the spell but had heard about this route from others. While Ifa talked with Takei, a new voice sounded beside him and he asked if anyone was nearby. It was only one of the prisoners, and he posed no danger. The garbage chute they planned to use to escape was overflowing. The trash itself was not so bad, but a woman nearby seemed to have exhausted all her mana. He did not want to interrupt the conversation, but he knew the situation was becoming critical. Though completely exhausted, the girl still used the last of her mana. Politely, he asked if they would let him help them leave because he wanted to repay the woman who saved him. That would also benefit Afa, he said, since he could lead them straight to the inner palace. Afa immediately grew wary and openly demanded to know the prisoner's true purpose. The prisoner spoke honestly. His goal had always been to protect his mother, his friend, and the people of the empire from his father's cruelty, which had become a real nightmare. He did not hide that he still dreamed of overthrowing the royal family. Years had passed since his capture, but his spirit of resistance had not died. Even in prison, he kept working on the plan, and now, having regained his strength, he was ready to act again. Confidently, he said he wanted to kill his own father and would risk everything to do it. Helping Afa and his team enter the inner palace was not just a thank you but a practical deal, since only he knew the palace layout and Taika's drones could not get in. Dokkan was ready to agree, but Afa refused, despite seeing the advantage, because she did not trust the former criminal. Afa's statement was abrupt and unexpected. He said he would kill the prisoner himself because he trusted neither the man nor his motives, and Taika's team, including Taika, Iller, and Dokkan, were stunned, not expecting such a personal, dark decision. But Afe stood his ground, calling it his duty and his choice, and saying he himself would send the enemy to hell, not allowing anyone else to stain his hands. It all happened too fast. Afa suddenly fell silent, turned off his smartphone, and cut the connection. They don't need this man. Dotson was puzzled by what Afa was saying because their only goal was to save the elves. Before anyone could react, the man in the cell grabbed Yuri, pulled out a hidden sharp shard, pressed it to her throat, and said he did not want it to come to this, but he had no choice. Seeing Yuri taken hostage, Dotson shook with panic and rage as a dense, incomprehensible energy erupted from him. He screamed at the man to take his hands off her, and an unfamiliar magic swelled around him so powerfully the air trembled, leaving the others baffled since neither Afa nor Taika could identify the magic school, and for the first time they saw Dotson as dangerous. As the hostage conflict escalated, the group failed to notice the guards approaching as their footsteps echoed in the hallway. Because Afa had turned off his smartphone, the connection was lost, the control team lost oversight, Taika could not get any data, and outside observers had no idea what was happening inside, so what began as a rescue operation rapidly escalated into something dangerous and unpredictable. Surprised, Ailey stared at Taika, unsure why he had gone quiet, and he glanced away quickly, his tension obvious. Until now their mission had been only to rescue the prisoners and bring them home, but discovering the avenging mage might be planning to assassinate the Emperor changed everything. Taika let out a tight breath, and without meeting Ailey's eyes, suggested activating the golems and storming the castle, since they seemed to have no other choice. Taika confirmed they could not wait any longer, and ordered a capsule prepared for Violet, so she could be brought down to Earth before the situation spiraled out of control, since she might still help from outside or report what was happening. Meanwhile, Ellie activated the call channel to send the nearby golems deeper into the castle. It was unclear whether Afa and the others had reached the inner palace, but one thing was clear: intervention was needed immediately. Cold fury filled the generaless as she stared at the comm screen. No fear or doubt touched her voice, only icy resolve. She vowed not to tolerate the extermination machines intruding in her space. If needed, she would take the brunt of their magic, but next time they would stand no chance. They'd better prepare, because she would destroy every golem and turn them to dust. Violet's words hit Taika hard. He realized she could not be trifled with, and it would be safer to avoid her. But Isles stepped forward and said she would not allow that, and that Violet would not get her way next time. Taika did not expect such resolve, yet the decision stood, and the general's wife only smirked, not planning to lose since it was her only way to have fun. In one of the Empire's castles, Phaetra packed and tidied her luggage. Her hand brushed a familiar scarf. She lifted it and froze. It was the same scarf she had been handed when she first arrived. Schwartz had given it to her then, and the memory of that moment returned with sudden, ghostly clarity. Servants whispered that creatures with brands should not be allowed in the palace and feared they might attack, but the captive from the south knew the bronze mark forced obedience, and that any resistance meant death for her, and for those left in her village. And she remembered the day she first saw her kinsmen shivering in the snow, and wondered whether their forests had ever known such cold. Schwartz slowly took the scarf off his neck and decided to give it to the elf who was caring for him. The warm fabric could keep the elf from getting cold, and he would not let any of them fall ill. Just as he reached out, a snowball hit his face and he froze, looking up in surprise. Children nearby laughed as they played in the snow, briefly forgetting labels and hierarchy. Phaetra smiled too. Her weariness eased, and a warm feeling filled her. She remembered times when she could laugh without fear under falling snowflakes, and the memory left a painful tightness in her chest. Laughing, the boy shaped a snow globe in his palms, and for a moment felt like any other boy. He hurled it with all his strength toward the players, but it struck the eldest among them, a stern, taciturn man. Schwartz froze. He hadn't meant to hit him and was about to apologize, but had no time to speak. The old man's slap sent him flying sideways and cost him his balance. The old man stood calmly, as if unmoved, his face still stern. When Schwartz was knocked back by the Emperor's blow, the boy's mother rushed to him and shielded him with her body as if protecting him from something worse. And the Emperor did not soften, but turned to the woman and sharply ordered her to teach her son respect and discipline, scolding her as if the fault were hers rather than the child's, and the boy, frightened for her, grabbed her clothes and begged the old man to stop the scene, shouting that it was his fault alone and his mother had nothing to do with it. Showing his contempt, the old man called the boy a weakling and said the boy owed his life to him. He claimed the child lived only because he had devoted himself to the prosperity of this country and told him to remember that. The mother could not bear those words and, despite her fear, tried to defend her son. Instead of sympathy, the old man struck her. Still enraged, he ordered the slaves brought and vowed to tear them to pieces. The boy whispered apologies to his mother, and she held her face and endured the pain. Here Phaetra walked up to them, and without thinking, offered to heal them both. Gratitude filled the boy and his mother's eyes. For the first time in a long while, someone had treated them with kindness. Then Phaetra realized the prisoners here were not only elves. The Empire held many people and nations in chains. If Schwartz had been the first to rise against it, he was not alone. Schwartz looked especially weak as the prince approached and asked the Empress if she had finished her preparations. The prince said he was arranging a carriage and a boat for her, and that they needed to leave quickly. The Empress was surprised by the mention of a boat, since they had planned to take refuge in a mansion outside the capital. This country, which had defeated the Empire with the help of Princess Letizia and her allies, could accept the Empress in exchange for the valuable information she held. The Empress refused the offer, saying that as the rebel leader she could not abandon the country she was responsible for, so she would stay and be prepared to die even to bury the man who caused their suffering. And with Phaetra still bearing the slave mark, any betrayal would mean not only her death, but the deaths of the other elves and of Schwartz. The prince said he would use the rebellion to carry Schwartz away by a roundabout route, and the Empress firmly declared she would go with them, adding they must use the secret passage at the Lion's Crest to descend to the dungeon and see her son, and they had to hurry so the concubines and guards would not suspect anything, since she had finally found Schwartz, a boy who had grown into a man and was now languishing in the dungeon. Time was running out for Aifa and Taika's team as guards closed in, and tensions rose when the same obsessed prisoner grabbed Yuri and demanded to be taken back to the inner palace, holding her hostage to force them to give in. But the team could not risk Yuri's life or the failure of the entire operation. Calm until the end, Dozan suddenly unleashed a stream of magic he had kept inside, a strange, inhumanly dense force that made the man holding Yuri feel another presence pressing on him, and he realized it was a threat, the voice no longer asking but demanding he let the princess go, while Yuri went limp in his arms, exhausted and nearly unconscious from so many spells. The docent made a decisive move, sending a surge of energy that shook the air, scattered sparks, and warped the space. Everything plunged into blinding light and thick fog so no one could see. Silhouettes blurred, sound was muffled, and the sense of time slipped away. He used more than simple magic. It was a barrier mixed with illusion to buy precious seconds. What happened inside that haze stayed hidden, even from allies. Dacine's magic pressed in, unstable, alien, and oppressive, about to spiral out of control. The man holding Yoria instinctively shielded her from the blow and saved her. The princess thanked him, asked him worriedly if he was all right, and told Dacine she was fine. His composure broke again, fury and anxiety raging, the wild light still blazing in his eyes. Outwardly calm, the court sorcerer had survived dozens of battles with monsters and criminals to earn money to learn how to build a golem. Claiming to be a pacifist, he shook with rage. In a panic, he demanded the girl be released and vowed to punish anyone who harmed her. The man who had once known only spells was screaming. The amber-eyed wizard realized that if they did not intervene now, everything would end in disaster. Ifa suddenly used his magic not to attack but to restore balance, his power acting like an anchor. He moved up to Dachshund and held him, telling him to calm down. There was no room for feeling, and Dachshund did not resist, knowing only Ifa could enter his field without harm. Ifa repeated that Yuria was safe and the spell was no longer needed. Dachshund did not attack, but steadied himself as if his power were an anchor. In the end, they decided to take Schwartz with them to the inner palace, and the man seemed quite content. He apologized belatedly for everything, but the main thing was that Yuri was safe. Her condition brought relief and eased the tension. Keika simply exhaled as he watched her try to hold on, and the assistant thought that if Yanhwa learned what had happened, there would be unavoidable anxiety. Yuri, the Empire's princess and Yanuel's only younger sister, was always the one he protected. To Du Chen, Yanuel was more than an ally and was his most precious friend. Her voice was soft when she spoke. After thanking him for his concern, Yuri said there was no need to worry and apologized for being careless. The leader quickly apologized too and told everyone to get ready. It was time to open the passage to the Lion's Crests because the Guardians were already approaching. When the closed room opened with the spell, the group moved toward the inner palace. Afa said he would be late, that he would stay to deal with the guard and catch up with them later. Their main priority was to find Fiatora. Afa wanted them to save her at any cost if she was in danger. What Afa planned was still unclear, but he had clearly decided to deal with the guards alone. As he was about to leave, Dozin handed him a smartphone so he could contact Teika again. Ifa thanked everyone, apologized for dragging them into this, and asked that the smartphone be given to Taika while refusing to take it himself. He seemed determined to carry out his earlier promise to be the one to kill that man. Turning toward the Guardians, he walked over to them and said he would take his family on himself. At the far corner of the abandoned corridor thick with mana, Ifa pulsed like a heart, while the others, now without it, moved deeper into the tunnels, bypassing the inner passages and finally reached the exit of the dark passage where an unknown outcome awaited them. They kept walking, worried about Ayef, but the man reminded them he was a gifted mage who would not die easily while also bearing the mark of a slave that kept him from acting against his master's will. So although he had declared he would kill the emperor, he could not even wound him and his goal was only a dream. And with time short, the man said they were looking for Fiatura. He said Fiatura was his mother's servant and he'd known her since childhood, and in that chaos, it would be a miracle if she managed to get out. As Schwartz spoke, they walked along the dark tunnel until something suddenly stopped them and echoes of voices came from ahead, indicating others were hiding in the passages. Once they hid in the passage's shadow, they saw people coming from the other side of the tunnel. The man spotted Fiatura among them, walking with the group, and their footsteps could be heard. Without wasting time, Dozin stepped forward first to meet the arrivals. The prince with the group immediately asked who he was, and Dozin calmly said they were not suspicious and could be trusted. Seeing Schwartz in the crowd, the empress froze, then rushed to him, and after a long period of fear and uncertainty, mother and son finally embraced in the dark dungeons of the empire, in a silence broken only by their trembling breaths and the weight of feelings gathered over years apart. Fiatura, an elf, was treated as part of the family. The prince quietly asked if Schwartz had fled, and when told he had, asked about the passage. The empress admitted at once that they had followed him. Seeing Schwartz alive relieved her, and she bitterly confessed that she did not understand him and did not dare ask for forgiveness. Schwartz said confidently that everything was fine, even though the imperial faction's pressure was far stronger than he had expected. But that pressure was exactly what gave them a chance and might let them deceive their opponents and buy time. Pointing to Yuria, he said she had healed him, and without her he could not have moved. He thanked Dosen and Yuria for helping him escape. Dosen openly showed his joy that Fiatura was safe and said he and Afa had come for her. Finally, the empress learned about the Sky Castle. She had long thought it a fiction of Konix, but now she had to accept that it really existed. Alarmed, Fiatura looked around and realized Afa was not with them. A man confirmed her fear. Afa had stayed in the dungeon to hold off the pursuers and intended to kill Kongus. The man said there was no point in hoping, because the leader had a slave mark that removed a crucial freedom, so the leader could not use magic against his master. Phaetra frowned and remembered rumors that Apha had been given an imperial magical artifact by Congus. Yuri suggested killing the host with indirect magic, causing an explosion or flood that would leave him at the center. The mage would need to be nearby because spells weaken with distance. Phaetra feared the mage might die too, and had to weigh that since the mark forced her to protect the host. Dachin confirmed the body could react on its own even if the mind resisted. Hearing the explanation, the princess shuddered. The magical artifact given to the former court mage not only strengthened spells but also bound itself to its caster. If the caster died while activating a spell, the spell did not end. Even after the mage's death, the artifact's power kept the effect active. That meant one thing. A marked slave who could not attack his master directly could trigger a powerful spell, and by dying, would stop instinctively protecting the master. So by killing himself, he would doom his master to death. Dachin fell silent, his tense gaze showing he thought the same thing. Choosing to die to kill Congus was not simple desperation, but a cold, calculated decision. And though it remained speculation, no one could dismiss it completely, for the tale of the elf who gave his life to save the spirit tree proved such a path existed, and Curia felt in her bones that Apha had chosen it. Dotson listened in silence, eyes down. Uria's words cut him deeply. The leader was not just an ally but part of the chosen family. Taki would not retreat, and neither could Dotson. Seeing how weak the princess had become, he nodded and let her go with Phaetra to the golems, while he stayed behind. If any chance remained to save the mentor, he would find it. Phaetra announced she would stay with the Empress and not return, which surprised the others at first but became clear when she explained that Apha probably planned to kill Kangas even at the cost of his own life. That wounding the Emperor was the more realistic option, and that no one could be sure if Apha was lying, so they could only guess. And then the Empress asked the general for a sword and asked Schwartz if he could continue on his way. The Empress said firmly that if the spell failed, Schwartz must immediately cut off the Emperor's head without hesitation. Schwartz nodded, confirming his whole life had narrowed to one goal, to kill Congus and erase even his memory, and he accepted the order without hesitation. Yuri and Dozen stood in shock. The change was so abrupt it felt like everything had crossed the point of no return. Phaetra stood firmly beside Schwartz and said she wanted to go with him too, and her father could hardly believe how things had turned out since he had not imagined this so recently. The man reminded him that he had long ago said killing Kongus at any cost was his goal. Mother and the elf had joined the rebels, and Yuri, hearing this, said she would join because more mages meant better odds. Apologizing to Dawson, the princess asked him to tolerate her selfishness a little longer. Phaetra said warmly she was glad their strength had grown and offered to share her mana, an ancient elven art. Because of that, Yuria felt better and able to fulfill her duty. It was not what she had expected, but she was ready to go to the end for Flayed and the Empire. When Apha stepped before the soldiers, they began to ready spells, and one demanded why he would try, calling him only an elf. They sneered that slaves were always beneath humans and that elves were not people but animals, and their words, soaked in arrogance and hatred, sounded like a verdict. Fe heard the soldiers' humiliating words and said nothing. He raised his hand, and the sky seemed to answer as magic flared around him like a thunderstorm. If they called him a beast, he would show his claws. One of the surviving soldiers shouted that if he continued, he would destroy not only himself but all the elves, and the magician replied calmly but decisively that they had already saved every elf there. For the first time that day, the soldiers seemed to realize the limits of their power, but one of them still acted boldly. Humans have one clear trait, confidence, but it has turned into arrogance, deceit, and blind overestimation of themselves. They do not notice when they are wrong, never admit defeat, and only flatter themselves. They claim the Empire brought civilization to the elves, but that is not civilization when everything was taken from them. If they are men, he is a beast. Then he hissed that it must feel like being trampled into the dirt by the very beast whose pride you've trampled for centuries, and he cast an even more powerful spell. The roar was deafening, and the air trembled with power. He had become truly dangerous with no restraint or fear, only madness and rage. The soldiers recoiled, cursing their weakness and hoping Violet was here. They ran to escape the rebels, but he did not back down because he had nothing to lose. Ifa had found his purpose to show the elves pride, recalling serene days when their people lived in peace and warmth, and the image of his mother with a gentle smile encouraging him as he baked in an oven whose heat seemed like it would melt everything. Yet he stayed calm because he used pyrofire, a material that could withstand high temperatures. Apha's mother explained that pyrophyllite is needed for fire bricks, for baking bread, and for keeping the family's spirit strong. The others happily ate her fragrant pastries. Offering Apha fruit tea, she reminded him how they used to drink it together. Back then she taught him magic as family, not just as a mentor. those days were gentle and quietly happy. They vanished as if dissolved in time, leaving only the memory and warmth of past days, and even marked by slavery without denying who they were. They did not lose hope. Their beliefs stayed firm and their hearts were full of determination. This was the true pride of the elves, and despite everything they promised each other to keep that pride in their hearts and to stand for their people's honor until they could one day return to the spirit tree. The truth was far harsher than they had imagined. The elves were enslaved. They were forbidden to speak to one another, their numbers were deliberately reduced, and they were forced to watch the torture and execution of their kin as a warning. To avoid being next, they learned one thing: obey. Hard labor, lack of sleep, meager food, and constant torture slowly wore down their bodies and broke their spirits. In that hell, obeying orders became the way they believed they could survive. Decades later, Ifa rose to the Empire's court mage, a high rank that cost him his true self and left him a mindless puppet playing his part without any will. And then he met Phaetora, but as elves, they were strictly forbidden to see each other, so Ifa froze in horror to find her in a place where elves did not belong. In a calm voice, she reported that her mistress had died on a service mission, trampled by guards, and her body thrown into the river without a proper burial. It was unfair, and she could no longer hold back the pain. People dear to her continued to suffer, and she could not forgive it. She firmly declared she would join the rebel army to overthrow the imperial faction and start a revolution. At first, Ifa dismissed her as too sudden. Phaetora was decisive. The country was broken, and to save what remained, it had to be destroyed. The elves were preparing to free the slaves. Quietly, Ifa asked what he should do and admitted he had only thought of himself, had lost hope, and had become the Empire's perfect puppet. He had forgotten the pride of the elves. Soon after, Schwartz was sentenced to life in prison, accused of attempting to overthrow the emperor. The imperial court made a one-sided decision, and nobody knew why he escaped the death sentence. After that, she swore she would make no more mistakes. He told himself that, but the rage in his heart did not fade. His thirst for revenge raged like a storm, and he pictured killing Kongus over and over. When the emperor himself handed the ring to Ifu, everything became clear, and Ifu was ready to sacrifice everything, even his life, to carry out his revenge. Fueled by a burning desire for revenge, Afa left the barracks and headed straight for the castle, sure he was the one meant to finish Kangi's, and as he walked along the street, Teika's drone saw his silhouette from above and immediately tracked his location. Meanwhile, in the castle, the emperor complained about the noise disturbing his peace, was told the imperial carriage had arrived, and it was time to leave the palace, hurriedly demanded who had dared to rebel, and ordered that anyone who resisted be destroyed. But his anxiety grew because Schwartz, the leader of the rebels, was still in prison, and this was not the force he had expected. The emperor learned that Afa had apparently started the rebellion. At first, he refused to believe it. It seemed impossible, and he soon lost control, laughing hysterically. The idea that his subordinate elf Afa had betrayed him felt both absurd and strangely thrilling. A twisted thought came to the emperor, and he decided to confront Afa in person to see what would happen. Seeing Aif, Teiki was determined to find out what Aif meant when he said he would be the one to kill the emperor. Doubts tormented him about whether Aif truly dared to do it and why. Before he could get closer, the phone rang and the call was from Aif himself. After accepting the challenge, they noticed Dachin was too close to the camera, and Teiki quietly told him to step back. The assistant unabashedly talked about the communication device and fired questions at Teiki. He mentioned meeting Theotora and was relieved everyone was alive. Impressed by the technology, he commented on its sophistication. The woman looked at the device and considered it. Then a man approached and politely asked for an audience with the king. Surprise swept over them when they realized who stood before them. It was Schwartz Blau, Prince Denko. When they cautiously asked why he was there, he replied calmly that he was a prince and meant no harm. He assured them there was no need to worry and asked them to save questions for later. For now, he said their main goal was to rescue the man posing as Maiv, and Yuri and Dozen were joining them. Phaetora admitted with regret that she might have unintentionally pushed him to this after, in an emotional moment, telling him about a self-sacrifice by one of the elves. Tayaka said Ifa had already left the barracks and was heading northwest. Aifa had returned to the surface, and Teiki had just tracked him down with his golems, so they had to stop him now or the consequences would be disastrous. And Teiki, who had once almost gone along with a similar plan, stayed close to Violet and did not worry about him because Violet had already taken full responsibility, knew the palace better than anyone, and had promised to protect them all with his golems, so they only needed to figure out exactly where Aifa might be heading. The assistant told them they would soon come out of the Dry Throat underground passage and asked Teiki to send his golems there, and Teiki agreed and turned to Maya and Shimu, who were listening closely, making it clear they would soon have to join the fight. and Maya wondered whether Afa would really go that far and said that perhaps only she could truly understand his feelings. Without Teika's support, if they had also endured slavery and lost their family, she might have fallen into the same terrible thoughts, but Ifa did not want her family to die if they left him alone, and it was the same for every elf because she knew that if he sacrificed himself for revenge his loved ones would mourn, and she was right. Afa immediately spotted several golems coming that way. The problem was they would all arrive at the same time. The mage kept fighting the soldiers because enemies ahead were still blocking the way. Magic helped him both offensively and defensively, but time was running out, and nearby soldiers had already spotted the approaching golems and saw them as a threat, making it clear Afa's allies were close. So following orders, the soldiers split into two groups to pursue them, and one soldier anxiously recognized the golems as the same stakes that had once appeared in Azul. A swarm of creatures attacks a group of boys from the sky while a floating castle fires on them. Magic artifacts affect the creatures, so a young armored man with a broken arm orders an attack using those artifacts. The creatures launch giant spheres at the boys. The cat girl hits one ball, it will not work a second time, but the armored boys are ordered to attack again. They shout to him that there are too many of them, and one of the balls hits their ally. A loud scream rings out. The cat girl screams in fear, but the dark-haired young man in armor calms her and tells her not to worry. He says the golems have been briefly shutting down from high temperatures, so they must keep going until the golems reach their temperature limit. One of the golems prepares for battle. One golem lies defeated, and a young man in armor steps forward to start countermeasures. Meru, stunned, asks what he did, and the young man admits he wasn't sure the castle's fire extinguisher would work on magical fire. It was a risky plan, and he's relieved it worked because they were in a tight spot, and he had no time to give each golem strong resistance to that kind of attack, so he had no choice. The young man explains that the garden robots always carry water or foam for putting out fires. This time he hurriedly reprogrammed them as fire extinguishers and took them with him. One of the golems squeaked irritably. May looks at the golem with admiration and wonders if it can really do that. She calls it Pi, which surprises the young man. She says Pi has water, a fire extinguisher, and a sticky substance it throws at the knights. They do not understand what the sticky substance is or why it does not come off. The armored youth explains he gave Pi glue, so the golem can now stop the enemy's movements. May praises Pi, saying this is simply amazing and that Pi is truly impressive. The enemy knights order Unit 1 to attack first this round, but the armored youth steps forward and blocks the attack on Pi's golem. He tells them Pi has no offensive abilities and asks the boys to support him as much as they can. May nods immediately, understanding. Then she hears someone calling her name. It is Yuri. Relieved, May breathes a sigh as they finally meet. Before she can finish her sentence, a knight appears behind her, raising his sword to strike, and an older blonde man blocks the attack. Cautiously, the man turns to May and asks if she is hurt. Slightly embarrassed, the girl replies that she is not. The enemies shout that Schwartz is free and must be killed. The elf gathers magic in his hands. Joining the fight, he tells the blonde man to concentrate since they're on the battlefield. Schwartz asks for forgiveness. The enemies curse, calling them damned rebels. A massive scorpion-like golem appears before them. The enemies scream as their newest golem strikes. It is built from wyvern bones and fangs, a top-tier construct powered entirely by a magical artifact. It will destroy them all. The girls scream in fear. A man with glasses beside her says the Imperial Golem is cool, and Maine eyes him with suspicion. The golem roars loudly. A young man steps in front of the man in glasses, blocking the attack with a magical shield. Pi tries to stop it with glue, but the golem is too big for the glue to hold, and it is also quite agile and different from the earlier golems. Ditson, a young man with glasses, steps forward and asks Yuri, a dark-haired girl, to help him use the power of the wind. Standing side by side, they reach forward and send a stream of wind at the golem, because wind is effective against large monsters and golems. Tremendous pressure bears down on the enemy. The man on the golem screams as wind from above pins him. He could defeat them if he could move even a little. Dixon shouts at May to use her ice power. Cat Girl exhales and tells herself to calm down, that it will not be like last time. She stretches her arms forward and forms a large number of ice shards. The huge golem is now completely immobilized. The young man forms magical seals and rises into the air, and Schwartz breathes in amazement, realizing these are the people from the Sky Castle. By now the boys have nearly finished off the guards in white hats. Pi is taking them out with glue. The elf boy turns and wonders where Afa is. A drone reports Afa has entered the fortified area. Surprised by the fortified area, the boy urges everyone to hurry. He whispers in disappointment that he wishes Violet were here. On the roof of a tall building, a long-haired girl and a man watch what is happening below. When the golem character couldn't cope, the girl turns to the boy in the golem costume. It wasn't hers, so that was natural, and she asks if he will follow her. Getting no reply, she says they must hurry. Smoke starts rising from the castle. In the castle, I defeated people wearing white headdresses. Blood trailed to the door. The long-haired elf closes this massive door, seals it with a spell, and approaches the throne. Exhausted, he sinks down onto it. The elf's face and body are covered in blood. He squeezes the hand bearing the ring. Suddenly, someone appears in the hall. He had killed the elf out of curiosity. It turns out to be the crazy old man. His eyes widen as he calls it a disgrace. The elf smirks and replies, though the old man doesn't really agree. Besides, the elf had known he was coming. He keeps grinning at the old man and says it's because the man is strange. The old man, who would speak, remarks with a wild smile. The long-haired old man says the elf caused more trouble than expected and that he dislikes surprises. Trouble is a stimulus that makes a person feel alive. The long-haired elf presses his lips together as a thin trickle of blood runs from them. The old man says the execution starts now, and he will watch the elf die in agony. The elf frowns in irritation and raises his hand to flash the ring. The old man, as usual, talks nonstop, and it is disgusting. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, and a huge magical seal appears on the floor. Two men in white hats move to cover the crazy old man. As expected, it is a spell. They order each other to protect His Majesty, the old man. A servant in a white headdress cries out that he cannot open the doors. The doors are clearly sealed by the spell and will not open from either side. The throne room's dome is made of pyrophyllite bricks. The elf admits he created something similar many years ago, though those were much smaller. A smirk crosses his face. Execution, then we will see how it goes. Everything around him burns from his magical seal. The elf says with a detached smile that he looks forward to death. The old man smiles wildly as he watches him. An armored warrior is stabbed in the back with a sword. A man with a mustache curses, "Damn, they never end." He tells everyone to be patient because reinforcements should arrive soon. His Highness the Empress launches a revolution. Schwartz and the elf boy turn toward the castle and see something sparkling fly out of it. They suspect it is General Violet. At that moment, the armored young man and Violet notice smoke in the castle. A loud roar comes from the room. Gentlemen in white hats shield the wildly smiling old man. They must stop the fire and protect His Majesty immediately. They argue about why the flames won't go out. Then they realize the magic comes from an artifact the elf wears. It's the ring on his finger. Raising his hand to show the ring, the elf confirms it and grins. They realize those pathetic magicians cannot oppose him. The enemy curses at being forced to use a magical artifact given by His Majesty and calls it barbaric. The elf says old Koenig should not have given him the artifact and that the old man will now die for his mistake. Koenig notes that the elf is saying strange things. The old man adds that he makes odd remarks for a slave. Raising his hand, he forms a seal. The elf screams and drops to his knees. Koenig orders the fire stopped and the spell cancelled, and the elf grins and laughs loudly at the command. The old man suddenly appears and hits the elf. The elf seems oddly cheerful, as if he really enjoys suffering. The elf grins. He laughs wildly. The man in the white headdress asks whether something is wrong with him, and then everyone starts coughing. A servant in a white headdress rushes to the old man and urges him to fall back because it is dangerous. The standing elf asks why they are protecting this trash. Koenigs is an executioner who tramples on people's lives, seizes lands, kills local people who get in his way, and takes over cultures only to destroy them after stealing their knowledge. They all know this. Despite the elf's protests, the servants oppose him. His Majesty has brought the empire to prosperity and a new era, and they regard him as a great man who has shown them much favor. Sacrifices are necessary for the prosperity and development of the human mind, and the elf's failure to accept this shows he is truly an inferior being. The elf squeezes his hand, knowing they would have become those victims. Their parents, wives, daughters, and sons turned into slaves and victims, and he cries out in despair that if others want progress, they must sacrifice themselves without dragging these people into it. The old man says calmly that nothing can be done, that the lives of empire citizens and elves have completely different value, and that to him, those lives are only stones scattered across the land. Knix continues his speech, saying no one would be sorry if a stone turned to sand, that collecting and using stones is a sad, pointless task, and that only the former empire gave value to the elves' useless existence. The old man grins and orders the elf to show his gratitude. They were the ones who gave their deaths meaning. The elf screams in pain as the spell pierces him again. Consciousness slips from him, and he knows he is dying. A young man in armor flies into the room carrying a girl in uniform as the window shatters. Exhausted, the elf looks up at them. The boy lands beside him, and Violet tells His Majesty that she has returned. Turning to face the scene, Violet addresses the people in white headdresses. They call themselves magicians, but are mere captives on the ground, shirking their duties. A young man kneels beside the elf he calls Afa. Quietly, he says he won't let them hurt him anymore and that they must heal him quickly. Afa turns to Taki and asks him to stop, saying everything is fine. The elf asks to be left to die like this. The dark-haired boy and the girl beside him freeze in shock, and Taki continues, saying he promised to save all the elves, and since Afa is one of them, he will save him too. Afa chose to save someone with his heart, so he must see it through to the end without such antics. Taki begs to be allowed to live with the elves he saved. They are all waiting for him. Afa remembers the family he saved, the children smiling, and tears fill his eyes. Violet suddenly appears beside them, calls him too naive, and says Taki won't be able to survive in this world with such childish logic. Stepping on the elf's hand, she makes him cry out in pain. Pressing down with her heel, she pierces his hand, then smiles and says it would make a fitting decoration for her. Taki approaches Violet cautiously. Violet warns him not to do anything reckless, even though she can't hurt him. Killing Afa would be easier for her. Turning to the old man, she tells him she will protect him from the raging flame. Moving closer, the old man praises her for her good work. Smiling gently, she presses her hand to her heart and calls the old man her precious master as ice magic fills the hall and an ice throne forms behind him, where he sits. Violet smiles and says there are so many things in this world that bring pain, it's unbearable. This ice will never melt, no matter what happens. She will use it to protect the old man's body. Taki falls silent as an elf boy appears at the window and calls to Afa with concern, then runs to him with tears in his eyes and screams that Afa cannot die, that this man's life will never be worthy of his own. At that moment, Golem's May and the man with glasses appear. May tells Pai to put out the fire and Tiki thanks her. Yuri rushes to help, but the man with glasses warns it is useless. The fire will not stop and it could be dangerous. Abruptly, Ifa rises from his knees and tells them to stop and let him kill the old man. Konigs, seated on the throne, says it is sad. Staring madly ahead, he mutters that Ifa really thinks he is the first. Konigs has survived many assassination attempts in his life, and each time he made the assassins disappear. The reason the elf cannot defeat Konigs is clear as day because the elf lacks determination. Despite rejecting everything and working tirelessly for the country's prosperity, he lacks the determination the old man has in abundance. More determination is needed to survive in this hellish world. Kanik screams wildly, but he keeps living and working for his country to turn hell into heaven, so he must seize the Sky Castle's power and steal it. He speaks to Taki, the owner of the voice coming from Golem. Taki is the mage of the Sky Castle, and this is their first conversation. A magnificent, powerful golem commands the old man's deep respect. Blau needs that power, and he wants it for himself. Silent at first, the young man answers with pursed lips, not wanting to talk to the old man, and only concerned with Afa and his comrades. The old man grins and says he heard the young man kidnap Princess Azula, and asks if she is okay since she once looked after his son, and the young man keeps his lips tight while the girl next to him stares at the screen. The old man puts his hand on her cheek and says attacking Azula again would be a good idea, this time suggesting they wipe everything from the face of the earth. Tears in her eyes, Ira screams that it's enough, and the young man presses his lips together tensely, a clear threat. A man runs toward the old man with his sword ready and shouts for him to die faster. He slams into a protective wall and shouts that the old man fails to see his very existence has turned this world into hell. The old man sighs, admitting the man was here. Koenig thinks Schwartz is in the way and has no time for him. Schwartz is slammed back into the ice wall, and Violet says her ice won't crack from such a weak attack. Yuri suddenly notices something odd about the protective array. Ice is forming and the cold is shifting inside. Flames are growing and it is becoming dangerous. They need to retreat quickly. Schwartz remains determined. He tells them to return first, urges her to remember them, and asks her to save Afa. Worried, May asks him not to say that. Schwartz says their mission is to kill the old man. They cannot leave yet. Let's end this purgatory now. Suddenly they hear strange whispers from the old man as he mumbles the word sleep. The young elf asks again, surprised. The old man turns to Violet, and the girl says it is too hot in here, and that at His Majesty's age, it is hard to bear such high temperatures. So when he asks her to open the door again, Violet says opening it would stop her from protecting him from the flames. Violet turns back to the old man with a slightly wild smile. The slave Mark's power forces slaves to do anything to protect their master. The old man exhales in shock. Afa's ring starts to glow, making him uncomfortable, and Take cautiously asks Violet what she intends to do. Smiling, the girl says she is protecting her master from hell forever. His Majesty suffers in this dull world, and only by leaving it forever can he escape boredom. Takei does not understand what kind of boredom she means, and Violet explains the boy is one of those who made him boring. The Empire was supposed to be the strongest in the world. Valhalla served the Blau Empire for that reason, until a sky castle appeared out of nowhere and eclipsed the Empire. The Empire has grown dull. It does not need the Blau Empire, which cannot win, because that would prevent defeating their enemies. Takei carefully makes clear that now is not the time to talk about victory or defeat. Violet insists fiercely that the world would be meaningless if she wins. Takei, who always wins, may still be erasing something or may simply not understand. All the boy's words were false, so two opposing views of life collided. His Majesty Konings is dead. Violet smiles, turns to Afa, and says it is great. She decides to try his closed-space killing method, using a magical artifact to let her slave mark's protective function run out of control. Everything goes well thanks to Afa's flame. Violet smiles and approaches the ice that encases the old man, kisses him and wishes the old man sweet dreams, and she even had fun while the Empire was strong. Turning to leave, the young man with glasses tries to stop her, but she agrees to go and walks away feeling victorious. Smiling, she suggests meeting again. Moments later, Violet vanishes and Dixon's eyes widen as he realizes the girl can wield such powerful magic. The flames in the hall gradually die away. At that moment, a new regiment advances from the castle, appearing to be the remnants of the rebel army, and a knight says it's all over already. During the Black Revolution in the Blau Empire, people in the square before the castle continue chanting. In one room, several people are talking. A young man says it cannot end in one night. The Empress replies that if he really thinks that, he is a complete fool, and she turns to the window to watch the rising sun. Schwartz helps Ifa up now. He slings his arm over his shoulder and tells him to burn the man's face while he watches. Schwartz leads Afa to the frozen coffin so Afa can see the old man's face. The old man's face is contorted and drooling. Afa regards him with disdain while Schwartz watches in silence. The elf youth speaks to them, and Afa suddenly loses consciousness. Everyone rushes to him, worried. Takei lifts him into his arms and tells everyone to hurry to the Sky Castle. Their revenge is complete. A few days later, Afa wakes up on the couch. Ira sees this and rushes to him, calling to Takei that the alpha has woken. The elf wonders if he is in this Sky Castle. The girl helps him up carefully, guessing his throat is dry, so she offers him tea and tells him to take his time. She explains that Ifa slept for 3 weeks. The elf puts his hand to his forehead and says it was a long time. The girl smiles and says she is glad he is okay and that the other elves will be happy, and immediately a worried Takei runs up to them. He breathes with relief. The treatment took longer than Takei expected, so he was really worried but is calm now. The elf nods in understanding. The young man is silent for a moment, then continues. After everything that happened, Afa suddenly lost consciousness, and they took him to the Sky Castle. The Empire was in such disarray it was nearly a bloodbath. The Empress of Schwartz had already seized half the power by force. Trials continued against those who sided with the Königs, and the country remained unstable as the Emperor searched for allies and the legal system was weak. All the elves have returned to their homeland and are rebuilding the village with the golems. The Empire's pursuers have not arrived, and things are going well. The elf remains silent while the young man awkwardly rubs the back of his head and apologizes for speaking too much. However, the elf calmly interrupts him, and he feels sorry. Although Ifa could not thank them enough and was hopelessly in their debt, he still chose to use them for his revenge. No one even blamed him. After Koenig touched him, Ifa looked around the Sky Castle and found Takei good-natured, and knowing he would throw the man who came for help out the door, Ifa took advantage of Takei's soft heart and saddled him with the elves' lives. Killing the old man would make Takei the main suspect, and an attack by the Sky Castle's golems on the Empire Castle would accomplish that, the same way he would try to pin all his sins on the imperial country of Flata. Afa thinks his life is worth nothing. The boy and the girl fall silent. Takei turns to the girl and asks her to leave them alone. She nods cautiously and leaves. Takei begins carefully since the elf knows the people who came for her were cruel. It is painful, dark, and there is no way to escape. Saying death is the best way out feels strange, because dying is hard, painful, and lonely. At that moment Afa was ready to die, but he is still alive. If the elf can still sort out his feelings, let him take his time for now. Find something pleasant that lets him reflect on how good it is that the elf remained alive in the end. Maybe it will slowly mend his broken heart. Afa should at least try. He is silent for a moment, then notices the teapot and remembers that Ira learned this from him because people in the elven settlement often drink this way. Afa reaches for the teapot and lifts a mug. The tea is warm and it brings tears to his eyes. Ira had been standing behind the door the whole time, tears filling her eyes too. Now the armored knight praises his subordinates for working well last night, and Yuri says the plan succeeded. What is she planning? Inside the castle, Dietzen smiles contentedly. He kneels down. Learning the imperial golems were made like this gives him a poor impression of the emperor, though the emperor's technology is extraordinary and still falls short of the heavenly castle. The men in white caps stare dumbfounded at the young man, flushed with pleasure. Dixon continues writing in his notebook. Yuri comes up and asks whether he has finished analyzing the golems. Still smiling, Dixon shows the girl the golem's leg. He has learned a lot from the technology and can't resist taking it. Yuri asks why he is so proud of stealing their tech. Dixon grows indignant but only watches, explaining that as a mage he wants to learn everything he can about it. Yuri reminds them it's time to return to the Sky Castle and that they still need to meet the Empress and Schwartz. They wonder whether the young man can go with her. Dixon says he doesn't mind going with her. Willing to go with her, he still hates that bore and finds taking a girl hostage disgusting, and Yuri points out that Schwartz is now the new emperor, so the young man should be nicer to him, but Dixon irritably says he doesn't want to. At the castle, Schwartz looks exhausted and drained, surrounded by a dark aura of despair, and Yuri thanks him for working so hard for so long. The man interrupts her and insists he was the rude one. He says he is truly grateful to the healers who helped their army. Someday Schwartz wants to send a gift to the imperial country of Flade to show his thanks. The Empress finishes his words. She turns to Yuri, the girl who is the princess of the Flat Empire, and never imagined that one day they would help them. Yuri covers her eyes in embarrassment. That's not entirely true. Yuri came to this country for another reason, which doesn't mean she joined the revolution. The Empress remarks that fate is mysterious. Yuri smiles in agreement and continues. She has something she wants to ask the Empress. She takes out a small jar of dry contents and asks if the Empress recognizes it. The Empress stares at it, her face darkening. Dixon recognizes the jar as the imperial drug used when they saved the elves. The Empress smiles, says she does not know what it is, but that it shines beautifully, and asks what it is. Yuri returns a quiet smile to the old woman, who explains sweetly that it is a drug that brings on deep sleep, and if taken when very tired, really relieves fatigue, prompting Ditz to say emphatically that it is good he sleeps well every day, and Schwartz to agree as they nod together. Yuri smiles and says she's glad to hear that. It's the most important thing. The Empress laughs softly. As Ditson and Yuri walk down the hallway, the young man asks what they had been talking about. Yuri asks whether he remembers the imperial country's secret potion, and he immediately recalls it is an instant-acting poisonous drug that His Majesty Yanuo mentioned earlier. Yuri takes out the jar she showed the Empress and explains the sleeping pill is a diluted, altered version of that secret potion. Ditson's eyes widen in shock. The girl tells him not to worry. A single use won't do any harm, but an overdose would change the situation. Few people in the Empire know about it, but a couple of months ago a criminal appeared here and stole the drug. Witnesses say it was probably an elf. Ditson asks in surprise whether the criminal was an elf. The Imperial Guard of Flade had long watched the Empire and sent spies. After the drug was stolen, they were told Koenigs was bedridden, so they thought the events were connected and that the truth was behind them. Seeing the Empress's face today convinced them. Yuri smiles, cups her face, and says she can see through the lie. Daidson asks for clarification, and Yuri explains she joined the risky operation to catch the thief and, if possible, recover the drug. Thanks to the unexpected revolution, Yuri found it by using the chaos when it was about to be thrown out. Revealing the drug's use in a murder would bury the imperial country of Flata in complaints and unrest and could lead to war, so they had to protect the country. And when Dietzen asks in pain why she told him nothing, Yuri calmly says she could not trust someone who cannot keep a secret with that information. Dietzen drops to his knees while Yuri keeps going. She has run secret operations for some time. The Empress saw her this time, but it stayed secret. Yuri seems truly remarkable. Dietzen asks whether Yuri stayed in the castle to watch their movements. Yuri smiles and talks about the magical image of the castle in the sky, and he seems to know he can surpass it. The power is so great they only noticed it now, which could be a clue. That castle could upset the world's balance of power and holds unimaginable strength. Dietzen jumps up, worried. Still, Tiki is a good person who controls the Sky Castle and will not use it for harm. Yuri says calmly that it does not matter. Tiki's death would leave no one able to handle that power. Another country could seize the Sky Castle, or the castle's power could spiral out of control. Dietzen said it would not be used for evil, but the castle's actions are seen as evil by the Koenig faction, and if the virtue changes its point of view, it will become a villain. Yuri's task is to give the Flade Empire information about the Sky Castle. She wants Dietzen to uncover the castle's technology. The young man had planned this from the start. Dietzen begins to doubt and comes to believe that magic is humanity's salvation, so he focuses entirely on researching it, sees magic as a technology that protects people's lives and daily routines, and believes new methods will make life safer. while politics does not interest him. Yuri smiles, making it clear why some of them are so valuable, since they are too pure for the magical court. Turning to Ditsun, she notes he is beautiful and asks him to be careful in the Sky Castle, because without proper control it could become a weapon of mass destruction. Clearly thinking the same thing, Ara was still the Princess of Azul despite her exile, and she feared the Sky Castle's power, so she stayed by Teiki's side, desperately trying to figure out how it worked. Even if Teiki left the castle, Ira could still control it. Maiden looked at the back of his friend's head with suspicion. Dixon says Era is in love with Teiki. Yuri looks at the boy in surprise. Dixon explains it is obvious at first glance because Era is trying to understand the castle out of love for it. Yuri has even more questions. It's all love's fault, the bittersweet ache of it. Yuri's eyes go white. Ditsun turns amazed and cannot say that Ira is not a sorceress, and when people want to be closer they try to learn about each other and work hard even if it fails. That effort is a power worthy of being called magic. Love is mesmerizing. Blushing slightly, Dixon asks Yuri what she thinks about it. Yuri admits she honestly doesn't understand what he means. Viatora suddenly calls Yuri, asks what happened, and asks her to take them to the Sky Castle. Leaving their castle for one night should be safe. Viatora lowers his head and admits he is worried about Afa. Schwartz wants to personally thank the king of the Sky Castle, who, although he did not directly take part in the revolution, was still the cause of it. With a sweet smile, Yuri says he will ask Teika, and maybe he will agree. She takes out her smartphone. Night has fallen over the castle. The full moon peeks cautiously from behind dark clouds, and Schwartz mutters desperately that he can no longer eat. Teiki scratches the back of his head awkwardly and apologizes, saying it was their first visit in a long time, and he overdid it a bit. Schwartz comments that it is surprising the king cooked the meal himself. Teiki asks Schwartz about cooking, and Schwartz admits they hire people to do it. He cannot steal someone else's work, and if he started cooking himself, he would trample their pride into the dirt, yet he is interested in it. Schwartz has long disliked the palace cooks and wants to eat whenever and however he likes. Teiki offers an awkward smile in agreement. Being part of the royal family is hard. Iris gives a sweet smile when Schwartz looks at her. He calls the girl Princess Letitia. Schwartz did not come here just to thank Teiki. His brother-in-law caused her trouble, and she was seriously injured. Now imprisoned in the dungeons for life for killing many of his wives, he became a terrible criminal. Schwartz ended their love affair, and his apology will not stop her from holding a grudge for all she suffered. But he still wants to apologize, and Schwartz is very sorry, hanging his head low as Ira tells him not to apologize for such things. Schwartz promises the Empire will stop persecuting her. Teiki breathes a sigh of relief. It's wonderful. One of Ira's problems is solved, but the main one is the slave mark that keeps her from returning home. If she meets a slave owner or the beastman, everything will start over, so they can only hope someone can remove it. Afor appears, asks for forgiveness, and takes his leave. It's time for them to go. Teiki asks if they've covered everything. Ifa nods and asks if he's heading to the elf village. He confirms, and Ifa offers to go with him and show her around in person. Afa believes the village is still under attack, but he still wants to introduce them to everyone, and Teiki reacts with surprise, asking whether that means he will walk on Earth. The revolution and the Empire ended their feud with the Heavenly Castle. Princess Ira's engagement to the Emperor's third child was cancelled. Under the Sky Castle's rule, the slaves escaped the Empire and returned home. Thanks to the Sky Castle's efforts, the enslaved elves freed themselves and returned home. Outside the sun shines and the wind rustles the leaves. Gollum A1 leads the boy into the forest. Tiki thanks him and sets his trembling foot on the ground. He takes a cautious step and makes a fist. It is the first time he has felt the earth under his feet since coming to this world. The boy had been trapped in the castle so long that there was hardly any air to breathe. He is lucky to be alive. All these sensations bring tears down his cheeks. Ira asks, worried, if Tiki is okay. The young man smiles and says he's fine, then asks how the girl is. Ira smiles and says she's fine too, though she hasn't been on Earth for long and feels a little strange. He chuckles and says he hasn't been on Earth for long either. Ifa thanks them for coming to their village. Yuri asks the elf to confirm they can visit so calmly. Ifa replies calmly that, since they helped save them, they will always be welcome. Ditsun smiles right away and wants to learn about the elves' magic. She leads them into the village through a wooden door. The young man studies the trees they pass along the way. A sudden scream rings out as the little elves greet Afu, Teiki, and Era, and the adult elves come out to meet them and carefully ask if they are the same people from the Sky Castle. The young man awkwardly scratches the back of his head and gives his name, and one of the elf girls, the current head, thanks them for their help and does so on behalf of her mother, the previous head. Ifa nods at her. The elf man urges them to hurry since everything is ready for the feast, and the young man asks, worried, whether it's okay because they haven't fully recovered yet. The dark-haired elf girl says the golem they were given has sped up recovery, so they will soon be able to stand on their own. Taki is very happy because he taught Pi golem construction for a time and is glad those skills proved useful. They approach a richly set table, and the elf man urges them to dig in. Taki studies the dishes with delight, never having seen anything like them and finding them very appetizing. The dark-haired beast girl says it tastes amazing and admits she has never tried elven food before, and May turns to Yuri to show the magic the elves taught her, leaving Yuri pleased and eager to watch May's skills grow. Two elves talk to Ifa and ask if he is all right after hearing he was near death. Ifa says he survived only because of the Sky Castle's magic. Suddenly, an elf girl playfully hits him on the back. He is actually in great shape, and she apologizes for disturbing him. One elf winces a little from the blow because they have not seen him in so long and were too happy to hold back. The girl laughs quietly. Another girl asks where Fiachura is. Afa's face darkens and he stays silent. Meanwhile, the Taki pour more drinks. Taki asks desperately where else it could be. The elf laughs and says the wine is made from ruby berries that only grow in their region and were planted before they were enslaved. The young man, still desperate, doubts the mug even has a bottom and admits their story is very touching. Then a man appears beside them. He sighs that the elf is simply happy to be free and to return to the village, and asks the young man for forgiveness. The man sits beside them, and although the empire has oppressed them constantly, he does not blame them. And even when the empire ends their slave contracts, the slave brands remain on their bodies, and the magical seal lets slavers find them easily. Taki carefully asks whether the magic seal is used to engrave the slave brand, and the man says it depends on the seal's type, warning that if they use the same seal as before you will be enslaved again, and that the seals only imperial mages may possess are smuggled by those mages to other countries, so these seals have a huge influence on slaves. They must stay on guard even after they're released. The young man purses his lips sadly. It's better to get ready now. The already quite drunk elf boy pushes a glass of liquor toward the young man and accidentally hits his cheek. Ditson cries out in anger, unable to tolerate that disrespect to Taki, and says he will drink this for Taki. The other elves immediately urge him to drink more. Taki laughs and says he'll step outside for some air to sober up, turns to Ditson, and tells him not to overdo it, as Era cautiously calls to Taki that the young man in glasses is drinking alcohol from a huge cauldron. The young man steps outside and approaches a large tree. Even after the seal is lifted, its effect continues. He sighs, wishing the seal were gone. If they could get rid of her, he thinks, the elves and Era would stop suffering and live in peace without fighting, and then Era appears behind him. The boy offers his hand so the girl can sit on a large branch, and Tiki asks what happened. Era admits she was worried about him. Tiki replies that everything is fine, and it is nice to see the elves alive and happy again, but they should not let their guard down. Taki decides to leave a few more golems here because they will be useful. Ara agrees that it is a good idea. Silence falls over him, and the girl calls to him cautiously. He mutters that he wishes the Sky Castle's magic could erase the mark. Despite the castle's immense power, the slave mark cannot be removed. The castle's energy and the world's magic are fundamentally different, so its methods fail. The castle heals wounds and diseases because body data and healing data sync, but the slave mark is neither a wound nor a disease. The castle's medical instruments do not register the mark as an anomaly, and removing it with those tools does not work. Slave magic is a mysterious phenomenon. First, its power lies outside the normal ranking system. The slave mark cannot be removed. Even with goddess-level power, the castle's builder could not affect this world. He still had much to learn about it. Taki focused so much on running the castle that he completely forgot about magic. The conflict with the Empire was settled, and if he had known about Afa's plans, he would not have put so much pressure on him, since he had been careless, and the girl tells him not to be upset because she knows him and cannot even count how many people he saved. Ira, slightly embarrassed, tells him Taki is a wonderful person and that she will help him however she can. The boy smiles. She is already helping him a lot. When he knew nothing, she taught him many useful things. He realized she was not stupid, and she had suspected it herself. Taki had suspected he wasn't from this world. Era's eyes widen in surprise. Taki continues, saying he fits in with her so well that everything makes sense. Era admits she thought he was from a distant country. Taki says he is from a country called Japan, but no one responds and the girl is silent. Ira looks confused because the Sky Castle's power in Japan isn't exactly magic. Taki explains the essence is similar, but the energy sources are completely different, and he apologizes, admitting he probably confused her a lot and only wanted to share this with her. Send this to the person you trust most. Taki smiles and vows he will do everything to keep her and May safe. A breeze stirs the leaves around them, and Ira is deeply moved and feels safe. Quietly, she admits she feels safest beside him, beside Taki. When she turns, she sees the boy almost completely hidden by the greenery. She calls out to him, her voice shaking. Eva is frightened because she does not know where he went, and the boy with leaves stuck in his hair does not know where he ended up. A tall tree with intertwined branches towers before him, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes this must be what the elves were talking about, a spiritual tree, and he studies the woven branches with interest. Now Afa stands before a stone monument inscribed in Elvish. A small treat lies beside it, and he lowers his gaze. Afa remembers that night in the castle when he and Phaetra walked in the garden. He nodded in understanding. It was clear Konig's death had been decided before he set foot on these lands. Phaetra explains the Empire's potion makes him sleep longer each day, so it is working. The old man does not even notice anything is happening, so the potion will kill him in a couple of weeks. No one there supported the Koenig regime anymore, and Schwartz's power in the shadows kept growing. They had to win the war. The revolution was only a matter of time. With Afe and Nads involved, it was no surprise everything calmed down so quickly after that. He was a fool who did not understand what he was doing. All those years of hard work were wasted, and it felt pointless. Phaetra cuts him off. He had no choice and didn't know. General Violet, however, apparently did and captured people, turning them into toys. Afa asks whether Violet tortured those toys. Phaetra says no, she used them to make golems, but it seems it didn't work, since the research center still holds many remains of that army. She believed the Empire's magic research had outlived its usefulness, and that the Empire spent a lot expanding its lands, but not enough on that research. Phaetra thinks it was hard for her because making golems is expensive. Afer frowns because it is now clear she wiped them all out for lack of money. Koenig felt pity, but it was not enough to make it happen, and Phaetra is sure she will try again and find funding somewhere. Phaetra asks Afer about his return to the elven village. Afer admits he does not know. He had been sure he would die, so he never thought about returning. Phaetra worries he will be angry and plans to stay in the Empire with Schwartz and the Empress despite many bad memories there. Separated from her family while her people were massacred and enslaved, she was left broken and had to remake herself completely to take revenge. Having spent her whole life killing Konigs and saving the elves, Phaetra now wants a new purpose since she has achieved those goals. When one goal is met, another must be set and pursued no matter how long it takes. Phaetra is ready to change completely again to reach her new goal. She will not give up and will keep going no matter what. This time her goal is not revenge or anything to do with the elves, but concerns her, Schwartz, and the Empress. Ifa notes the girl is incredibly strong, and he is not as strong as she is. Afer admits he has always lived by instinct, adapting and going along with the people from the village and the Empire, and the girl comforts him, saying this way of life is easier, and it is normal for him to struggle. Ifa just needs to rest. He works too hard. Turning to her, he says Phaetra is the true pride of the elves. She always had a strong, kind heart. Afa steps out of his memories, turns around, and walks away from the stone monument. Teika's words come back to him about why he should not seek a goal that only brings life's pleasures. Phaetra's words follow, saying when you reach a goal you must set a new one and pursue it no matter how long it takes. And Ifa promises himself he will find that life goal and achieve it and will never give up. Ira runs through the garden, anxious as she searches for Taika. Spotting a young man in a bush, she hurries over and asks if he is all right. The young man's eyes go wide as he remembers the bright light from the tree. Taiki turns to the elves, who react with surprise and ask whether he saw the spirit tree, while Afa folds his arms, saying he knew it because the tree only shows itself to those it recognizes, and he had thought it recognized Taiki. And Taiki says the spirit tree said nothing, but he felt gratitude and a sense of control. He remembers a bright light. An elf explains that sometimes a spiritual tree guides a lost soul. Taiki may be in trouble. The young man's eyes widen with surprise. The young man realizes this could be a clue to erasing the slave mark, and he thinks about it constantly after trying everything to remove the brand. If the elves are right, the spirit tree gave him a clue, and the elves react in disbelief, saying it cannot be true. Taiki jumps up decisively, puts a hand on his chest, and says he will definitely find out about this. Taiki promises he will find a way to remove the mark and save them all, and asks them to wait because he will find it. Everyone around is moved by his decisive words. Ditson stares at the boys back in amazement. He realizes Taiki is truly a great magician. That is his goal. Yuri watches the boy with tension, but her mind is on the Sky Castle. Ifa asks Taika whether he will get lost, requests permission to help him, and wants to know how to erase this mark. Afa kneels and says she will serve him, but the young man refuses outright. Taiki extends his hand and says he will not serve him and that Afa will be his friend. Afa stares at the outstretched palm for a moment, confused, then squeezes it back. He agrees to be his friend, and together they now have a new goal. Long ago, this was a hidden place the beastmen had guarded for generations. The stones matter to humans but are useless to the beastmen, who have no magic. Many battles were fought over the stones, so the beastmen guard them to prevent more fighting. Carefully touching one of the stones, the girl with the ears immediately pulls her hand back from the pain. The man calls her worldly. She complains that the stone is cold as ice. The man doesn't understand what she means and wonders if he is really like that. He touches himself and realizes he is not. Smiling, the girl puts her hand on her father's and notices it is very warm, and he grins as they both watch stones emerging from the ground. Now the girl from the memories with the ears tries to use magic. A sigh escapes her. Practicing magic is hard. Her gaze rises to the palace windows. Two men sat in two chairs, the spiritual tree's light pointed west. Yuri pressed a finger to his mouth. It seemed clear but was not. Ditson carefully asked whether they could believe this. AFA joined the conversation, and the tree may have hinted to remove the climate since it is not shown to everyone. If Ditson has any doubts, he can tell him. Ditson looks away, tense. There is something wrong with this elf. A young man taps his watch and says he needs to scout a few things and gather information. It's dangerous, so the drone must be made invisible. Ditson reacts in shock as the drone disappears. Takei says he will send it to various locations to gather video and audio, then have A1 filter anything related to the seals. Yuri wonders if they will find anything and says this is incredible magic, while Yafa voices suspicion about whether it is possible. Takei admits with an awkward smile that he spent the whole night tinkering with it because he couldn't sleep and added some features, but while the basic functions are solid, he still wants more. Takei doesn't want to invade anyone's privacy, and sometimes the slave brand bears the coat of arms of various countries, each of which uses its own magical method to create the seals, and Yuri says those techniques are confidential so Takei can't learn them without spying, and he fears the function might accidentally turn off and expose the spying, leaving him slightly panicked. The young man sums up that they have little time, so they need to work faster and gather as much material as possible, and suddenly Ira turns to him and asks about the West. She points out that the forest where they rescued Mia and her friends is just west of here, and they are supposed to meet her father there. The young man looks surprised. It seems the time has already come. Afa says there is ore that amplifies magic in the Beastman village, but Ditsing says this is just a rumor. Every mage has heard that story at least once. When he collected golem materials, he asked various merchants about it, but they just laughed. If it were true, the Beastman would not live in such a small village and would have made a fortune from it long ago. The young man suggests talking to the coach so they can go to the village. Ira claps her hands and smiles, sure that Mia will be happy. Mia chuckles, certain they will come and that she'll meet them, and she thinks about tightening the magic before they arrive. One of the beastmen teases her, saying she only wants to meet her brother-in-law. She immediately protests that it's her mother who wants it and she's just happy for her. The dark-haired elf sighs, saying she wants to meet and hug him. Mia rolls her eyes at the predictable reaction. Takei appears from behind and asks if they are really coming to their village. Just outside the village, monsters appear. They attack Mia's father. He leans against a tree, never expecting to be attacked in a place like this and now surprised he managed to escape. Takei and his friends go to Mia's father's house, but learn he hasn't been home since yesterday, so they have to go find him. The girl calms the dark-haired one. Bart had been in this forest many times without the golem Taika offered, so he may have lost his way. One of the girls says their brother-in-law could not have died, while Mia looks around and accidentally notices a stone. Takei still suggests they go look for him, even though it will take a long time. The dark-haired woman asks for a golem to help find Bart. Mia watches everyone with hunched shoulders. Suggesting they wait here in case Bart comes back while they are in the forest, she watches the dark-haired girl wave goodbye, and they hope for her return as Mia nods. Mia watches Gollum fly away and returns to the house. The stone she found had always been hidden in the most secret place. Her father may have gone after it. She carefully climbs out the window. Mia rushes toward the secret place known only to the beastmen. Though she usually trusts everyone, she must break the rules now. She stops in the middle of the clearing and looks around. Footprints on the ground catch Mia's eye. They are definitely her father's. Mia calls out loudly, hoping he is nearby and will hear her. Suddenly she hears his voice. Turning toward the voice, the girl notices the icy stares and shudders as she touches them. Gritting her teeth, Mia is filled with determination she cannot control, even though she managed it just recently. She asks her father to wait, but then a green vine falls into her hands, and she squeezes it in her hand. Mia comes running, climbing over the rocks and hurrying forward as one of the creatures notices her. The girl enters the cave and finds her wounded father. Bart apologizes and explains he is badly hurt and cannot walk, so he fell into the pit. Mia checks his wound with concern and asks if it hurts. Bart asks her to call an adult because he knows the trainer is here. Mia replies tensely that this is a secret place and no one but the Beast Man can know about it. Bart gives her a grateful smile. Suddenly, strange sounds come from deep inside the cave. A massive creature crawls out of the darkness. Bart swears the monster has followed him, yells at Mia to run, but she refuses outright. Tears in her eyes, the girl asks why this is happening and where it came from, while her mother keeps urging her to run away, but she refuses. Surprised, her father watches as Mia turns and casts a spell at the monster. Bart is even more surprised because the coach had written to him about magic. The girl's spell hits the monster's face. The monster recovers quickly and prepares a new attack. Mia curses that her strike is too weak. She knows she needs to hit harder and can handle it, but she can't control her strength right now and doesn't know why. Worried, Bart calls to her and throws a rock, asking her to use it. Mages use this stone to boost their magic. Bart encourages her to try it. She holds the stone but doesn't know how to use it. Suddenly, Mia feels something. Squeezing the stone tighter, she feels a soothing chill that calms her and sees magical currents swirling around her as the monster attacks. Mia holds the rock up in front of the monster and uses ice magic to form sharp shards. Fragments like swords pierce the monster all the way through. Bart watches in surprise. He finds it amazing. Clutching the stone, Mia says it's amazing and thanks her father. Bart mumbles that he should be the one thanking her. Mia hurries to him and asks him to rest on her shoulder. He sighs and leans on her. Together, they look at the huge magical stones, just like in the past. Bart smiles with nostalgia, noting Mia has grown so much and feeling tears well in his eyes. Mia, worried, asks if his wound has reopened. He shakes his head and says they must leave before the monsters return. Leaving the cave, they spot the golem. Mia calls out loudly that they are here. Takei turns around in surprise. Back in the village, Bart doesn't know how to thank Takei after being saved a second time, and Takei smiles, glad he made the castle's medical gear so portable. Taiki awkwardly rubs the back of his head and apologizes, sounding like he experimented on Bart, and Bart immediately refutes this since the boy has healed every one of his wounds. A dark-haired girl approaches Bart and murmurs in a shaky voice that she's glad he's okay. Bart smiles, knowing he won't die so easily, at least not until they can live a peaceful life in the village. Moved by his words, the girl hugs Bart tightly. Mia turns away in despair. The blonde is indignant, and her family watches uneasily, wanting the hug to end. Then she asks why they haven't tried the village sweets yet. They simmered beans and grains gathered from across the area to create a rich flavor. Yuri is instantly interested. It looks very delicious. Bart gives Mia a small gift from the coach, and when she unwraps it, a tiny wand is inside. Bart hopes she will help her learn magic, and Mia thanks him with a joyful smile. They exchange contented smiles, knowing their hearts will stay connected no matter the distance. Mouth full, Aoife starts to ask about Mia's stone, but then changes her mind. Smiling, Ira says this stone is beautiful, and Mia agrees happily. In the Sky Castle, Takei and his friends sit at a table and decide it's time to go shopping. Takei also notices a great library just around the corner and wants to check it out. Following the direction given by the spirit tree, she thinks there might be a clue there. Takei asks what they need to buy. Mia says with a smile that they need clothes for winners, the outfits worn in duels with the enemy. The other beast girls smirk, as Mia seems to want to become a fashionista. The dark-haired girl points out that Maya has been wearing the clothes she made for a long time and probably needs new ones, so she asks Takei to help. Takei nods. Ira says she will go to the library with Takei too. Mia looks at the girl with tears in her eyes because she thought they would choose clothes together. Ira smiles and says they can go next time with no problem. Ifa wants to go to the library too. Ditsun appears and says he will help them find their way. Takei reminds them they don't have much space but says he can come along. The young man is determined to follow the guiding light, while the beast girls are focused on finding the clothes they need. They enter the library and are amazed at its size. It feels bigger than the castle in the sky, but Tiki points out that not the whole building is a library. The boy asks Ditsun if he has been here before. Ditsun confirms this library has the world's largest collection of magic books. Takei thought the Imperial Library would have the most, but Aoife says that in the Empire such books are not meant for the general public. Ancient magicians created this library to spread and develop magic, share their knowledge, and conduct research to improve people's lives, so anyone can use it regardless of status, which is wonderful. They will look for a book about marks. Takei will look for information to help understand where the spiritual tree's light points, and the young man nods in understanding before wishing Aoife and Ditsun luck. Shelves of books fill the library and they examine every one. Ira finds a heavy map that shows the route from the elf village to the west. Tiki notices the map is slightly incorrect. The girl says, concerned, that accurate maps are hard to find and that information is not shared publicly. The boy nods, aware, but since they have never been to this place, the map is a great help. Ira points to a spot on the map and says an elf village lies near that ridge, and Takei notes there seem to be many small countries to the west. Ivorus says there are only 9, but he wonders if the map leaves out other countries, and the young man exhales in delight, the idea leaving him breathless. Lifting her head, Ira suddenly finds herself very close to Taiga's face. She pulls back, embarrassed, and apologizes for getting too close, and Taiga awkwardly says it's okay. Titch doesn't understand why Ira keeps apologizing, and they sit in awkward silence for a while before he asks if there is any information about the marks in those 9 countries. Ira admits she does not know for sure, but rumors say the slave trade is active there. The area is restless from constant attacks and fights between neighbors, especially in the kingdom of Karluk, where the rich have too much power and force poor people on the streets into slavery, and parents threaten misbehaving children that they will be taken there, which the young man thinks should not be said even as a joke. Ira warns that the information she has is not always reliable. The great distance between those states means some details could be distorted. The young man thanks her anyway, calling her remarkable and very knowledgeable. As for the kingdom of Karluk, their booming slave trade suggests they may know something about technology, so I will need to find out more about them. Afa walks over to them and calls to Takei. Suddenly a golem grabs him from behind under the arms. Ditsun praises A1 for his excellent work. Afa awkwardly asks what he's carrying. Tears come to Ditsun's eyes. Afa is a heartless fool. Don't bother him and go read books. Taika and Ira have that sort of atmosphere now, so you can't barge in. Afa looks puzzled and asks why. Dixon shouts at Ifa to give them some privacy, which they rarely get because there are too many people, and Ifa says that if Dixon thinks there are too many people, he should leave the castle, but Dixon says he cannot, tells Ifa not to bother them because he's not a little boy and should understand, and Ifa says he does not understand. He only wants to ask Taika something. Afa tries to break away again, but cannot. The young man in glasses says they should have gone to separate libraries. In the store, Mia holds up a dress while arguing with Yuri, saying its provocative details would suit Princess Era, but Yuri insists Era should look both mature and sexy. The other girls keep arguing, and the dark-haired girl asks them to calm down. Mia keeps complaining even though this isn't a fight but a fair exchange of arguments, and with dozens of shopping requests still to make for Taika and Era, she can't resist proving her choice of clothes looks better. The dark-haired girl exhales and asks the Beast Man if they have decided on Taika's outfit yet. He replies that he was told simple work clothes would be fine, but he is still worried because he doesn't know much about magic. Suddenly, a dark-haired girl sees a blonde wearing revealing clothes and glasses and asks what she is doing. The blonde smirks, says she picked the outfit herself, and that since she is prettier than her older sister, she should wear nicer clothes, and the dark-haired girl reminds her this is Taika's money and she cannot just use it. Blonde points out that this is the money from selling their harvest in bulk to Azul and the Frida Empire, so she has every right to do so. The dark-haired one refuses, saying it is the money they got for the harvest and as gratitude for help with reconstruction, and that it should have been kept for emergencies, because if Isa and the Empire were in trouble, they would have to return it all. The fair-haired one is indignant. She says poverty has its merits, but she can't start a path to wealth without spending a penny. Those chances are rare, and she usually has no opportunity to spend money. The dark-haired one thinks it over, but doesn't know what they could buy. Turning, she spots Yuri and Mia arguing and notices the beautiful fabric. Meanwhile in the library, Dietson says it contains forbidden magic books, including one that can kill instantly, and the book they need is cursed so its power fades when opened, and they couldn't even break the seal on that collection. The collection is arranged to be unintelligible and has no description, but if it is forbidden, it may still contain hints. Getting into the forbidden library won't be easy because it's heavily guarded, and the young man's size can't be changed, so he'll have to sneak through. Takei suggests going with Afa, while Ira and Ditsun stand guard. The elf uses a magic seal and knocks out one of the guards. Takei, worried, asks if he will be all right. Afa says he will be fine. The guard will probably wake with better circulation and be healthier than before. Takei still worries it is cruel. Afa asks him for the key, and the boy inspects the lock, finds no magic, and decides they can open it with his magic watch. This tool came from a lock. Recently, the young man had to redo many things. The lock gave in, and they succeeded. They step into a dark room completely covered in books. The young man asks whether Ifa knows where the book is. Ifa admits he can only say the book cannot be opened because of the curse. They examine the books carefully. Petals fly past one book. Takei notices it stands out and realizes it is the book. Turning to Ife, the young man suggests this might be the book, but the elf notices it has no curse. It lists each country's secrets, including the Fried Empire's secret medicine. Ifa suddenly notices something and his eyes widen in shock. The Karlut kingdom enslaves people from other countries and claims them as its own, and since there is a method to cancel another country's slave mark, the spiritual tree's light must be pointing to the Karlut kingdom. Yuri presses his palm to his face, thinking there may be a secret to canceling the slave mark in the Karlut kingdom. Mia realizes the Karlut kingdom is completely foreign to her, and she has never heard of it. Everyone notices how strange they look. Smiling, Tiki asked if they had enjoyed shopping. I immediately nodded happily, but I wondered if they had bought anything for the train. Showing the fabric, the dark-haired girl indicates she bought it. She couldn't decide on clothes for Teika and Ira, so she'll sew them outfits from the fabric. Teika and Ira will be able to try the clothes on soon. The young man worries it might be a burden for her. Ira thanks her happily. Beast Girl says she loves sewing, so this is a great chance to start a new hobby and make small garments to mix and match, while Teiki is enthusiastic and waits patiently. Now Ifa is looking at the painting, which is very valuable. Teika's Sky Castle's magic had produced a complete copy of the Forbidden Library's books, and Yuri mentally noted that this was what she needed. It will be impossible for her to figure out all the castle's secrets on her own. She will definitely need Dietzon's help. Now the young man in glasses checks his watch with interest as the Sky Castle's collection is replenished with another unique item, and he finds it simply amazing. Nearby, Tiki frowns at the writing, confirming their destination as the Kingdom of Karluk. Time to rest, Yuri and Ditson head to the Empire. Era tries on the clothes Trin gave her and thanks her. The dark-haired girl smiles awkwardly, and Pai helped her too. Ira tells her to be modest and asks if Trin can teach her to sew like that next time, and Trin agrees. Teiki tries on the clothes Trin made too. It's a jinbei, very easy to move in, easy to work in, and comfortable to lie down in. Trin asks if he likes it. Teiki replies happily that of course it is something special. Trin says this rustic style is popular with the beastmen. The blonde says her sister Trin is the most skilled in the village. Ira says she wants Mei to see it as well. The boy says Trin trains in magic with Yuri. Now the girls are training. The magic wand has steadied their control of magic, and Mei's power has grown a lot over the past few months. Yuri planned to teach Mei the basics, since Yuri specializes in special magic while Mei focuses on attack magic. It seems she can no longer teach her anything, and Yuri asks Mei whether she taught her Teiki magic. If Mei is as skilled as Teiki, she could teach her something. Mei admits she doesn't fully understand Teiki's magic or the letters he writes. Teiki, meanwhile, uses magic that is completely different from hers. Yuri explains how it is different. Mei can't say for sure but found it amazing. Yuri frowns because analyzing the castle in the sky is too complicated, since it has a flow of magic Yuri has never seen before. Teika's magic is unlike theirs. Her eyes can detect whether someone has magic, and her body feels filled with magical power. Clearly she hasn't examined it closely, but simply moving to this castle and bringing so many golems and magical tools is something only great wizards can do, so she must accept the castle's magical power, while Mei is thinking about what to eat for dinner. Ditching side, since Yuri was assigned to study the castle's technology, he lost his drive and doesn't want to go back. He looks like a spy now. Even so, betrayal by Teika leaves his heart aching, and Ditson clearly isn't fit to be a court magician. Then Yuri suddenly appears beside him, making him shudder as she asks if he's all right. After a while, Yuri tells Teiki she is returning to the Empire to inform her brother Yanuar about the Karakuk kingdom and will report anything interesting. Teiki thanks her since he will need any information, and when the young man in glasses asks to borrow a golem, Teiki happily agrees. Ditson smiles as Yuri says they are leaving. They shake hands and Teiki wishes them luck. When they shake hands, Yuri is surprised to see a dark aura and magical seals around the boy. Teiki gives her a puzzled smile. The castle stands under a dark sky with a bright moon and twinkling stars. Ditz vividly remembers overtaking His Highness Jenner when he left the castle and hopes Jenner has forgotten. Yuri stays silent the whole time. They arrive in the Empire. Before long, Ditson hangs on a spit like a pig with a fire burning over his back. Across from him stands Januar, beaten and with his arms folded. No one had ever dared to cross his path before, and only he had thought to do it. Ditson screams and begs for forgiveness, saying he only went to save the elves and that everything is fine. Ditson expected Schnorr to forgive him. The young man admits Ditson helped Yuri and thanks him. This has nothing to do with it. Januar adds more coal to make the fire under Ditson burn hotter. The young man with glasses asks him to stop because Ditson's turban is about to catch fire. Yuri appears and urges Januar to calm his anger, saying Ditson does not deserve it. Better let the young man look at the tea service. The exquisitely designed tea set from Sky Castle catches Januar's eye. He immediately orders the tea to be served and tells the servants to prepare everything needed. The servants nod, and Januar also prepares sweets for his sister. At last, Januar and Yuri go out for tea and sweets, and Ditsun curses the family ties. Januar admits he is tired of it all and lets Ditsun have tea too. Ditsun narrows his eyes and mutters that he already did that, good thing, then declares that Januar has no right to inherit the throne and is a real tyrant, and Januar tells him to shut up. After trying the sweets, Januar asks how the analysis of the flying castle is going, and Ditsun admits it is going badly, and they do not understand anything, but Yuri notes she has made some progress. Ditsun immediately shouts angrily, demanding to know why she is lying. The girl says Taiki might not be a great magician. Yuri insists Taika cannot be a great magician, but Ditsun refuses to believe it. Controlling a castle in the sky and commanding a group of golems, he naturally calls himself a great magician. Yuri understands him, but she can sense the flow of human magic. People have a human aura, and those with magical abilities are different from ordinary humans. Taiki had a magical aura too, but the girl discovered his magic was a different kind. Yuri points out the tea leaves to Januar. Sai comes from a tree they know, but it is processed differently, so it is a different tea. It's still just tea, but Taiki's magic is different from theirs, so she sees him as different and not a great magician, and Ditsun replies that even if the Sky Castle is another dimension, that alone makes it fundamentally different from the elves here. Because human and elf magic work differently, each side has limits on what magic they can use, and Yuri is sure Taiki's magic is incompatible with theirs. For example, supply magic can transform items and provide materials, and golem production is more stable when done with human power, so Taiki would be a master builder, and a slightly tense Ditsun says maybe he can create a toilet. Januar asks whether he is really that obsessed with the toilet, and Ditsun bristles, reminding everyone that all living things eat and defecate to survive. While Yuri notes that Taiki talked a lot about the castle's abilities, but could not explain magic, and apparently does not understand it, which explains why they are stuck trying to copy the castle's technology. And Ditsun adds that as Taiki's top student who studies golem creation, he will do his best to find out. Januar asks when he became the top student and how he got there. Dixon's aura darkens as he says it happened the moment they met. Januar asks if they really want to go to Karluk, and they nod. Taiki is looking for a way to remove the slave mark and asks whether Karluk has a technique to do it, and Januar replies that he cannot say which country is good or bad because that would be wishful thinking, but this country is clearly not in its right mind. His uncle commands the Imperial secret agents, who work the trade routes, and those channels bring them information from around the world. The Kingdom of Karluk is a state of the Grace religion, led by heads of state from the College of Cardinals, said to be the birthplace of the slave seal, with a thriving slave trade and even a state slave auction. They even enslave kidnapped nobles' daughters with slave seals. Rumors of human trafficking and other abuses were easily exposed. The court magician's study of slave seals, those who serve the royal family, is regarded as the finest work. Their branding technique makes not only the body, but also the mind and heart obey the master's will. Yuri asks if he means brainwashing, and the young man clarifies that they manipulate the unconscious body, the kind of magic Yuri does not fully understand, but has grown curious about and has never heard of before, and Januar says it is a secret art of the Karluks, and that until now the Empire led magical research. The Empire's magic relies on destroying and deploying many golems, while the Karleks specialize in magic that controls people at will, and Yuri Taiki says Karleks can subjugate both their own slaves and slaves from neighboring countries, so their will control magic likely explains this. The only way to find out is to steal a copy of the Karluks, the research on slave marking, and Jenny War could order it, show it to them, and do it without any problem, but Yuri laughs and she does not think he can do it. Yuri is nearly certain that only by going to Karluk can she learn which kind of magic they excel at, and if it is a string technique, she knows how to stop it. Yanwar admits she is worried about her sister. Lately she's been working too much. A short rest would help. Yuri smiles at the sight of her brother's face. That made her feel more cheerful and happy. She thanks her brother. Januar stays silent, but notes to himself that Yuri has changed slightly. Before she got involved with the castle, the sky in this whole situation she hadn't been like this, and had been very brave. Yuri climbs into the golem's arms and waves to his brother. Ditsun tells him not to worry, and that everything will be fine. The sky castle waters Yuri. A raw cop said she was happy to see her brother after a long time apart. Yuri smiled because it was good to see him healthy. Jarrett Janyar wanted to come to the sky castle. May appeared nearby and said he must come today, and Taiki has created another new machine. They meet the young man in the office, and he laughs because he just thought they didn't have one yet. It's called a hot plate, a grill you can use to enjoy frying vegetables and meat. Ditsun, surprised, says it needs no coal or fire, and Taiki confirms it is powered by the castle, which delights Ditsun, so Taiki asks him to stay back, and while he likes open-air barbecues, at this size everyone can eat what they want and as much as they want in a relaxed atmosphere, and Yuri smiles and calls it magical. They start frying the meat as Yuri smiles at the relaxed atmosphere, and May, the meat police, suddenly shouts at Afa for grabbing someone else's meat. Ditsun reacts, wondering if he is only eating meat. Yuri smiles and says it's okay, she can cook something else. Afa chooses the food contentedly, saying the meat tastes very good, and then he asks what kind of meat it is. Ira watches Takei tensely. Takei narrows his eyes slightly, and May stays silent. The others look on, not understanding the silence. All four shout together that it is normal meat. May turns to Yuri and asks her to take a look. She shows Yuri the ice lily she made with magic. Yuri says her magic has really improved. Ditsun watches the girls chatting from a distance. They have nothing to worry about. Yuri is gaining experience she never had in the imperial country and is still growing. She thinks about the imperial country more than anyone and devotes herself to it. Yuri is moved that she managed to laugh with her friends. The young man thinks she has become more human. January agrees that Yuri has been overwhelmed by her duties and has no time to make friends, which is fine. Ditsun reminds everyone that Yuri said he is her friend too, and January is indignant, saying that cannot be true because he does not even understand flattery. Ditsun notes it's good Yuri has made friends, and she tells him she will be away from the Karluk kingdom for a while and asks to study offensive magic with him. May is surprised. Ditsun reminds her that Yuri's specialty is offensive magic. Since Ditsun's specialty is illusions, he cannot teach May magic in depth. Yuri keeps pressing and believes that if Ditsun instructed May as an offensive specialist, she would certainly achieve excellent results. Ditsun says tensely he has never heard of this, and Yuri whispers that while Taika is away Ditsun should look for mana since Taika left it to him, and there is definitely something to find in the castle, and then May throws herself into Yuri's arms, crying loudly and saying she prefers Yuri and wants to work with her. Setting off on the Sky Castle, Takei notes they should soon reach Karluki airspace, and when he turns his head, he sees that Ira is already asleep. He covers her with a blanket and thanks her for always staying by his side. Ira remembers her father marking her as a slave. Her eyes snap open when she realizes it was only a dream, and she gets out of bed not knowing when she fell asleep. At the table, she sees a single notification from Taika on the screen saying good morning, explaining she fell asleep, and he brought her to her room, and adding that he's already above Karluk, so they will leave for Karluk around noon with Afa and Yuri, and she can rest until then. The girl wraps her arms around herself. Karluk is the birthplace of the slave seal. May sobs, clutching Ira, as Trin tells her not to be selfish, but she keeps crying and begs to take Ira and Yuri with her. Takei apologizes, but says he can only take a few people this time and needs those who know the castle system to look after him while he's gone. Maya keeps crying but is okay. The boy comforts her, understanding her feelings but urging her to practice magic. To develop her magic, Mia must learn offensive magic from Ditsun and train in combat so she can protect everyone. The young man thinks she should start combat training. Talent matters, but practice is just as important for self-development. She only needs to study harder, and they will wander together again. Mia declares with a determined frown that she will become a worthy mage like Yuri, Ira, and Takei, and will keep trying until she has nothing left. Mia hugs Ira, both of them in tears, and they promise they will miss each other very much and will definitely write, while Yuri smiles and says he looks forward to seeing Mia's progress in magic. She lets Ditsun handle it. Afa notes it is time for them to go to Carlo. Horse-drawn carriages travel the roads here, and the locals are startled when they see a bus because they do not understand how it can move on its own without a driver. Then the door opens and Takei steps out and apologizes that he was told to park the fiacre, or rather his car, here. He drops a few coins into the man's palm and asks whether it will be enough. The girls step out of the cab and smile, glad they found a parking spot, then walk onto the embankment and take in the castle ahead. The castle doesn't seem very large, and the city looks lively with many beautiful buildings. They walked the streets, watching locals and the nearby shops. Ada noticed something and asked about it. Afa explained that this was the slave zone. Across the empire it was similar, with masters and others treating slaves as barbaric creatures and keeping the streets segregated, arguing that slaves in public would spoil the scenery in the entertainment districts just by being seen, and a youth said it was terrible that they did this when Yuri suddenly called him. A group of people with empty eyes walks right past them, completely emotionless. Takei freezes when he realizes this is the magic of Karluk's slave brand, and Ira hides behind him, frightened. A master appears suddenly and makes the slaves hurry, while the nobles watch and whisper that the slaves do not even need to cast spells because Master Tara's servants are pathetic. The man who had been driving the slaves earlier turns to the nobles and asks what they mean. The nobles reply that without management, the slaves would never do anything useful, but they say that is not the real reason, and Takei mentally notes that some people in Karluk seem discouraged by this. The boy suddenly runs up behind the young man and they snatch the pouch from his belt. He turns around in disbelief, suspecting they are thieves. The man driving the slave shouts that they are children from the slums and tells him to catch up. Takei asks A1 to catch them. Afa will also catch them with magic. Hurrying after the children, they arrive in a dilapidated area. This place looks like a slum, completely different from where they were before. They pass by and see a very thin man wrapped in a blanket. One of them, Afa, grabs the children who stole Takei's bag. The children scream, begging not to be killed. Afa rubs the bridge of her nose from their screams. A boy swings at Afa, and Afa shouts for the attacker to let his friend go, but the attacker refuses to let Afa kill his friend, and a girl dressed as a nun runs toward them. She asks what they are doing and requests they release the children. Yuri explains the children stole their item and says they will be released when it is returned. A nun approaches one child and asks him to give back Takei's thing, but he refuses. Takei, furious, cries and screams at him, and the children return the item and apologize. Relief floods the boy when they hand it to him, since he did not want to go back to the castle for another. The nun asks for forgiveness and says she will warn the others not to do it again, so she asks them to forgive those who did it this time. He laughs awkwardly and says everything will be fine if they think about what they did. The nun asks whether they are travelers. Ira says they plan to stay in Karluk for a few weeks. Then the nun asks if they have a hotel and offers that, if they do not mind, they may stay in the church. She wants to make amends for the trouble they caused and will punish the children for what they did. Next, she introduces herself as a nun of the Karizo Litisha Church who oversees the church's work in this area, or rather in these slums. They walk up to a church that is beautiful but not lavishly decorated. The young man lifts his head. The church of Karizu looks that way because it's in the slums. A statue catches his eye. He recognizes it from somewhere and realizes it's the same goddess. The nun seats them at the table and asks the boys to help. The blonde boy brings water to the guests. Ira says he clearly loves Letisha. The boy explains their older sister became a slave to get them money, and Yuri asks again in surprise. The nun became a slave. A boy says his sister sold herself to support the children in the slums. She used the money to buy food for all of them, and they are alive because of her. The boy says they owe her a great debt and will always heed her words. Letisha says that when she took charge of the district, the slums were worse than they are now. Many orphans were starving, so she sold herself and used the money to care for them. After the master she served for 2 years died, she became an outcast slave and returned to work at this church. Yuri asks if she was able to return as a slave, and the nun confirms the Karizu church is truly fantastic. With sparkling eyes, she says the Karizu church is an amazing place that saves and guides people and will help anyone, even slaves, while the young man smiles awkwardly, and Yuri realizes this is not quite what she felt when she saw the city. Ira asks what the Karizu church does. A nun rushes over and squeezes Ira's hands too quickly. The nun seems interested in the Karizu church. Afu explains that the Karanu church is a common religious order in Karluk, and as a traveler he is interested. Ira says that if she understands correctly, the dominant religion here is the Agoreya, and the nun squeezes her hands tighter and smiles, pleased with her cleverness. Takei gently covers Ira and asks whether she teaches the Karizu church's doctrines here. The girl nods, and people from the slums come here seeking salvation. Now that everyone has shelter and enough food, if the idea spreads it could save the whole slum. He smiles and says she is their savior. Letisha smiles sweetly and says she branded many of them and forced them into slavery. The four stare at her in shock. The nun continues the story, saying the Karizu church provides slave masters and promotes becoming a slave as a way to escape poverty and get food, branding people with a slave mark, and saying each slave thanks their master, and everyone can be happy under this system. Silence falls at the table. Afa, amazed, asks whether she is serious and whether people can find happiness by becoming slaves. He calls Letisha crazy, says she has lost her mind, and insists she be made to see this reality. Yuri tries to stop him, but he continues. This mark of slavery embodies the worst in the world and should not exist, yet countless people have been exploited, brutalized, and killed because of it, while everyone calls it a blessing. The nun smiles awkwardly and apologizes for what happened in their country, but says that in Karluk things are different, because everyone comes to get the slave mark voluntarily so they do not starve. And countless people have been saved by this system, which she calls reasonable. While Ira points out the slave mark lasts until death, and even after death the cursed mark does not disappear, and she challenges the claim that it is reasonable. The nun continues, saying the mark remains for life but is better than death, Unable to watch the children slowly die, she became a slave herself. Her master was a good man, and she is grateful for the Church of Carrie's slave system. Ifa regards her with disdain. It was just luck, but don't lump everyone together. Her words are absurd nonsense. Afa stands and turns away. He doesn't want to hear it anymore, so he goes outside. They leave the church, and Afa apologizes for how he reacted. Ira sighs and says it's okay. She understands how he feels. Takei will bring a car for transport and let us use the garden. Clearly, he doesn't want to sleep in this church. Yuri glances cautiously at the nun, showing there are others who feel the same. Karluk remains a very strange place as night falls. Lying on the bed, Takei recalls the nun's words about slavery and the faces of those who lost everything after they received that slave brand. Takei clenches his fist, eyes full of determination, and vows to erase the stigma. No matter how they sugarcoat it, he will not let them exploit vulnerable people, and he will eradicate it despite what anyone says. He will search this way in the country of Karluk. Ira lies awake on the bed, clutching the slave brand on her hand in fear. Two men argue, one tells the other to stop joking, and the other explains the plan can be changed if needed. They've already decided to keep her here and sell her for a large profit because she's a slave of the former royal family.